Oh my god, there's no sound. Why? Why? What is the problem? Oh, come on.
Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, Dad!
Come on!
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Rid of the Second Amendment.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What you drum about?
Jesus, I say that.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh, another good. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Right now.
Come on!
That's hot.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Go, girl, baby girl.
A what now?
A fucking bitch.
Your name, please?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
go. China? China. Have to have my China.
Strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Aren't I a good guy?
Jesus, I say that.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last, which means there's a hell of a lot to talk about, space fams. Better buckle up those seatbelts, as we're about to take a little space flight through the abyss. Well, it is good to see you space fams here on this Sunday FUNDAY. Feels like forever, but it really hasn't been. Let me do some shout-outs before we get started. Obvious Books, Aaron W., Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat, Moanoa Close Fourth. I also see Miskatonic Belt Troll and Soda Fountain, Tracy Eva, Columbia Rican, New York, Orb Vroomer. Also, thank you to Columbia Rican for the super chat. Bad Lefties here as well. Tamara Chance, Mish, Series, Bad Lefties other account. Bob Carmody, Nightbot's here, Jet, the reference frame, and I think that's everyone. Good to see everyone here on this here Sunday FUNDAY. It's time for some fun. What do you say? Some of us, it looks beautiful out there. It's springtime on Earth. Which means today's valuetainment will hopefully be at maximum valuetainment levels. Where do we start? Where do we start? Ah, yes, that's right. America. Oh, we have 30 likes already. Well, before we go to America, let us go to the Galactic Cantina. Get us some, oh my god. Get us some Galactic emotional support characters. 3, is it? Okay. That's a nat 1. That's 2. What? Wow, I'm rolling bad. It's 2 nat 1s in a row. This was a real campaign. I'd be screwed. Is the mic sounding better than usual? Hopefully, or well, not usual. Hopefully it's back to the old normal. At least. Fingers crossed. Hopefully that's good. Alright. To the United States. Alright, settle down. Alright, I meant the Northern Hemisphere since spring. Okay, that's... I should have been more specific. What am I doing? Ah, yes. Yes. Going to America. And we're going to start off with a rally that just ended in Utah, Salt Lake City. Bernie Sanders and AOC fighting the oligarchy from coast to coast. Let's take a peek at what was going on here in Utah. Rockin'. That's what's going on in Utah. Yeah, these guys are rocking out. Let's see, let me get us to... This is like a 3-hour long stream. Whoopsies. Why did it... What? Why would that open? Don't do that. It's very rude.
How rude.
Yes, it is rude. Not gonna watch this whole thing. Just wanted to peek in here, see what's been going on. Okay, why am I not getting preview when I scroll? That's not cool.
Utah, let's make some noise for the one, the only.
Man, it's looking pretty.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh my god. Yeah. It seems pretty packed here in this Salt Lake City stadium, it would seem. You guys trying to get me copyright struck this quickly? Come on.
What's up, Utah?
What is up to you, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
How are we doing tonight? Are you all ready to change the world?
Very ready. Even the
Are
galaxy.
you all ready to change this country?
Immediately, if not sooner.
In places like Salt Lake City. Thank you. It is incredible to be here tonight with you all. You know, I love you too. We're actually seeing that our numbers tonight looks like we've got 20,000 people here tonight. We've got 5,000 people outside who just want to be part of this moment. So thank you all so much. And I want to thank each and every one of you for taking and making the effort of being here today, for taking the time out of your days in order to show up here tonight. So thank you. My name is Alexandria. Some of you may know me.
Everybody knows who you are, Alexandria.
And we are all here together because we share the frustration and heartache that comes from watching those in power actively tear down or refuse to fight for everyday working Americans like us. And we're here because an extreme concentration of power, greed, and corruption is taking over this country like never before. Oligarchy in America. And we must And we must acknowledge the terrifying moment that we are in right now, and that what we are hearing and seeing with our own eyes is, in fact, happening. We are watching as our neighbors, students, and friends are being fired, targeted, and disappeared. It is real. People we love are being targeted and harassed for being LGBTQ.
Illegal.
Our co-workers, U.S. citizens and immigrants alike, are being disappeared off the street. Educators are being fired for teaching American history accurately. And activists are being detained with no charge or evidence for using their First Amendment rights, especially if they are using them to try to end the war in Gaza. In fact, the Trump administration admits that it has jailed a young father and husband, Mahmoud Khalil, without any evidence or charge of a crime. And they admit that they have thrown him in a cell thousands of miles away from his family in New York because he attended a protest, and are detaining him for the content of his speech and nothing more than that.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But let's be clear, Utah. Donald Trump's detention of Mahmoud Khalil for his speech is anti-American. And we demand his release, along with the release of Rumeysa Ozturk, who he is also jailing for writing an op-ed in her school paper. And we demand this, Utah, because we do have power in this moment. All of us do, you do, and everyday people do. And it will never be just institutions and officials alone that uphold our democracy. It will always be the people, the masses, who refuse to comply with authoritarian regimes.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be present at this juncture.
Defense of our country and our freedoms. Because we know that a better world is possible, and we are willing to do something about it. But to get there, we must be honest about how we got to where we are right now. Because
I don't
this
want
moment
reality.
didn't come out of nowhere. It has been a long time coming. The destruction of our rights and our democracy is directly tied to the growing and extreme wealth inequality that has been building in America for years. It is not a coincidence that billionaires like Elon Musk dumped billions into this election to elect Donald Trump. And he sure isn't doing it out of charity. For years, we have known that our political system has slowly but surely become dominated by big money and billionaires. And time after time, we've seen how our government and laws are more responsive to lobbyists than to the will of everyday people.
Yeah!
And we also know that the agenda of dark money to keep wages low and loot our public goods to give to the rich is deeply unpopular with the people of all parties. But just look at what Republicans have been quietly doing in Congress, voting to advance cuts on hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid and veterans benefits so that they can take that money and give it to the billionaires in the form of tax cuts and sweetheart deals to billionaires in companies like SpaceX.
Come on!
You know who from Utah voted for that, by the way? Both of your senators, Mike Lee and John Curtis.
Oh my God.
And Salt Lake City's own House members, Blake.
People, when she said that, people get so pissed off. They're like, oh, really? Our senators voted for that? Come on.
Illegal.
That's not right.
Or Celeste Malloy. And they know, Utah, that that's not what you want. They know that it is deeply unpopular. They know that it hurts working families from Utah. But they know that they are not there to serve the working class. They are there to serve themselves and the billionaires who paid them. But they also know that the only chance they have to get away with such an unpopular agenda is to stoke deep divisions along race, identity, and culture to keep us fighting and distracted from one another. And this has been the big money playbook, not just now, not just today, but it has been for decades. And that is why Donald Trump is not an aberration. He is the logical, inevitable conclusion of an American political system dominated by corporate and dark money. And if we are to defeat him, Utah, we must defeat the system that created him. Yeah! We are at a crossroads in America. We can either have extreme and growing wealth inequality with the toxic division and corruption that it requires to survive, or we can have a fair economy for working people along with the democracy and freedoms that uphold it. Oligarchy or democracy, but we cannot have both.
It's science.
I grew up in a working class family. My mom cleaned houses, and my dad worked to build a small business. My parents worked themselves to the bone so that my brother and I could just have a shot. The American dream.
Help, help,
and for a moment there, it looked like we were going to make it. We had a home, bills were getting a little less stressful to pay, and I was doing well in school. But what may have looked, and what may have looked like a modest life to others, was a dream come true for us. But suddenly, when I was a teenager, my dad was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer. And after a long fight, we lost him. And he actually passed away in September of 2008, just as the economy crashed in the Great Recession and millions of jobs across this country vanished. It felt like the world of our family fell apart as the larger world was falling apart too. And overnight, my mom was left to figure out how to provide for 2 kids by herself, put them through school, keep our house, pay off my dad's medical bills, all on a house cleaner salary.
Jesus.
And that's how I became a waitress. Because it was millions of innocent working families who paid the price while the billionaires and thieves who defrauded our financial system got off richer than ever before. And not a single one of them went to jail. And you know what, Utah? That is the story that Republicans mock. Not mine, but all of ours, when they say that a waitress or working person is unqualified to serve in Congress. But the fact is, many of us are far more qualified to know what real life is actually like than any of them ever will. And I tell this story not because it is special, but because of how common and normal it is. While the details may differ, so many of us know what it feels like for life to be one bad day, one bad piece of news, one major setback, from everything feeling like it's going to fall apart. And we don't have to live like this anymore, Utah.
Well, AOC getting quite the reception here in Utah. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I think we've seen a lot of these in recent past. Now, if you missed yesterday's stream, let's go to see how it was in LA for AOC and the burn. Here's the Guardian news from 13 hours ago.
Oligarchy or democracy, but we cannot have both. Los Angeles, I've made my choice. We must fight the oligarchy that has created this nightmare.
We are living in a moment of extraordinary danger, and how we respond to this moment will not only impact our lives, but will impact the lives of our kids and future generations. We're living in a moment with a president who has no understanding or respect for the Constitution of the United States. And let us make no doubt about it, moving us rapidly toward an authoritarian form of society. And Mr. Trump, we ain't going there. We're fighting a president who undermines our Constitution every day and threatens our freedom of speech and assembly, and whose agents are rounding up innocent people off the streets, putting them in unmarked vans and throwing them in detention centers. That is what happens in dictatorships, not democracies. Illegal. And we're going to stop that outrageous action on the part of the president.
Well, there we go. Yeah, 36,000 or something was the estimated number of people in LA. I just heard in chat, I assume this is true, 20,000 in Utah. That's probably the max occupancy of that freaking stadium they were in.
Thank you, everybody.
Please hold, Bernie. Please hold. Oh, the broom sound. Can you hear that when I do this? Let me see. Oh, yeah, you can definitely. Wow. I need to change. I need to switch this to this. Will this help it? Let me see. Not really. Slightly. Okay. I'll deal with that later. We still have a few gremlins to work out in the new Galactic mixing board / audio interface. Hopefully, I don't know. What do you think, Chad? Does it sound better than it was sounding previously? Hopefully so. All right. Now, apparently, Republicans have been noticing how many people are coming out to these rallies. Let's go here to Bernie Sanders' YouTube channel from yesterday, talking about just that.
Thank you, everybody, for joining, and let me thank the many of you around the country who have attended the Fighting Oligarchy tours that we have been doing over the last 2 months. As you may know, so far, we've been to Nebraska, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Colorado, and Arizona, and the turnouts, I am very happy to tell you, have been extraordinary. Well over 100,000 people combined have come out. And Republicans, surprise, surprise, are taking notice. They are quite concerned. Both Trump and Musk have had to respond, and not surprisingly, they've responded with lies. Mr. Musk claimed that many of the 34,000 people who came out to our Denver rally were paid organizers.
Ah, yes.
And Trump was busy boasting falsely that his turnouts were always larger than ours. Not quite the
that has been, I mean, Donald Trump, if he doesn't have the biggest whatever, he just loses it inside.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
But like, how much do you think that would cost? 30,000 people, 35,000 people for 5+ hours. I mean, we saw this much of the stream. Saturday is a 5.5 hour long stream. Let's just assume you pay them, I don't know, let's just do some math here. Let's assume you pay them $15 an hour to come out. A fair living wage to stand there and listen to Bernie Sanders for 5.5 hours. What would that cost exactly? Where's my calculator? 35,000. But actually, no, we can do it any way we want, really. But let's do it this way. $15 an hour times, just call it 5, round down, 75 times 35,000. That's $2.6 million just to get people to hang out. Yeah, is that that's what we're doing? Spending $3 million just to have people hang out in LA. Yeah, yeah. Right. Jesus
Christ. On Saturday, this Saturday, the next phase of the Fighting Oligarchy tour begins. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I will be starting off in Los Angeles. We'll then be going to Utah, Idaho, back to California to 2 rural areas in conservative districts, and then we'll be finishing up in Montana. And most of these events will be held in congressional districts that are represented by Republicans, and there is a reason why we are doing that. Let me say a few words about what we hope to accomplish with these events. Number one, in these extraordinarily difficult and depressing times, I want people in the communities that we visit and people throughout the country to understand that they are not alone when they feel outraged by what Trump is doing to our country. In fact, when they stand there amidst thousands and thousands of their neighbors in opposition to oligarchy, opposition to authoritarianism and xenophobia and attacks on the working class, they very quickly understand that they are not part of some fringe minority who are opposing Trump, but that they belong to a strong majority of Americans who want this country to move in a very different direction than where Trump is taking us.
Absolutely. Yeah, America is not happy with what Donald Trump has been doing. I don't think they need to be paid to come out and be angry. Have you seen the Republican town halls? I mean, although they've been claiming those are paid protesters too. I mean, how much money is being spent first 3 months, supposedly? But it's definitely not an election year. 3 months after an inauguration, yeah, we're spending $100 million across the country to get people to go. I mean, come on. Come on.
Come on!
Columbia Rican helping out with the goal. Thank you for the super chat. Count that one as a half a chat, but either way, it does help. So thank you. Very helpful. All right. All right, we're not gonna. We already did a lot of that stuff yesterday. One last Bernie clip before we move on to some other stuff. Let's see this fiery CNN town hall we've been going back and forth to throughout the last like 4 or 5 days, I want to say. A bunch of clips. I don't know how long this. I haven't been able to find a full version of this town hall yet. Columbia Rican coming in with another Happa chat, making it one full chat. America is mad. Yeah. Thank you for that. All right, let's go to that town hall. Talk a little bit about healthcare, things like that. If I recall correctly about this clip.
Welcome back to our live CNN Town Hall. We're back with Senator Bernie Sanders. I want to introduce Grace Thomas. She's a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They, them pronouns, actually. Thank you.
Oh.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. Polling and turnout data indicate that men of all racial demographics are turning away from the Democratic Party. But of course, white men in particular.
Anderson's face when he realized he's misgendered someone was hilarious. Where is it? I need
She's
it.
a local civil rights attorney. She's a Democrat. Grace?
They, them pronouns, actually. Thank you.
Oh.
Good evening, Senator Sanders. Polling and turnout data indicate that men of all racial demographics are turning away from the Democratic Party. But of course, white men in particular do not feel that the DNC's messaging targets them and the issues that they care about. Should progressive campaigns craft policies and messaging to better encapsulate these voters? And if the answer is yes, how do they do so without abandoning marginalized voters of color and gender?
Okay, thank you for the question, Grace. Look, it is no great secret that in America, people have strongly different points of view, right? On abortion, for example, I believe very much that women have a right to control their own bodies. People disagree with me. I believe that we've got to combat homophobia. I believe in gay marriage. My state helped lead the way on that. Not everybody agrees with me. I believe that we got to end all forms of bigotry, et cetera, et cetera. Not everybody agrees with me. But you know what, Grace? On many economic issues, there is widespread agreement. And the failure of the Democratic Party, in my view, has been they have not been aggressive in standing up to powerful corporate interests in laying out an agenda and implementing an agenda that speaks to the needs of the working class. All right, I'm going to ask you guys a question. He's asking me questions all night. I'm going to ask you a question. All right. Raise your hand if you think that the American healthcare system is working. Raise your hand if you think the American healthcare system is not working. All right, let me rephrase the
Basically
question.
everyone.
Raise your hand if you think the American healthcare system is working well. Anders, how many people are raising their hands?
None.
Raise your hand if you think the American healthcare system is
How many
broken.
people are raising their hands right now? Zero.
Majority.
There's
Everybody.
everybody.
Everyone.
It's absolutely fucking everyone. Shut up, Anderson.
And
I
that
can see
is-
behind that guy. But...
And that is, all right, question
Jesus
again.
Christ.
How many nations, wealthy nations in the world, do not guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Anybody know the answer? Which country? All right. Now, you're not going to hear much about that on corporate television. You're not going to hear much about that in the United States Congress. We're the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people. 85 million of us are uninsured or underinsured. 60,000 die each year because we can't get to a doctor on time. That's the bad news. You know what the good news is? The insurance companies are making tens of billions of dollars every year denying you coverage. The drug companies charge us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. So how does it happen that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we're spending twice as much per capita as the people in other countries, and yet we have one of the worst outcomes, healthcare outcomes, of any country on earth? And it gets back to money in politics and the domination of big money, in this case insurance companies, drug companies, over the Republican and Democratic.
I want to try to get some more of our audience questions. Joel,
No, I know you do, but I want to talk about, no, I want to, sometimes these issues about health care, about income and wealth inequality are not talked about in the corporate media, and it's time that we did talk about them. That's why the question a moment ago, why are people losing faith in the American system? We don't talk about it on CNN. We don't talk about it in Congress. It's because they understand that a handful of billionaires exert enormous influence, and that has got to change. So when I'm running around the country with Alexandria and other people, what we are trying to do is demand that working class people begin to stand up and fight for their rights. There is no reason we should be the only major country not to have health care, not to have paid family and medical leave, et cetera, et cetera. Why we have the highest rate of childhood poverty, almost any major country.
I'm being
22% of our seniors living on $15,000 a year. Anybody here think that makes sense? All right, it doesn't. But you got to get CNN to talk about these issues. You got to get your members of Congress to talk about these issues.
Look at Anderson trying to steer the conversation away.
We're literally talking about it right now.
Yeah, but I'm forcing you to talk about it, Anderson.
Exactly. Anderson didn't want to talk about it. He tried to interrupt him like 3 times. Bernie's like, well, yeah, we're going to keep talking about this, actually. So shut up, Anderson.
How rude.
It's okay. Anderson deserves it. Let's go, Bernie. That's why CNN's always been afraid of having Bernie Sanders on their channel back in the 2016 election. He couldn't pay for time on CNN, and now here he is with much of the country behind what Bernie's messages are, watching their governmental institutions being dismantled. Speaking of dismantled governmental institutions... Actually, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna stall here. Whoa, why can I... What? Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, let's put this in here too. I meant to put this in here earlier. So we're gonna go to some fictional dismantling, since it is Sunday Funday. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with the little novel and or television show by the name of The Handmaid's Tale, but it is officially ending 5th season finale coming up, I believe, this year of The Handmaid's Tale. It's going to be over on Hulu, which basically is the world we're living in right now. Let's go here to, oh shit, I forget this dude's name. God, it's the guy who plays Nick. The wife of Offred. I mean, the wife of the husband of Offred. If you're familiar with any of the lore of this show. But the actor who plays Nick was doing a little press tour. Let's go here to the AP archive from yesterday. Team Luke versus Team Nick? What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone be on Team Luke?
To me, I'm almost confused by the question. On one side, you have someone who is loving and caring, who's a present father and has known you a long time. On the other, you have a person who's completely abdicated his role as a father. I don't even remember the last time he asked about his kid, let alone sent some diapers or some money for childcare. You've got a person who belongs to a fascistic regime who, by the way, okay, yeah, he's been nice to you, but how do you become so high up in that regime?
I'm sorry, I meant Nick. My brain is broken. It's been a second since I watched this show. Hold on. It's been a while since I either have actually watched this show in a while. Actually, I take that back. It's Nick. Nick is the bastard, and Luke is the good guy. He plays Luke. His name's O.T. How do you say this name? I actually don't know how to say his name. Fashbenley? God. I'm fairly certain I just ruined that.
To me, I'm almost confused by the question. On one side, you have someone who is loving and caring, who's a present father and has known you a long time. On the other, you have a person who's completely abdicated his role as a father. I don't even remember the last time he asked about his kid, let alone sent some diapers or some money for childcare. You've got a person who belongs to a fascistic regime who, by the way, okay, yeah, he's been nice to you, but how do you become so high up in that regime? Is it by baking pastries and making nice smoothies? No, you must be actively involved in the repression and oppression of innocent people.
Help! Help! I'm being
To
repressed!
say, oh, who do you think, which of these two characters? I find it befuddling, to be honest. I mean, sure, he looks great.
It is befuddling.
I'll say that much. And probably an amazing kisser. So that really does even out a lot.
It does. You're right. You're right. Fascist asshole, but good dresser. Snappy dresser. Now, if you're not familiar with The Handmaid's Tale, the lore behind this, let's watch a quick synopsis of what The Handmaid's Tale is about.
In Margaret Atwood's
Oh my
near
God, that's
future
loud.
novel, The Handmaid's Tale, a Christian fundamentalist regime called the Republic of Gilead has staged a military coup and established a theocratic government in the United States. The regime theoretically restricts everyone, but in
Theoretically.
practice, a few men have structured Gilead so they have all the power, especially over women. The Handmaid's Tale was published in 1985, when many conservative groups attacked the gains made by the second wave feminist movement. This movement had been advocating greater social and legal equality for women since the early 1960s. The Handmaid's Tale imagines a future in which the conservative counter-movement gains the upper hand and not only demolishes the progress women had made toward equality, but makes women completely subservient to men. Gilead divides women in the regime into distinct social classes based upon their function as status symbols for men. Even their clothing is color-coded. Women are no longer allowed to read or move about freely in public.
Illegal.
And fertile women are subject to state-engineered rape in order to give birth to children for the regime. The details of Gilead, which we've only skimmed the surface of, slowly come into focus through the eyes of its characters, mainly the novel's protagonist, Offred, a handmaid in the household of a commander. Before the coup that established Gilead, Offred had a husband, a child, a job, and a normal middle-class American life. But when the fundamentalist regime comes into power, Offred is denied her identity, separated from her family, and reduced to being, in Offred's words, a two-legged womb for increasing Gilead's waning population. She likens language to the formulation of identity. Her words also acknowledge the possibility of resistance. And it's resistance, the actions of people who dare to break the political, intellectual, and sexual rules that drives the plot of The Handmaid's Tale. Ultimately, the novel's exploration of the consequences of complacency and how power can be wielded unfairly makes Atwood's chilling vision of a dystopian regime ever relevant.
Even much more relevant than when that video was posted. We are basically living, I mean, this was 6 years ago, during Trump's first term that they put that video out. Now we are genuinely, in my estimation, living in this, I feel like some people have watched The Handmaid's Tale or read that book, although I'm fairly certain we know who's read it and who hasn't. But I feel like Republicans watch that show and see it as a model for what they should be doing. Because, I mean, if you look around us right now, if you've ever seen the show, much of the things that have been going on, that go on The Handmaid's Tale, are currently going on in our supposed democracy. Stuff like this. Forced birthers now being, propped up.
Women should vote? Yeah, for sure. So why don't you want them to have health care?
2% of what Planned Parenthood does is abortion.
This guy's even kind of dressed like
Say the
it.
rest of it. Wait, I love
Like
this.
these
one.
two-
Tell me that talking point.
I don't think this.
These two could literally be extras on The Handmaid's Tale right now. Like, quite literally. Oh my god.
Knows what do you know what abortion is?
So what's your issue with having women have pap smears? Do you hate women?
Yay! Yay! Fuck women! Yeah, fuck them!
We're counter-protesting the Planned Parenthood protest because women having health care is stupid.
Fuck the 19th Amendment!
Hey, do you think women should vote? Yeah, for sure. So why don't you want them to have health care?
Abortion's not health care.
Do you think that's all Planned Parenthood does?
It's majority of what
No, it's not. That's a lie. Do you normally come out to protest things you've done zero research on?
Planned Parenthood does not provide
The
health
guy's
care.
getting a little red over
Have
here
you
in the
guys heard of
face.
the Hyde Amendment?
Yeah, and
money is fungible, and so money that goes to Planned Parenthood, they can allocate directly towards abortion.
So you're claiming that they're just lying? Because this is a great way to defund women's health care. This case, amazing.
How do you define health care?
Okay, but if you look at the statistics as well, it's like you're not actually funding healthcare because they don't.
2% of what Planned Parenthood does is abortion.
What's the other 98%? Tell me.
What happens when you go to a gynecologist and get it? So you tell me the other 98%.
I love how this guy who's here to tell us about how Planned Parenthood, he literally just got done saying he's like, oh, what about the statistics? They're not. Oh, all they do is abortions. They don't do healthcare. Blah 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 blah. And then he's like, oh, well, can you tell me what they do? Because I actually didn't do any research. Whoopsies.
You know, my doctor actually told me when I went to the gynecologist that none of the women's healthcare stuff I needed could ever be provided by Planned Parenthood because I didn't want to.
Why would your doctor tell you that? Was your doctor an anti-Planned Parenthood? Why would a doctor ever say this?
Why would a doctor?
Is your doctor political?
If you live in a marginalized community, if you don't have regular access to health care.
That's a great point. Yeah. So actually, Planned Parenthood disproportionately kills.
Oh, here we go.
Actually, I love that.
Here we go.
Say the rest of it.
Yes,
Wait,
please.
I love this one. Tell me that talking point.
Planned Parenthood disproportionately ends the lives of Black and Latino babies. That's a fact. They're ending more lives, Black lives, than they are.
Says what I assume is a racist white man.
This one, right? No, because before we even talk about it, I don't think this guy knows what do you know what abortion is?
Yeah, it's ending the life of an unborn child.
Wrong.
What is a child?
A child is a human being that's in the womb. It can be out
that's not
of the
correct.
womb as well.
Yeah, a child's out of the womb.
Okay, so
you can laugh all you want. Hang on, ma'am. I'm talking to this guy. But science defines
Look at her on her
a
phone.
fetus and a child as two
feverishly.
different things. Are scientists stupid?
Look at her feverishly trying to do research. Like, I know I've seen an article on the Daily Wire somewhere that this proves all of this.
Science defines a fetus and a child as two different things. Are scientists stupid?
What does a fetus mean?
A fetus is in the womb. It's in utero.
A fetus is Latin for a
How
child.
many abortions happen under 15 weeks? What percentage?
I don't know, but most of them.
I know you don't know, but
most of them.
try to guess.
90,
what percentage?
I would say 99% of abortions.
That's a great fucking guess. 99% happen before. How many happen in the second and third trimester?
That would make less
1%.
Yeah.
And of those 1%, how many of them are medically necessary?
I would say
100%, because you don't know. So the answer is 100%. So watch this. 100% of abortions that happen after 15 weeks are medically necessary. Prior to 15 weeks, they are not children. Stop. Let me finish. They are not children, as you keep proclaiming. 99% of abortions 15 weeks or sooner. If you're telling me that a fetus in utero at 15 weeks is a child, then you fundamentally don't understand science and shouldn't be part of this conversation.
Okay,
Science.
Let me answer.
Yeah, let's go.
When you're saying that a fetus is not a child, can I ask you what is the most unique thing about you?
That I respect other people's health care.
Scientifically, what is the most unique thing about you as a human being?
Empathy.
No, scientifically.
So,
Scientifically. No, I want to. I hate science, but give me a science answer.
Question and then say scientifically, because you cannot scientifically come to an opinion-based question.
Okay, so here's my question.
Okay.
If every individual human being on this entire planet has a unique DNA, unique DNA, is ending that life with the DNA, is that
The
killing
DNA. Oh.
No.
She just loves DNA so much. Oh God. Oh, the lives of the DNA lives. No. No. Are my sound shots low? All right, maybe not. It's just. Sorry, I'm dealing with some stuff over here. I'm struggling with trying to maintain the proper levels right now and everything. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's go to see what Donald Trump has been doing. He's been getting up to some big-time man stuff. Save the DNA. We must end masturbation immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We must stop haircuts. We must stop Here's Donald Trump arriving in Miami, Florida to attend an event. What event? Let's find out.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
That's right, Donald Trump in Miami, Florida to attend UFC 314. Look, even somebody's even got a Trump flag. Look how excited they are. Yeah, look at me. I spent $50 on this flag. My hard-earned money to prove I'm a great cult member.
I gotta pump in some elderly man rock. Sorry, Mr. Kid Rock, whatever it's called.
Almost collecting Social Security rock. Gotta get some of that in there. Oh, look at that beautiful. Oh, is that Joe? Oh, Joe is so excited to see him. Oh, God. Joe Rogan's like, oh, God. Give me a big kiss, Daddy. Give me a big kiss. You just pat him on the belly. Ooh, your belly is looking good, Joe. You been eating good, buddy? Been eating good? He was almost going to give the fist. He was like, fist? No, wait. Now I'm going to do the fist. We have 50 likes. That's a lot of likes. Better do something about that immediately. Okay. Where now? Where to now? Oh, we're going to stay with UFC. We got some more tasty morsels of UFC action. Well, not action, really. Lack of action. Lack of action for Cheryl Hines specifically. The wife of RFK and co-star of Curbed. I'm almost ready to boycott Curbed.
Look at this crazy thought he's at the White House. The fights are on. It's pretty incredible. That's crazy. It's insane.
Poor Cheryl.
A moment from President Donald Trump's entrance into UFC 314 in Miami has gone viral after he appeared to ignore Cheryl Hines, wife of Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. In a video of the interaction, Trump was seen greeting RFK Jr., who was standing next to his wife. The Curb Your Enthusiasm star extended her arm to shake hands with the president, but instead, the 78-year-old walked away, leaving the actress visibly puzzled.
Look at this crazy thought he's at the White House. The fights are on. It's pretty incredible. That's crazy. It's insane.
You deserve that, Cheryl. You deserve that. Yay. Can't believe. I honestly. I used to respect Cheryl. Curbed is one of my favorite shows. Larry David is a hilarious man. Comedic genius. Cheryl is an integral part of that show. Now, she's out here shaking Trump's hand. It's disgusting. Maybe they should be focused on combating the measles outbreak that's going around. Now let's talk about the dudes that love UFC. CNN from 9 hours ago. This woman dated only far-right men for a year.
What you talking about?
Now let's find out. Divorce. She should divorce RFK. But apparently she's into it. I don't know. Oh, you deserve more emotional support than you have right now.
CNN's Donnie O'Sullivan got in the cage with former UFC star turned podcaster Jake Shields to explore the Manosphere and why exactly it's so popular.
They speak liberal, they have liberal friends, and then they go online and they are a white supremacist.
This is Vera Papasova. She spent the last year dating far-right men in New York City for a story for Cosmopolitan magazine.
They're the most insecure men I've ever sat down with. It was really difficult to have some of these dates because they were so insecure, because they don't really know who they are and they don't know how to figure that out.
She said the men she dated got all their news and information from the so-called Manosphere.
They did not listen to anything else. They're only listening to independent media, and they're only listening to men talking to men.
The Manosphere is made up of macho podcasters and influencers.
There's no such thing as an independent female.
Most women have zero concept of like money.
Females don't have independent thought.
It's a space where UFC fighters are among the...
You know, I find that very strange. I don't understand why. Because, I don't know, I have been involved in the martial arts scene a number of occasions in my life. Not going to go into too much detail on that, but, you know, I never found it important to actually take life advice or political or news-related like information around the world from people who just beat each other in the head all the time, and just doesn't seem like the best source to go to. I feel like maybe I'm the only one who thinks that, but yeah, I mean, come on guys, you can do martial arts and also get your news from a regular place rather than from a bunch of psycho idiots. Hot man-on-man discourse.
They love the UFC guys. They love the MMA guys because those guys do what they can. They're modern.
But why listen to Joe Rogan for
you
know?
They're badass.
Badass like Jake Shields, a former UFC star turned podcast.
Let me go back here.
They love the UFC guys. They love the MMA guys because those guys do what they can. They're modern gladiators. They're badass.
Badass like Jake Shields, a former UFC star turned podcaster.
Sorry. Now I'm starting to feel nervous. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course.
Who I met at an MMA gym in Las Vegas.
Like all great MMA pros. I've never hit anyone in my life.
I'm not punching back. Hit me. No, I sit right here. KO.
This is CNN. Do you miss being full-time pro, like in terms of?
Yeah, you know, of course I miss it. To go from professional athlete, which is the highest of highs.
This dude's got some serious cauliflower ear.
Yeah, the podcast has helped.
Holy shit! Look at those things.
If you just go from the most amazing career where you're famous and spotlights to all of a sudden you're a nobody.
Sure.
Like other podcasters in the Manosphere, Jake regularly hosts controversial guests.
And I named the podcast "Fighting Back." I feel like we have to fight back what we're told we're allowed to do. I just don't like to be told you're not allowed to talk to this person. Like, why can't I talk to him? I'm not saying I agree with his ideology, but I should hear what he has to say.
He's hosted the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
Today I have a very, very special guest, Dr. David Duke. I knew you're controversial, but I had no idea how controversial.
And Thomas Russo,
Why not?
the leader of the
Are you
white
that
supremacist
stupid?
group Patriot Front.
Let's go where we disagree a little bit.
Yes, sure.
Let's hit race, because you're a white-only group?
So the organization only allows people of American ethnicity, and all Americans, I believe, come from Europe, so they're white.
The true heirs of the American spirit fight on!
Yeah, no, I understand and talk to these guys, but I've also not brought anyone hateful. If I do, I'm going to be really, really on top of them.
But so you saying that you haven't brought someone hateful on, right? People will say, well, you brought on the Grand Wizard of the KKK, you brought on Patriot Front.
Yeah.
They're hateful.
Yeah, I think those are excellent questions, but people go and watch the actual interview.
That really wasn't a
They'd
question.
be like, oh, this guy's not near as hateful as if I expect it.
But Vera says hate isn't what the men she
This guy
dated
is
were.
such an idiot that he's incapable of understanding that the Ku Klux Klan is hateful. This level of idiocy just truly it goes over my head. Like, I don't understand how you get that dumb. You have to be extra stupid.
if I expect it.
But Vera says hate isn't what the men she dated were really looking for.
One of these guys brought me to a political meeting.
And did they talk about politics?
Barely. They talked about, it was a bunch of men complaining about girlfriends and wives, regurgitating Andrew Tate type of advice about how to train your girlfriend, how to train your wife to be submissive. And so this group was supposed to be a political group, but they're talking about relationship problems.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And the fact that that's what most of the time was spent on, you don't need to be a neo-Nazi. You need therapy.
Exactly. You just need therapy, buddy. That's really what's going on here. Oh my god. Just missed a bunch of super chats. Alright, Pitchfork's Dragon first. In my personal opinion, if only men think something is cool, it's fucking definitely not. Series towards the confetti. What are we shooting for the confetti right now? Is that the plan? We're gonna try and actually get the confetti today. Hey, I'm into it. I'm into the plan. If that's what everybody wants to do, I'll keep the goal up until we complete the confetti. But I will at once we hit the actual requisite. That's what I'll do. I'll keep the goal up, but at some point, if we cross over it, I'll at least, even if we don't complete the confetti goal, I'll at least make it so that we've in theory in practice we've completed it. Towards the confetti, indeed. Confetti goal, por favor. Thank you, all of you. Wow, it's a lot of super chats in a row right there. Technically, I'm just going to point this out. We're at 4 of 5. I will keep it up if we really wanted the confetti, which I keep forgetting to do my own manual confetti goals. All right, let's move away from this aspect of the Manosphere and let's go to a different one. Some other sporting events. Donald Trump has been very busy this week, not just with the trade war, but just having himself a ball, just going around. Oh shit, Tracy Eva with a super chat. Confetti, just straight up, just one word, confetti. All right, I see it. I see you, chat. We've completed the goal. That's a fact. Whoa. Hello. There we go. Lost audio there for a second. Thank you, Tracy. But yeah, we just completed the goal. But if we want more confetti, if we want the first confetti, actually, not the more confetti. We've never had confetti on this stream. We need one more super chat. And there it is. Oh my god, we did it. Oh, wow. Boa Noep coming in immediately with a super chat. Columbia Rican confetti, we did it. We did it. It's true. It's the first time we've ever achieved an actual goal here. For you, I wonder what YouTube will do. Will they shower us with? I feel like we deserve to be showered with real confetti at this point. Wow. Appreciate all of you. That was beautiful. I agree. It was gorgeous. Never seen that before. A galactic first, everyone. You deserve at least one of these. Truly unseen before in this galaxy. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. So beautiful. All right. By the way, how are we doing on likes right now while I'm sitting here? Before we go to the next one. We got 7 new space subs? Let's go. Let's go. All right. All right. Oh, what the fuck? Why are we? Why are we doing? What? Okay, I think the confetti must have blown a fuse over here or something. Not literally. Something happened. Okay, here we go. We're back. We're back. Wow, I feel accomplished. You should also feel accomplished. It's the first time we've ever actually achieved that goal. They should just include the super stickers. I don't know what the difference is to YouTube. Why they want you to type in a message more than they want you to pick a sticker. The stickers are great. And I don't know what anybody has against stickers over there at YouTube, considering they created them themselves. Would it kill you to add a little more cowbell? I don't have any cowbell. Do we need cowbell? Is that a thing? Should we have cowbell soundtrack? I'm getting distracted by all the fun. It is Sunday fun day after all. Alright. What was I saying? Oh, right. Donald Trump has been very busy waging war against all of our allies and supposed foes. But he's had a lot of time going to UFC events, playing golf, even going to NASCAR to meet with some racing champions. Was this NASCAR or was this Formula One? I honestly don't know. I did not watch this. I figured it was low enough stakes. I didn't need to know much about this. Donald James in here with another super chat. Just because we're waiting for confetti does not mean we're done yet. And I sound great. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. It's good to have some confirmation that this mic is sounding good. It is Formula One. I had a feeling. Or maybe it's not just Formula One. I just saw a stock car in there too. Hold on. We don't need to watch outside the White House. That's very unnecessary. Get me to... We have to celebrate. I love how we went from celebrating Tesla, which is supposedly a green company, to bringing out these Formula One vehicles that all run on gasoline. Clearly there was no ideological motive for him to bring out Teslas. All had to do with just making sure Elon could sell cars. Look at all the confetti in chat. It's glorious. So we brought everybody out here for this event. We needed all these guys out here. Who are these idiots even? I bet they're like oil executives or something. All standing here diligently waiting for the king. Please, King, grace us with your presence. Yeah, I did see a stock car in here. Called it. Drill, baby, drill. Great, clean oil. It's very good for the environment. People don't understand how good it is. Yeah, I love how it's become a used car dealership out here at the White House. Where is Donald? He's leaving these, whatever, dudes in suits out here for quite a while. Where's the Trumpster? I'm busy eating a Big Mac with fries and a very large Coke. fed to me by a slave. Wow, 40 minutes of these dudes just standing here, twiddling their thumbs in suits in hot DC weather.
How rude.
That's the whole point. Wouldn't be surprised.
How long does this take for Donald Trump to get out? I'm sorry, chat. I did not watch this at all. Mostly because it's just Sunday Funday fodder, really. Look at this guy. All the medals and the, what do you call those little tassels? I think there's a specific word for a military tassel. I can't think of what it is. How deep are we in this? 45 minutes. Is that Trump? Here I am. I'm here. I'm coming. Look, it's hard for me. I'm like 90 years old. It's hard for me to walk. Okay. The tulips look good. All red. Okay, that's... I think we've had enough of this. Does he say anything? He does. Okay, let's see what he had to say. Here we are. Here's the Trumpy. Here we go. Look at these beautiful cars. Great, beautiful... I don't drive, but I hear it's fun.
He won 2 more since then. So that was like 5
What's up with the audio?
and he won 2 more
No audio?
then. And just well deserving. If you look,
So-
Germany, Japan,
Come on, Associated Press.
the countries they spent. It was a great honor.
You know, it would be hilarious.
Welcome them to the White House. especially-
Welcome them to the White House. I know nobody can hear this. Let's move it along. But it would be hilarious if, like, all right, we were told by the judge that we have to allow the Associated Press back to the White House, but they didn't say we have to let them use microphones. No microphones for you. Only video. Not allowed to hear what the great king has to say. All right, let's go to some other sports news. Here's CTV from 3 days ago. Will Lionel Messi play at the BC Place? What's the BC Place? Any Canadians in chat? What's the place? Why would you name something the place? It just doesn't make sense. The video's not moving? Are we... Oh no, are we lagging? Why are we lagging? Son of a bitch.
Can you believe Tristan Black?
We are lagging. We are lagging.
Can you believe? Can you believe?
I can't believe it. Now shut up. Son of a bitch, why are we doing this? That was random. Okay, let's try this again. The Place, British Columbia. Will Lionel Messi play? We must know.
Tristan Blackman with one of the biggest goals in club history for Vancouver Whitecaps.
It took stoppage time in the second match of a 2-game series, but the Whitecaps have pulled off the improbable, beating Mexican giants Pumas to book a semi-final showdown with Inter Miami. It's a 2-leg series with the first match on April 24th at BC Place.
It's basically the equivalent of the Champions League semi-final. We are basically at the same stages as what's happening in Europe. It's the 4 best teams in CONCACAF, or basically North America. Effectively, it's the best soccer, sort of local soccer you can get.
But it's not just any semi-final. It could feature Lionel Messi, viewed by many fans as the greatest soccer player of all time. And while he ducked out of coming for a regular season match last year, with this being a semi-final, there's hope he'll play this time.
To miss a semi-final cup tie, half of it anyway, I would be blown away.
But again, given their treatment of their star player and how much they coddle him and want to make sure that he's healthy for the biggest of matches, they might just hold him back for the home match. I would put that at a small percentage point.
Wow.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Lionel Messi can't play all games? Come on. I thought he was the best soccer player on the planet. He's going to hold out on British Columbia. Well, sorry, Canada. You may or may not get to see Lionel Messi. All right. Let's go to some other sports-related stuff. Historical sports stuff. CBS Evening News from 5 days ago. Reporter's Notebook. What MLB legend Hank Aaron's life can teach us about staying the course.
Hank Aaron helps me keep my eye on the ball.
Realized something.
Not to see, but to know where to look. A story that illustrates that. During the 1958 World Series, when Aaron stepped to the plate for the Milwaukee Braves, Yankee catcher Yogi Berra. Hank Aaron helps me keep my eye on the ball.
We have a galactic issue. Something is going very wrong. It's not lag. Something else. It was very awkward. My mouth wasn't moving when I was talking. All right, let's take two. Back to the baseball and the history.
Hank Aaron helps me keep my eye on the ball. Not to see, but to know where to look. A story that illustrates that. During the 1958 World Series, when Aaron stepped to the plate for the Milwaukee Braves, Yankee catcher Yogi Berra tried to get in his head. That's not unusual in baseball. Yogi said, "Hank, turn the bat around so you can read the label." Aaron ignored him. Yogi kept at it. "Turn the bat around." Finally, Aaron said, "I didn't come up here to read. I came up here to hit." And hit he did. 16 years later, on this day in 1974, Hank Aaron passed Babe Ruth's lifetime home run record. I hold on to the story of Aaron's focus at the plate in 1958 because distraction is everywhere in our lives, selling us something, hijacking our attention, misdirecting public concern with outrage theater. Aaron's line cuts through all of that. Its power comes from the story of Aaron's life. Excellence under constant pressure. Aaron was born in the segregated South. He started playing pro ball before Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat. He endured all the racist bilge that came with that era of American life, including physical threats. His kids had police escorts at school. The FBI wouldn't let him open his mail for years. As he approached the home run milestone, the vulgar messages increased. So did the threats on his life. He stayed focused. "I never doubted my ability," he wrote, "but when you hear all your life that you're inferior, it makes you wonder if the other guys have something you've never seen." Hank Aaron wasn't free of doubt. He just knew how to swing through it.
That's right, chat. With all of the trials and tribulations of life, always remember to swing through those doubts and apprehensions. Let's talk some more sports-related stuff. LeBron James has been officially named the first male athlete to get his own Ken doll. That's right, Barbie's going to get to hang out with LeBron.
What you talking about?
No, I'm not making that up. About to have a LeBron James Ken doll. Here we go. CBS Philadelphia.
Move over, Ken. LeBron James is the first male athlete to be part of the new Ken-Bassador line of Barbie dolls. A message on the back of the box says a true MVP, or LeBron James Ken-Bassador's doll, represents resilience, hope, and pride for the city of Akron, the world, and beyond. James says partnering with Barbie was an opportunity to recognize the powerful impact of role models who instill confidence, inspire dreams, and show kids that they too can achieve greatness.
Here you go, people. Are you value-tained yet?
Are you not entertained?
Seriously though, who came up with
another beautiful day here at Augusta National? Peters, 3 under.
You do not do that. Uh-oh, I think Donald Trump's gonna issue an executive order any minute now against that Ken-Bassador doll. All right, now let's talk golf. That's right, golf, lads. The Masters. Another beautiful day on the Augusta National. Looks like he's got about a 5-iron. Uh-oh. Why are we doing this? Looks like he's got about a 5-iron. 150 yards. The great Cinderella Kid. Oh, he got a hold of that one.
Another beautiful day here at Augusta National. Peters, 3 under. Gorgons, 5 under. And f*** me, I am down $750 grand on a bunch of Chinese call options. God fucking... Absolutely beautiful swing here. Unlike the sudden swing in the yen, which cost me my beach house and my marriage, which I'll be honest, really hinged on the beach house. Heartwarming footage of Schimmelman out of practice range this morning with his young son, and to my own son, Alan, we can no longer afford Vanderbilt, but there are some really solid programs in state. Really, what he's got to be aware of is the slight gradient in the putting surface here. Because, you know, sometimes you don't look ahead, and suddenly you're just careening off the edge into a pit of loneliness and despair and loss. Andre's on the approach here, gonna try to get this one over the water. And if anyone knows how to get 8 million ironing boards across the South China Sea without having their f***ing balls chopped off, please call me. Fred's playing a difficult shot from the sand here. Playing in the sand. Something I'll never do again. I'll miss that beach house. Laura, if you're listening, call me.
Laura!
Laura! Laura! Okay, so that was good work. A guy that we go to often on Sunday fun days for the extra value-tainment, doing a fake announcer having seemingly a breakdown over losing millions of dollars on the stock market after Donald Trump's
tens
tariffs.
Of thousands of runners will take part in a favorite Philadelphia tradition.
I'm talking
this year, 6ABC is the proud media partner of the Independence Blue.
There we go. Now you've done it. Good job. What was I saying? Ah, yes. That was a fake golf announcer having a meltdown over those Trump tariffs. All right, let's talk about a different sports-related story that also involves a little bit of baking. 6ABC Philadelphia from 5 days ago. One woman going to great lengths to get into that IBX Broad Street run.
Well, 26 days from today, tens of thousands of runners will take part in a favorite Philadelphia tradition. This year, 6ABC is the proud media partner of the Independence Blue Cross Broad Street Run, the largest 10-mile race anywhere in America. And with so many people from so many walks of life eager to join in, the lottery system to score a bib has gotten almost as competitive as the race itself. Action News reporter Caroline Goggin met one woman who went to very different lengths to get one.
Thousands of people apply to race here on Broad Street every May, but not everyone gets a bib through the lottery. And when one local woman didn't, she got creative in order to find a way to run.
So first, we get our bowl.
At the counter in her kitchen, inside her home in Roxborough, Melissa Morazis is perfecting the art of the carb.
I really love bread. I love carbs.
So in 2022, she started making her own. She's experimented with different ingredients and variations.
That's making me hungry.
And this is the toughest part, is patience.
And now she's created her own recipe for success, one that is quite literally fueling her other passion, running.
I was a runner in Philadelphia, actually, born and raised, did track and cross country.
She's participated in various races in the city, and in 2014, she ran her first Broad Street.
It's people wall to wall from the starting line all the way to the finish line in the Navy Yard. It's incredible.
After that first 10 miles, Merazis was hooked. She's run the race almost every year since. But this year, for the first time, she didn't get a bib to run through the Independence Blue Cross Broad Street Run Lottery. So from her kitchen, she baked up a backup plan.
I found some photos of some of my recent breads, and I was just like, well,
Stop making me so goddamn hungry.
Like bread for Broad Street bibs.
It became a Facebook post that she shared in several local groups. While no one took her up on her offer to exchange bread for a bib, she did get an offer from the Headstrong Foundation, a nonprofit based in Delaware County.
So we're actually raising money for the families of those affected by cancer.
It's a cause that's near and dear to her heart. 2 years ago, Merazis lost her aunt to an aggressive form of brain cancer. Now, she'll run the race for her.
Broad Street's a celebration, and to do, to kind of mix these two things together, it feels really lovely, and it feels like my aunt would have been there, cheering me on, but also she's going to be there anyway.
Just like she did when she ran the Philadelphia Marathon last fall, Merazis will run the Independence Blue Cross Broad Street Run with her aunt's ashes in a pendant tied to her sneaker. Right now, she is busy fundraising for the Headstrong Foundation, and she's busy training for the 10-miler, fueled by bread.
Fueled by bread. Give me that. Give me some of that. I need to make bread over here. Hell yeah. This woman, undeterred by her inability to win in the auction, the lottery, whatever they call it. Get that bib to go on that marathon run. Instead, taking to some unconventional carb-related methods. Even those didn't work. But one charity decided to take her up. Let's talk about another strong woman looking to revive a different part of culinary tradition. CBS News from yesterday. Indigenous chef revives and reclaims Native American food. Did I hurt people's ears? Are the sound shots too loud? Are the sound shots too loud? Okay, hold on. I'll lower them. If someone, one in chat, if the sound shots are too loud right now. I don't know why, but the volume doesn't sound right to me. I'll try and figure that out in between now and our next stream. I'm just not able to tell how loud they are. I hope everyone's ears are fine. Not seeing a lot of ones in chat. Are we good? Or is it bad or good? Twos in chat if it's fine. One if it's bad. That maybe we need a multiple choice here. Sounds fine? Okay. Okay, never mind then. Put the volume back where it was. Alright. Back to that story.
This morning on The Dish, Indigenous food warrior Crystal Wapipa. While she may be self-titled, there may be no better word to describe her than warrior. The James Beard finalist is a leader in advocating for Native American food sovereignty, which is the right of Indigenous people to produce their own traditional foods on their own lands. And as we saw firsthand, for Wapipa, reestablishing Native food systems is an inherent calling.
We all come from all different backgrounds. If you think about who's the first caretakers of this land and what is the first foods of this land, our foods has been pretty much wiped out.
Standing on the shoulders of her ancestors, Indigenous chef Crystal Wapipa has dedicated her life's work to to reviving and reclaiming Native American foods.
People ask, what is reclaiming? Reclaiming is where we can actually have our own seeds, to grow these seeds and to harvest them, to feed the community.
When you first say to people native foods or indigenous foods, what are those? Because I think some people don't necessarily know.
Yeah, no, they don't. Food from this land all throughout North America and what we represent.
Right.
Tomatoes originated from here. We have our berries, things like that.
Surrounded by vineyards in California's Sonoma Valley.
This is a farm that was given back to the Native people, and it's native-led.
This nearly 8-acre plot was secured through the native-led nonprofit, the Cultural Conservancy. For Wapipa, the land has become an agricultural lifeline, giving her a communal space to grow offerings like heirloom beans.
As you can see right here.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
A small representation of her efforts to get native foods onto new plates.
What are
Acorn,
some of the
squash,
things that I'm going to
pumpkins.
taste when I'm at the restaurant?
Oh, you're definitely
Gourds.
gonna have
Sorts.
the Buffalo Creek winter squash.
One of the gourds that has fed her tribe for centuries, now celebrated at her Oakland-based restaurant.
Love that. Love that. I love that mural.
Fed her tribe for centuries.
Indigenous food warriors.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Now celebrated at her Oakland-based restaurant, Wapipa's Kitchen. Among the first restaurants dedicated to serving indigenous foods, using a modern table to reintroduce traditional native fare.
So we have the Three Sisters veggie bowl, and then you just kind of mix it together. This represents strength.
Goddamn.
Because how the beans, corn, and squash are.
All these stories are making me super hungry right now. Yeah, this is a super important thing. Not just for the fact that, you know, it's part of giving back a tiny portion of the land back to indigenous Americans, but also because our food supply continues to become less and less diverse. And we need this all over the place, not just here. You know, we need to embrace diversity of food. Unfortunately, people like Monsanto have been doing the exact opposite to us. All right, I'm sorry. We could watch the whole thing if it wasn't making me incredibly hungry right now. I'm sorry, chat. All right, let's go to another strong woman whose car is about to become a piece of art. ABC 13 Houston from 2 days ago. Beyonce's halftime show car headed to the art car parade.
The annual Houston Art Car Main Street Drag, one of the crazy fun events every year. It's a chance for these awesome artists to show off their rolling pieces of artwork all over the city.
This is just about my favorite event of all of them because it is really doing that community outreach, so bringing the work to the people.
Traveling to schools and centers and hospitals. It's just so fortunate that all these people come from all around the globe to really share this experience.
It is the best feeling in the world. Yes, we go to all the schools, nursing homes.
Godzilla?
Well, this car goes
Oh
to
my
the
God, it was a Ghostbusters
It was a
truck.
texture to be able to touch the car and feel it.
So many cool cars and designs again this year. Leading the way, the Beyonce lack. The custom white
The
Cadillac
Beyonce lack?
convertible
Is that the
Beyonce
official
rode
term
into
for it?
NRG Stadium for her Christmas Day concert. It's the prized possession of owner Bernard Johnson from Texan Wired Wheels.
How come from here and riding out actual car and that's why we got the name the Beyonce lag because man, it's like nobody sits in the back of this car, nobody, but Carl Lewis.
UH legend Carl Lewis, this year's Art Car Parade Grand Marshal.
My best friend did a lot of choreography and directing with Beyonce and Destiny's Child, so he's going to get a kick out of knowing that I'm riding that car.
D15, D26s.
Johnson, he's ready to show off his slab cars and their swangers in Saturday's parade.
Slab culture started in Houston, so to be able to, these cars to us are art.
Oh yeah.
So to put out art on TV in front of the whole world, you know, it's a big thing, man.
Bob.
There you go, people. The Beyonce lack is going to make an appearance at the Houston Art Car Parade. Okay, let's go to some other entertainment-related news. To Broadway, where stars are hitting the red carpet. The opening night, I think it's at Broadway, of Good Night and Good Luck.
Oh, it was fun. It's fun to be up there. You know,
What is happening to the sound?
We were partners for 40
Why
some
can't I
years.
hear it?
The thing about George is, you know, everybody thinks that it's all easy for him. And, you know, Murrow had this thing, he had the weight of the
Okay, that's bad. I can't. I assume people can hear this, right? It's not just me? Because I'm also seeing levels coming through here, but I'm not getting anything. Come on.
So, but with age, George he's gotten some of that, and now it really works.
George, right here.
They just wanted to be a life support system for these words.
What
these
is
ideas
going
of
on?
This.
Oh, it's switching.
And what
Oh,
Murrow-
no, I know what it is.
What Murrow was able to
Oh,
look
it's on
into
the
the
left
eye
channel.
of the camera and
There we go.
communicate.
Now I can hear it.
Right here? Yeah. Can I get you right here? Bill up top like that.
Being a journalist, is it about speaking the truth like the play says?
Well, what I think is the job we do is more important now than ever before. And I think that this is just going to be an example and a reminder of why what we do matters.
That's it.
Right here? Right over here?
Leslie up top like that, wait.
We all grew up in the shadow of Edward R. Murrow. He inspired CBS News completely, totally.
Good night, good night. And
Pierce Brosnan's even there. 007.
And Jennifer up top.
J-Lo. Wow, look at that dress. Oh my god.
Everybody right here.
Right up here, Matthew.
Riley right here. Set up. Right here, guys.
Right up top, please, up top.
Everyone get one.
And Richard up here.
Well, it was a message played back when they wrote it, and it's more timely today.
Jake right here.
It was very straightforward.
Even Jake Tapper is
and
there, of
almost
course.
quaint in a way, and I think that is what is important for us in journalism to do today.
And up top like that.
And Rachel Maddow. Everybody's here.
One more up top.
Okay. Yeah, the Good Night and Good Luck show is now open on Broadway about the news anchor of radio and I think screen, right? Edward R. Murrow, right? He was, oh God, this is before my time technically by quite a bit. I actually meant to put in a different video in here. I don't know how, what happened to that one? Whatever. All right, let's go on to some other stuff, entertainment related. Hollywood is hoping for a big summer in the box office. Here's Reuters from earlier this week. I need another drink.
As the summer season approaches, Hollywood is hoping its lineup of blockbusters will give the industry a much-needed boost. Ticket sales in the United States and Canada are running 11% behind the same point last year, according to ComScore data, and remain below pre-pandemic levels. Here's Comscore's senior movie analyst, Paul DeGarabedian.
You're literally in that 18 weeks this summer, that accounts for 40% of the domestic full-year box office. So it's a vitally important time for theaters.
Cinemas face competition from at-home streaming services such as Netflix, but it's hoped the Formula One movie, F1, scheduled for June and starring Brad Pitt, will mirror the $1.5 billion success of Top Gun Maverick in the summer of 2022.
What audiences seem to want is the familiar, even though a lot of people decry the lack of originality. I mean, really you have to look far and wide to find one, but F1, the Formula One movie with Brad Pitt, directed by Joe Kosinski, who directed Top Gun Maverick, that for me is like an original IP blockbuster in the making. So that's really cool. And
yeah, is it? Okay, if you say so. Now, it might be hard for those box office sales to do as well as these movie execs want if the entire economy implodes.
China!
But hey, you know, I guess you can stay optimistic. Alright, let's talk about the film industry in Hawaii. Keihan 2 News from 3 days ago. Big changes could be coming for Hawaii's film industry, and they aren't good. Oh no. Damn you, Hawaii, what have you done? Oh.
A bill aimed at boosting Hawaii's film industry may actually push productions away. An industry expert warns it sends the wrong message.
Oh. I'm sorry, hold on. Before we get to this one, I was just notified by one of our mods that we have more likes than we have emotional support characters. That's not right.
That's too much, man!
No, actually, it's not enough. Oh, 15. Okay. I'm gonna turn this down slightly over here at my end. Back to Hawaii.
A bill aimed at boosting Hawaii's film industry may actually push productions away. An industry expert warns it sends the wrong message. Even the lawmaker who introduced it is having second thoughts. Jen Boniza explains.
You're looking right, Gert. This is the real deal.
Rescue High Surf, Hawaii Five-0, White Lotus, Magnum P.I., and countless other series and movies have been filmed in Hawaii.
They continually marketed Hawaii the best way they possibly could.
Be camera, Mark. But in recent years, there have been fewer productions. Senator Linda Coit had hoped to change that. By supporting the industry, she says generates income, promotes tourism, and creates jobs for local residents.
Our investment of $50 million has come back to us in about $116 million in taxes, about $1 billion in spend. Take less than $50 million, and you got about $66 million in monies back to our general budget.
DeCoit introduced a bill meant to sweeten the pot, encouraging productions to film here with additional tax incentives. SB 732 initially increased the tax break from $50 million to $60 million, had language to include streaming productions, and redesignated the industry as manufacturing, which lowered the GE tax by 4%.
How does giving tax breaks hurt the movie industry? I don't understand. It's very confusing.
Union president of IATSE, representing production crew members, says recent amendments stripped it.
Oh, I just remembered. Sorry, I didn't even watch this one because it's not the highest stakes, but now I get it. It's not about whether or not it's good for the film industry. It's bad for Hawaii. Ah, yes, because Hawaii is going to be getting a whole lot less tax revenue from these things. Come on. Come on! I think these film execs are making enough money as it is. They can afford cameras like this. I mean, where is it? Where's this fucking camera? That thing? Look that up. Go look that up how much that costs. It's a lot. I'll tell you right now. And I'm not even talking about the lenses or the gear that's attached to that thing. I'm just talking about that tiny box in the back there, the BRE. Someone go look that up for me. Tell me how much that cost. I mean, I know, but you do it. You tell me. It's a lot. It's in the six figures.
The union president of IATSE, representing production crew members, says recent amendments stripped it bare.
If it is passed in its current form, it may be devastating towards our industry.
He says it would now repeal the tax program, add a 1/6 annual reduction of the $50 million spending cap.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, no. We're losing our tax breaks. So sad. Okay. Now let's go to Montana. Where they're just giving out money to filmmakers, apparently. Here's NBC Montana from 3 days ago. Grants awarded to productions filmed in Montana.
Montana Department of Commerce announces a film grant funding will be awarded to 29 filmed in Montana productions. More than $1.5 million in grant funding will be distributed to film on location productions throughout the state. Grants were awarded to eligible projects in 3 different categories. The funding comes from the Department of Commerce's Big Sky Film Grant. For a full list of those productions that received funding, head over to our homepage at NBCMontana.com.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We don't have time for that. All right, let's go to some other productions. This time, back to the stage. Bunny Girl comes to Rochester, New York. News 8 WROC Rochester from 3 days ago. Go Web Go.
On stage this week at the West Her Auditorium Theater, it's Funny Girl, the bittersweet musical comedy. The story of Fanny Bryce, a girl from the Lower East Side who dreamed of a life on stage, faced a lot of skeptics, doubters, but she became a beloved performer. Our guest, one of the stars, David Foley Jr., playing as Tom Keeney in the show. Glad to have you in here. Welcome to Rochester.
To be here. Thank you.
The last stop of this tour as well.
Last stop. We've been out on the road since summer of 23, and we are finally here in Rochester, giving audiences their last chance to see our big show.
What will people learn from this if they're not too familiar with her incredible life?
Yeah, you're going to learn the story of Fanny Bryce, who was a real person. She was a comedian and a singer in the vaudeville era. She was a woman who broke through glass ceilings to become a star at a time when women weren't really on that end of the performing business. They were more the showgirls. So you're going to see her life, you're going to see her fall in love, and you're going to laugh a lot along the way.
And she, during her time, was highest paid.
Oh yeah, highest paid performer of her day. She was a headliner in the Ziegfeld Follies, which was the height of entertainment back then.
Who is Mr. Keeney?
Mr. Keeney is the owner of Keeney's Theater. He's the first guy to give Fanny a job, and at first he doesn't want to give her that job. He thinks she's all wrong for the biz, that she's not the right look.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
She really turns him around on that and makes a believer out of Keeney.
What's your...
That's right, Fanny Bryce, a Gilded Age woman, actor, performer. And you can go, and if you're in the area, check this show out for a little bit of fun in the theater. Wait, I meant to put this here. Why is this? I screwed this up. Oh shit, I need to do something. Sorry, chat. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the delay, chat. Speaking of the Gilded Age, some people in New York City right now are celebrating 100 years of The Great Gatsby. CBS New York from Thursday.
A big bash today to celebrate the 100th anniversary of F. Scott Fitzgerald's novel, The Great Gatsby. Book lovers and jazz fans all decked out for a roaring 20s party in Midtown. The book, published in 1925, was set in the Jazz Age on Long Island, and it was initially a sales flop. But over the decades, it's turned into a literary favorite.
Amazing book that in 100 years has just captivated all kinds of audience. 100 years ago, popular now. It can transcend time, no matter who you are. The themes of Gatsby, you can relate to it.
The Great Gatsby has sold over 30 million copies and continues to sell more than 500,000 copies every year.
Yes, indeed. It's been 100 years since F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote that book, and now people are celebrating it for some reason. I mean, it is good. It is a good book. And the movie, too. I'm a big fan. Okay. Now let's go on to a different celebration of sorts at the Kennedy Center. Tamagawa University Dance and Taiko Group on the Millennium Stage earlier this week. This was, I think, Thursday as well. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I just figured we'd get a few minutes of it. A little bit of musical enjoyment here on this Sunday Fun Day. We do, unfortunately, now have to take a break because we just blew through the first one. 2 hours up already. Is it really true? I'm having so much fun, I almost didn't notice how much time we've already gone through here. So yeah, we'll be right back to it after these short space messages. I do hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon too so you get the latest Galactic notifications and don't miss a single one of these episodes of this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. We're still trying to get our way to 18 emotes, which we so deserve. We're not that far away last time I checked, but I didn't check today, so I don't know where we're actually at on that one. We also have Twitch, bits, subscriptions, and on-screen celebrations over there. Not only all of that, but we also have Cash App and PayPal if you prefer none of that money go to Jeffy Bezos or YouTube and rather have every single dollar and cent that you contribute go to producing this stream. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. That's right. Galactic patrons are afforded a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get yourself an avatar on stream, hanging out at the pool, maybe the bar, the lake, even in the streets. All up to you. As long as you become a patron, you are really the decider on that. I'm not going to go through all the benefits. I recommend you just go onto the website, click that link in the chat or in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Alright, chat, well that's going to be it for the space messages. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink and maybe a snack. I'll be right back. Well, Jan, I think you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest galactic content. Alright, where do we leave off? Well, if sports, theater, music, and art aren't your thing, well, maybe you like to play dress up. I know one lady does. Kristi Noem, Secretary of the DHS. She's been playing a whole lot of dress up lately. Here's MSNBC from 2 days ago. Every day is Halloween. Kristi Noem turns DHS role into a costume parade. Yeah. Yep, that's what's happening. 100%.
We are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll.
Oh my God.
Go out and we have somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking.
Did you see this guy's face?
Earlier had an op-ed.
Oh my God, did you see this guy's face? She's got this... She's got this, like, whatever this is, like this Remington AR-15 pointed at this guy's... straight at this guy's face. I just want to go back here where he awkwardly looks down at the gun like, is that thing loaded? You have the safety on?
Brian today, they're letting me roll. Then we're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is
Looks directly into the barrel.
trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
As the Trump administration continues to pursue its deportation policies, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has really taken the show on the road since her confirmation. Every week she appears somewhere new, posing for action scenes with Border Patrol or ride-alongs with ICE agents, always in full costume with the latest in tactical fashion, bulletproof vests, and a $50,000
She does have a lot of
gold
fun
watch
outfits, doesn't she?
She's been taking some heat for this particular photo op in which she is holding
Gotta
an
make
assault
fascism
rifle
fun,
with the
you
barrel
know.
pointed dangerously at the officer next to her.
He
You
seems
don't
fine.
really want to be standing there that way. But if you've been paying attention, this is how she has run the department so far. Like her visit to that El Salvador mega prison, posing with the men lined up shirtless behind her while she poses for the worst Rolex ad ever. But as Noem is out doing dress up, her department is doing some really scary things, like apparently sending plainclothes agents to elementary schools to perform what they claim were wellness checks on undocumented students. DHS officers told the schools that students' families had not given them permission for the contact. But according to the school superintendent, quote, they declared to the principals in both instances the caretakers of these students have authorized them to go to the school. We have confirmed that is a falsehood. Congressman Robert Garcia is a Democrat of California who represents the two schools DHS agents went to.
All right, that's enough. But yeah, Kristi Noem going around dressing up because you can't play the part if you don't dress the part, you know. And thankfully, she's got a closet full of these costumes, apparently. All right, now one woman has made quite a buzz for not wearing any clothes. NBC Bay Area from 2 days ago. San Francisco unveils massive new sculpture near the ferry building. She's gunning for the Cheney upgrade. Okay, that's funny. That is funny, right? That's comedy. Yeah, maybe if
right now at 11, it's off in the
maybe if she
cable
shoots
car,
that guy's
and Alcatraz to help draw
head
millions of
off, she'll
visitors
be
from-
vice president next. It's not like they're using JD Vance
Out
for
11,
too many
it's
of
off in
these.
the cable car,
She's been
sea
getting
lions,
more.
and Alcatraz to help
Would
draw
you
millions
shut
of
up, sir?
visitors from around the world to
Excuse
San
me.
Francisco.
Excuse me, sir. Would you shut up? I have to respond to Columbia Reek in New York with another super chat. How is Critty Gnome playing dress up not the same as the North Korean military parades? We got cosplay clowns leading this country. No, 100%. That's exactly what's happening. A little fascist cosplay for Christie.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe, like I was saying, maybe if she shoots somebody's head off, you know. She could be vice president any minute now. Thank you for the super chat.
Now at 11, it's off in the cable cars, sea lions, and Alcatraz to help draw millions of visitors from around the world to San Francisco. But tonight, the city has a new attraction to celebrate, a big piece of Burning Man near the ferry building.
And the city is hoping that she can lure visitors back. Here's NBC Bay Area's Alyssa Gord.
There's a new guest at the Embarcadero Plaza. She's called Our Evolution.
I think the whole concept is really good.
You cannot miss this sculpture when you're looking this direction down Market Street. She stands 45 feet tall, and she's made up of 55,000 welded connections. For an hour a
that's a lot of
day, her
welds.
chest simulates
Whoa.
breathing, and at night, she's illuminated.
Whoa. That's
She
crazy.
was unveiled in a free community event before hundreds of onlookers just outside the ferry building.
And when we came out of the ferry building, off the ferry, we walked through the center door directly into the clock tower. My breath caught in my throat. She's standing between the buildings. It was beautiful.
You can dance. You can just.
You can dance if you want to.
Look at the statue, or we can
You can
just
leave your
make new
friends
She
behind.
was built on Treasure Island by Petaluma artist Marco Cochran and first debuted at Burning Man in 2015.
When we first talked, think about, let's bring goddess energy into the world.
And as for who's paying for it, it's sponsored and funded by the Sabrandi Foundation and will stay here for the next 6 months to a year.
Music, people, art, that's what cities are supposed to be about. And that's what we need to bring back.
The city, which is trying to revive activity downtown after pandemic lulls, is hoping this art draws more foot traffic and boosts
That's
the
some banging
economy.
house
It's
music
coming
right
up,
there.
but it's not back yet. So we need more things like this, yeah.
In San Francisco, Alyssa Gord, NBC, Bay Area News.
Okay, actually, I just realized I put some of these things in the wrong order, so please hold. Please hold. God damn you. Why? Oh. Oh, come on. No, don't do that.
Come on!
No. Hold on, I have to fix this. I have to fix some things. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay. That's good enough. I think. Quite a statue over there. The Bay Area. Seems like a lot of engineering and thought went into how to make that sculpture. Now let's go to a different sculpture. Historical sculpture. may have seen its last days in Philadelphia at the Wanamaker Building. Philadelphians share memories of shopping and meeting friends. The iconic Wanamaker Building.
Well, it's been weeks since the Macy's in Center City closed, but memories of the age-old Wanamaker store live on. Tonight, CBS Philadelphia's Aziza Schuler reports from the Historical Society of Pennsylvania.
In Philadelphia, one phrase, "Meet me at the Eagle," unlocks countless memories that bring many people back to a very specific time and place.
You went to go stand by the Eagle.
For our family to come down, and we would always meet there. For decades, the Eagle in the Grand Court of the Wanamaker Building at 13th and Market was a common meeting spot and usually marked the start of unforgettable visits to the legendary department store. It's been a few weeks since the Macy's in Center City closed, but Wednesday, the Historical Society of Pennsylvania gave people a walk down memory lane.
Younger man, he was in his 40s at this point.
Displaying some of John Wanamaker's personal records.
His thoughts on women's suffrage.
Scrapbooks, photo albums, original drawings, and other archives dating as far back as the 1850s.
John Wanamaker was fundamental both to Philadelphia history, but also to American history. He was an iconic businessman. He revolutionized the retail industry.
People also shared their own special connections to the Wanamaker Building. Sharon Parker's father used to work there.
He was selling men's furnishings and doing very well. We would go upon occasion up to the Crystal Tea Room.
It's a men's
and
furnishing.
Have chicken salad in a tomato.
Since childhood, it was a Christmas.
Chicken salad in a tomato. Fascinating. But what the hell is a men's furnishing? What's the difference between a men's furnishing and a woman's furnishing? I'm very confused. The word that I associate furnishings with furniture. Maybe I'm just not understanding what that means. It's like, men's only furniture? No women allowed.
Tradition for Lisa Monique Jenkins Hayden's family.
Even if we didn't have like a reservation at the tea room, my mom would take me to where they had the housewares, and they would have like a whole kitchen or whole like dining area set up, and we would just play house.
And Joan Patterson's son played the legendary organ for 11 years.
In addition to shop.
That is quite a legendary looking organ right there.
Patterson's son played the legend.
6 keyboards and 10,000 different sound switches. Holy cow. Holy keyboards, Batman. Oh, it means men's clothing. I see. Why not call it that? Why would you call it men's furnishings? It's a very strange way to put it. Furnishing myself with some clothes today. Can't say I've ever had chicken salad in a tomato before. It could be good, honestly. I'm open to it.
Townsend, she's currently DC's
please
Teacher of the
hold
Year.
there,
She's one of the 4
Anderson.
finalists
This is
for
the wrong
National
story.
Teacher of the Year.
No. Go back. Yes, we have another sculpture to talk about. In New Jersey, not far away. Lucy the elephant in New Jersey faces federal funding cuts. CBS New York from yesterday.
Now to a fundraising effort down the.
God damn you. Can we be friends? Go Webco.
Now to a fundraising effort down the Jersey Shore to preserve a local landmark. The 6-story structure known as Lucy the Elephant faces federal funding cuts. $500,000 was already earmarked by Congress to build a welcome center, improve air conditioning, and install a new fire suppression system. All that money now in jeopardy for the beachside attraction in Margate. But more than $1,000 in donations already poured in during a fundraiser for Lucy on Friday.
Well, tax dollars being taken away from Lucy the elephant. But the people trying to keep that elephant funded. Now let's go to Bernie Sanders once again at that CNN town hall with him and Anderson Vanderbilt. Here's Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Let's talk about the whitewashing of American history.
I don't want reality.
Townsend, she's currently DC's Teacher of the Year and is one of the 4 finalists to be National Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. She's a Democrat from Hyattsville, Maryland. Yasmin?
Senator, there's been a recent movement to minimize or erase the identities, experiences, and histories of diverse individuals and communities. Given these efforts, what specific legislative measures, reforms, and actions can we as educators advocate for to promote the inclusion of diverse perspectives and histories within academic curriculum?
Look, I happen to believe that if we are going to do what we have to do, we have to understand history. We have to understand how we got to where we are today. I believe that very strongly. And there are some aspects of American history that we should be enormously proud of. There are some aspects, like in every other country on earth, we should not be proud of. But to try to push slavery or racism or homophobia or sexism under the rug and say they never happened is a disservice to the kids of this country. All right, if we go forward, we got to know our own history, our strengths, our weaknesses. So again, I think you have the right. I want educators in this country to be able to educate our kids about all aspects of American society, not just the positive aspects.
Some of the specific examples are quite remarkable. The National Park Service, the Pentagon, at times have scrubbed their websites of references to Harriet Tubman, Jackie Robinson, Tuskegee Airmen. At one point, the DOD took down pictures of the Enola Gay because it had the word gay in it.
Yes. I mean, can you imagine how crazy that is? You know, Enola Gay was the plane that dropped the A-bomb. And the word gay was there. They erased it.
Some of these moves have been reversed, but President Trump's also now going after the Smithsonian, accusing them of, quote, divisive race-centered race-centered ideology. Do you think the administration is trying to whitewash American history?
Of course they are. I mean, that's what I just mentioned right now. Look, to be a strong nation, we have to be a well-educated nation. And to be a well-educated nation, we have to face the truth. And the truth is, as much as Americans, we should be extraordinarily proud of. You know, when I give speeches, I should have studied this harder when I was in the 6th grade. But you got people back in the 1790s who wrote a constitution. You know what? That was an extraordinary document for the 1790s. Talk about separation of powers, which Trump is trying to do away with. So there's so much in our history that we can be proud of. But like every other country, Anderson, there's a lot in our history that we should not be proud of, that we should learn from. You know, slavery and racism and sexism and homophobia. All right, that's nothing to be proud of. But we learn from those things. We overcome them. So do I think what he is trying to do is to say, oh, all things were wonderful, we're always the greatest country on earth? Yeah, that's the kind of direction he's going.
100%. That is what Donald Trump wants. Doesn't want any of those awkward pieces of history being discussed. You know, the awkward for white people specifically. Now, let's go here to the House Oversight Committee. Talk a little bit about the FDA. We watched part of this yesterday, but I fell ill during the stream and had to cut it short. So let's try this again. Can we see Mafume asking, I think these were, I think these people, oh God, I actually can't remember who these people are now. But this is on discussion of the removal of guidance on diversity in the FDA on clinical trials.
Recognizing Mr. Mfume from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My thanks to the witnesses who are here today. I want to just say a couple of things that are quite obvious and then turn the attention a bit to clinical trials. Dr. Kessler, I'm going to start by saying I'm going to end with you because I found your comments to be chilling and to be a real warning to where we are and where we are headed if we do not heed the fact that we are making big mistakes right now, every day, as we dismantle the Food and Drug Administration. But before I do that, let me just state the obvious, and that is that everyone, I think, wants to protect the health of all Americans. At least everybody should. And everybody wants to root out illicit products that always find their way into our markets. And that's why ensuring the health of the FDA is so vital to this country. It's got to have the resources to protect all of us, regardless of race, ethnicity, sex, or any other designation. It's critical to public health. Since the FDA Commissioner McCary was sworn into service on April 1st, Secretary Kennedy and he have pushed out and fired, has been stated, over 4,000 federal employees at FDA. And just last week, more than 800 staff at FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research were also fired. That center in particular is responsible for approving and monitoring new medications that come onto the market for side effects and for updating drug warning labels accordingly. Those fired workers, as has been stated earlier, are some of the nation's best and brightest scientists in charge of ensuring our supply of infant formula to make sure that it's safe, our medications for our family members and grandparents, food for all of us, and many, many ways the highest quality of food safety that we can expect in this country. So to have trust in the FDA, its decisions, and its ability to ensure effectiveness of the drugs that are approved, that requires research. It requires clinical trials, and those trials must include all American groups that may have need for the treatment. So effectiveness and safety cannot be ensured to all without the inclusion of all Americans in those clinical trials, which is why I'm particularly disturbed that these mass firings at our nation's health agencies, in addition to these anti-DEI efforts and similar rhetoric across this administration, will make improving the overall health of Americans much, much more difficult. So
Yeah, I mean, intentionally removing DEI from clinical trials and studies, medical research, is basically the same thing as saying, you know, if you're not a white man, you don't deserve as good health care as anyone else. You don't deserve to know that you're going to be safe when you take this drug, or, you know, you don't deserve to. It's just disgusting. It's just fucking disgusting. How anybody voted for this shit, I don't know. All right, let's talk about some of that anti-DEI policy of the Trump administration. CBS Philadelphia from yesterday. Harriet Tubman quote and image finally restored on National Park Service webpage. Wow. Maybe it should never have been taken down. Just an idea. Just thinking out loud.
Well, after public backlash, the National Park Service has restored an image and quote from Harriet Tubman to the Underground Railroad webpage. And now, private cultural organizations are working in overdrive to preserve the country's history. That includes the Harriet Tubman Museum in Cape May. The museum opened in June of 2020. Tubman is known as the most famous leader in the Underground Railroad. She spent time in Cape May and Philadelphia after escaping slavery herself, and then helped other enslaved people get to freedom. We spoke to the executive director of the museum before references to Tubman were restored. Cindy Mullick says her goal is to accurately tell America's story.
We are absolutely committed to telling the full version of history. And if Harriet Tubman was brave enough and courageous enough with no resources to do all of the brave acts that she did, to put herself out all the time, how can we not be brave enough to just simply speak the truth?
The National Park Service restored the pages, saying the changes were made without approval by top leadership.
No. Jeez. Wow. The Trump administration not checking with top leadership before dismantling things that They don't like? What? Who could have guessed that they would do such a thing?
Sir, thanks to your
Give me a
leadership
joke.
and setting the mandate.
All right, please shut up. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. We're also searching for that underground railroad. Don't know where it's located, but we have top guys looking for it. I know it's somewhere. We're going to dismantle that too. I hear it's underground. We have satellites and ground penetrating radar looking for that railroad. Not finding it yet, but I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Sorry, All right, let's go to that cabinet meeting that happened earlier, earlier this week. I think it was like Wednesday or Thursday. Okay. Forbes breaking news. DNI. Tulsi Gabbard reveals teams are working to release files on MLK and RFK assassinations. Oh yeah, they're gonna get these out here any minute now. Any minute now, once they can get it so it doesn't make any white people look bad. Or the CIA look bad.
Thanks
Or
to your leadership and setting the mandate of transparency and accountability across the U.S.
was it Marco Rubio or was it Ted Cruz?
I'm bringing that transparency and accountability to
Ooh,
the
yay.
intelligence community.
Accountability and transparency,
First and
you say.
foremost, to make sure that you and your cabinet have that real-time, relevant, apolitical, objective intelligence to best inform whether it's negotiations for peace, negotiations around tariffs, the great work that you are leading around the cabinet today. Secondly, working with Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to increase our information sharing to achieve your goal of countering the narcotic trafficking and our ability to go after cartels now designated as foreign terrorists. I met with the National Sheriff's Association this week, being able to work to make sure that the information that they are getting on the ground, that local law enforcement is getting on the ground, is being fed back up through to our National Counterterrorism Center, and that we have all of the federal agencies, state and local law enforcement, all on the same page as we are working to make our country safe again. And lastly, sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time.
Yeah.
And vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your...
Wait, you're upset about... It didn't... They're going to investigate misinformation on the internet? That is fascinating. Yeah, I wonder what they'll come up with. Oh, geez. We're going to talk about all the disinformation with the vaccine from Republicans, or maybe... Oh, I know. Maybe they'll go after Elon Musk for pushing disinformation about that judge's race that happened in Wisconsin. I don't know. I wonder what they'll come up with. It's fascinating. Very focused. Very focused on the right things.
Across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections.
Right.
And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
Next few days? It's almost Monday right now. Where are these documents, Tulsi? I don't see any of them. Are you being efficient in your job, or do we need to cut you too, huh? Where are the documents? Give us the documents, goddammit. Alright. Speaking of documents, Donald Trump is potentially being personally sued by the Central Park Five. I mean, the exonerated Five.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, we've got some breaking news out of court today that might signal some actual legal exposure for Donald Trump personally. Can you explain what just happened?
Yeah, a federal court judge in Pennsylvania just ruled that a civil suit that was brought against Donald Trump for defamation, for lies, what sure looked like lies he told about a group of young men often referred to as the Central Park Five. They now refer to themselves, and others rightly refer to them as the exonerated five, because they were accused of committing a rape in Central Park in New York that they did not commit. They've been fully exonerated. But that never stopped Donald Trump from continuing to tell his lies about how they were guilty. He went so far as to say they pleaded guilty. No, they didn't. So that's not really a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact, which, Brian, is one of the things that prompted the judge to say, I am not dismissing this suit against Donald Trump. It will continue forward. It will head in the direction of trial. And I think one of the reasons that...
There we go. Don't need all of this. There's the breaking news for you. Donald Trump getting sued in civil court for his lies about the exonerated, aka Central Park Five, whom he's been telling lies about. I mean, since this happened, like 30 years or however long it's been since that happened, he has been, I mean, he even opened up a full page ad in, what was it, was it the Post or the Times? I cannot remember. Yeah. I hope he has to pay out the nose for that. Billions and billions of dollars.
Follow the rich white man.
All right. Now let's go here to the Associated Press from yesterday. Some Silicon Valley workers feel betrayed as tech billionaires embrace Donald Trump. No! Yep, it's happening. That is happening. Was it the Post? That makes more sense than the Times. Yeah.
Are we ready to march? Yeah. All right.
We've been seeing a lot of these CEOs like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, really cozy up with the far right, cozy up with Donald Trump, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to get in bed with Trump and his far right
morons from office.
And they're trying to use this so that they can gain more power and influence in the government and increase their profits. But these things are, of course, you know, hurting the American people, but they're also hurting the tech workers that are working under them.
Trump and Musk have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Trump and Musk have got to go.
I'm terrified about the divide of income in this country. I think some of it is in tech leaders. It's in other leaders as well, that the money's all shifting to the wealthiest. And that terrifies me. I mean, money's getting taken away from the families, the people that need it, and these changes that we're seeing, they're taking away more and more programs that are needed by the people of this country. And
absolutely, they're taking all of our money and giving it to themselves.
Fortunately, you've got the Zuckerbergs and the Elon Musk and the others of the world that are taking that over, and it's truly scary.
In tech, it was always, we're really not political. What we really are technologically driven. Sometimes not so smart technologically driven because we don't consider the consequences all the time. But always it was supposed to be for the betterment of humanity. And now it's for the betterment of me.
Yep.
Not me personally, unfortunately.
Yeah, we knew what you meant.
It's just as well.
We knew what you meant.
And that's simply not where I came out, and not where an awful lot of others came out.
I wonder if these are probably paid protesters once again. Millions and millions of paid protesters receiving billions of dollars to say they don't like me and Elon Musk. We should make it illegal.
Illegal? I did everything right and they indicted me.
No, of course. I'm kidding. But they just keep saying that over and over again. Not just them. Fox News has been claiming it. They're all paid protesters. Stop paying attention to all the angry people, Republicans. Look away. Look away.
I don't want reality.
We have 71 likes. Thank you, Mono. That's a lot of likes. That's a lot of likes. Better go to the Galactic Cantina. Grab ourselves another emotional support character. Who do we got? That's Astrid. Okay, speaking of Elon, Elon has been having a rough time of things lately. Well, how do you say? The rough time for him. He's still fine, much better, doing much better than most of us, all of us really, in terms of his ability to pay the bills, ply himself with food, whatever else. But he has to prove to everyone that he is the best at everything, including young teen boys on Twitch. Has to prove to them just how great of a video game player he is. The world's richest man. Ego so large and also fragile. Doing all sorts of weird things, trying to prove his greatness to those little boys. Here's a little clip from the Majority Report. Elon Musk rage quits video game after getting trolled mercilessly.
Do you remember the story about Elon Musk paying somebody to be good at video games on his behalf, like with his handle, so that he would appear to be a video game champ?
The very best. I
actually feel bad for Musk in this situation,
video games.
and I'll tell you why.
Number
The
one,
60-year-old Elon Musk playing video games and embarrassed.
When my daughter was a kid, she didn't get into the middle school that she wanted to in New York City. It was very, very competitive. This is public schools. They've since changed it in District 15. And she was upset. All her friends were going to one school. She didn't go to that school. So she went home to get on Instagram, which was her escape. But of course, on Instagram, all her friends were posting how excited they were to go to the school that she didn't go to. And it was very difficult on her.
Yeah, I can.
So I can only imagine that Elon Musk is trying to prove he was worthy
Same situation.
in a game populated by teenagers, which is fine. I love games. He streamed Path of Exile 2. Look at what
he had the chat live, and you can put this up on the wide, Russ. You can see some of the things being commented there.
They are just relentless in, like, you ruined Twitter. You got to admit that the new, Elon, if you made a meme, I can't, you ruined marriages.
We'll play a little bit here. This is from a TikTok user, UFO.
You ruined the country just like you ruined all your marriages.
Spam.
He's doing a lot of ignoring on the chat.
I like that he has to. He gets somebody else to play his games for him, but he has to moderate his own chat.
Yeah. Elon, you suck so much. He's going on and on.
Getting hammered.
What did you do to make your daughter trans? How do you feel about?
Actually, you understand. I'm actually very good.
Are you bringing Kekis Maximus back to?
It is a bunch of like racist guys and stuff.
Yeah.
Elon, how is it possible to look this dumb and ugly?
Tesla company falling apart. What happened, buddy?
Elon dog. Gotta listen to some Grimes. That'll solve it. She loves me. Wait, what? She doesn't love me anymore either? Oh, god damn it.
Elon, it's me, Ashley St. Clara, and no other means. This is a copy and paste of one of his.
Please pay your child support.
It's me, your baby mama. Here's that money.
You have no real friends and will die alone. Oh my god. Look, this cyberbullying has got to stop.
Yep.
Except for in his case.
Until the result.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show.
Forget.
We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about...
I've been subscribed to the majority for a decade. Longer almost, I think. It's been a long time.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Thanks, Jordan. Okay, let's go to some of the live feed. I don't know why I wanted to. It's Sunday Funday, that's why. That's my excuse for going to the actual live, the plain live stream. We got to do it ourselves. Got to do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I said no. I'm going to do it right now. Where's the chat? Why does he look so sad? Look at him. On a private plane playing video games on Wi-Fi from the air. Looks like he's gonna cry. Why doesn't anybody believe me? I thought people liked me and now they hate me. I don't get it. It's actually very rude.
How rude.
Where's the chat? Does he not put a chat on here? Where's the chat? Oh, there we are. Wait. Oh, god damn it. He didn't... Oh, there we go. This is where the chat really starts to get hot. Do you still feel you embody Kekis Maximus? By the way, thanks for helping out Western North Carolina with the Starlinks. Oh, it's an actual Elon fanboy in there. Thanks for the Starlink, buddy. Now log in with Kekis Maximusa. Tesla stock down 40%. Is that good or bad? Haha. The world's richest man's most fragile ego on the planet. Look at him. He looks like he does look like he's gonna cry. You wanna suck your thumb? Alright, no, we don't have time for this one. Let's just go to another react video to this stream. I'm fairly certain this should also be pretty good. Here's Hassan Piker from a few days ago on the Hassanabi React channel.
So I bought PoE2 early access just for this. Please pay your child support.
Oh my
Thank you, Elon. From Jakub's worst creation.
You have no real
JFK. I want a child from Asmongold and Elon.
I just don't understand. Oh, I just realized this is the AI
I forgot to show
channel
this.
that Hassan hates.
Elon Musk tried to
Pretend
play
this
Path of
isn't
Exile, and it was f***ing disastrous. One, he did it as a flex to show that Starlink is excellent, and he ended up doing it on his plane, on his private jet. One, he lost a bunch. I believe his character died. He restarted, and then he died with the tutorial boss. Come on! Demonstrating once again that he was not the gamer that he claimed to be. And more importantly than that, chat was trolling him the entire time. Elon Musk gets trolled while live streaming.
You ruined the country.
Like you embody Kekius
just like
Maximus.
You ruined all
what would you
of
do
your
if
marriages.
You were a Kiwi? Imagine picking one gold, dog.
Damn.
You ruined the country just like you ruined your marriages. You ruined the country. Elon Musk is pathetic, says. You ruined the country just like you ruined marriages. These were also Forsen spammers, for the record, because they were spamming Forsen as well.
Spamming the chat.
And it's so funny that he was personally clicking to ignore each individual message instead of trying
to Forsen
shut off any whispers that he could possibly get.
By the way,
that is how stupid.
If people aren't familiar with Forsen,
this guy is.
Forsen's like an OG Twitch streamer, like one of the back in the day guys. Just a game streamer, I believe. Even Forsen's little teenage army upset with Elon.
How is it possible to look this dumb and ugly? What happened, buddy? Why is your Tesla company failing? I watched this video and I wanted to. I wished so badly that he would accidentally misclick and invite someone to his team. You have no real friends and you will die alone.
Aww. Poor Elon. Okay, let's keep it moving. How are we doing on time? 3 hours in. So we got another hour before the break. Speaking of Elon, wait. Is this Elon? Huh. Doesn't quite resemble Elon. But apparently Elon Musk went into the Capitol Hill. Is this Elon? Oh wait, no, it's Walter Masterson. Pretending to be Elon at Capitol Hill.
I'm from DOGE. Oh, okay, good. DOGE, yeah. I'm from DOGE, and we're looking to fire everyone that works here. There's yeah, I have a ketamine pen.
I have a ketamine pen.
Illegal. We're out? No, we're not going out.
No, we're
I'm
staying.
walking through the Capitol, and that's illegal because of the Democrats. Yeah, there's all these federal workers here and we're gonna fire them and replace them with people on the blockchain. I'm from DOGE. Oh, okay, good. DOGE, yeah. We're gonna fire everyone here. Yeah, we're gonna fire everyone that works
immediately. If not sooner.
I'm from DOGE, everyone. So we're going around and we're firing everyone. I just have my ketamine pen and we're gonna lay everyone off. Right, my grandparents moved from Canada to South Africa to support apartheid. Yeah, so I'm President Musk. Yeah,
That's actually true
DOGE.
Elon trivia.
And we're looking to fire everyone that works here. There's
I know that sounds like a joke, but that's a real thing.
I have a ketamine pen, and yeah.
The reaction to that.
Everyone, I have an announcement to make. I'm from DOGE, and I'm going to fire all of you. Yeah, hi.
You fired.
We can go down to where they brought us in. Yeah, we're here for an event. We're here. They're doing an influencer thing. We can.
Yeah, you got to stay at the event.
I mean, the room's right. It's literally right downstairs.
Yeah, you have to go back to the room. You
Okay.
can't just roam around.
Okay, so I'm being told by the Capitol Hill police officer that we can't go anywhere because it's not January 6th.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Wait, we're out?
Very fine people on a
No, we're not
tour.
going out. Yeah.
Just breaking everything.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
We're gonna
Very
get rid of
good.
half the hallways in the building. Just knock all the walls down and doge because it's an efficiency. I'm
Like a
walking
regular
through
day at the
Capitol,
Capitol.
and that's illegal because of
Illegal?
the Democrats. The Democrats, they want to make comedy illegal.
The Democrats want
It's
to make
true.
comedy
Yeah,
illegal.
they want to make
It's true.
comedy
Well,
illegal.
they're so woke.
It's
yeah,
true.
That's,
The
that's too
wokeness.
woke.
Yeah.
And so
She doesn't know what to do.
We're the party of family values, and
I could be wrong. I get the sense this woman is a Republican. She does not know what to do with the irony here. She's like, "That's right. They do actually hate. They hate comedy." So she just leans into it. I love that.
Yeah.
and so we're the party of family values.
Is she an
And
influencer or
that's
something?
why I can't find my children right now.
Mhm.
I lost
They're
them.
all-
I use them as a human shield.
You're kind of beating Nick Cannon and the, children out of wedlock.
Yeah,
department.
That's true.
They
That's
can't.
true.
The Democrats, the
That's
House
true.
Democrats, they're trying to ruin America. The Democrats keep saying that we're the ones stealing,
Uh-huh.
but we think as Doge that single mothers. They're stealing because sometimes they use SNAP benefits to buy candy bars.
How dare they?
I was raised by a single mom. I had a candy bar or two myself.
Yeah.
On food stamps, even.
Yeah, and DOGE is going to get rid of that.
You're saying no candy bars for her?
So that girl's getting indoctrinated by
True.
public
That girl
school.
grew up to be a girl.
A girls.
Yeah.
And that girl is me.
Democrats, censorship. Yeah, we're working
this
with
woman is dangerous,
blockchain
ladies and gentlemen.
to eliminate the FAA.
Right. Censor the blockchain FAA.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. There you go, Walter Masterson, masterfully trolling the Capitol with his little Elon impression. Loving it. Loving it. Alrighty. Where are we now? Should we watch more of that? I almost want to watch more of it. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna move on. Let's go on. Talk about what Democrats are doing to fight Donald Trump's agenda. Start here. Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Bernie Sanders. On the topic. Let's go. Go Web go.
Yasmin Chestnut, a student at Howard University and Democrat. Yasmin, welcome.
Aside from Senator Booker, who broke the filibuster record, what are the elected Democratic officials proactively doing to ensure that Trump's agenda is not being completed besides holding up signs during President Trump's congressional address and attending rallies?
Well, look, there are, within the Democratic caucus, I am an independent, and I'm very proud of the fact that I'm the longest serving independent in the history of the United States. I caucus with the Democrats and always have. And within the Democratic caucus in the House and the Senate, you have people with different political persuasions. There are some of us who from day one have understood that we've got to stand up and rally the American people to fight against this horrendous agenda, which at the end of the day is really significantly about giving massive tax breaks to the top 1%. All right? So what Trump and the Republicans are saying is, hey, let's cut Medicaid by some $880 billion, and let's use those savings to give tax breaks to the very wealthiest people in this country. So to answer your question, Jasmine, there are, some people, I think, what I have been trying to do, what I think the best solution is, and I'm working with people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and others, is to rally the American people to tell their members of Congress, guess what? You want to get reelected, you're not going to vote to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut programs the working class people need.
There we go. Yeah. Bernie laying it out. Democrats really not doing enough, and we need to focus in on the message, the most important message of bringing economic equality to everyone. And honestly, I mean, maybe Chuck Schumer could have thought of that before he got a bunch of other senators to sign on to that fucking CR that they needed the Democrats to sign on to. Otherwise, they would have not been able to pass the budget. Not just Chuck Schumer, though. I mean, he may have paved the way, but a bunch of other people got in there, too. Who was it? Dick Durbin? Was it Debbie Watts? No. Gillibrand, I think? I need the list in front of me. Should memorize that list. They should all be shamed for their awful and weak behavior.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Alright, now let's go to Secular Talk, where they had on one individual who is looking to be in government herself, since Democrats refuse to have spines and fight back. She thinks that she can do the job. Crystal and Kyle and friend from 2 days ago.
Welcome, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. Great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So excited to see you jumping into this race against Democrat member of Congress, Jan Schakowsky. Although, am I correct? She hasn't actually said she's running for re-election yet. It's a little up in the air. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm the only candidate announced in this race right now.
Okay, there you go.
Nice.
All right. So we got all kinds of questions for you about why you jumped in and what your plan is, et cetera. But first, let's give people a taste of what you were bringing to the campaign trail. Here is Kat's intro video.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a fucking spine. I'm Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. Unfortunately, this party has become one where you have to look to the exceptions for real leadership, as the majority work from an outdated playbook. We need a makeover, which means we need a vision that's bigger than what we've been told is possible. There is absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to
What kind of last name is Abu-Ghazaleh? Is that like Armenian or something? It's a fun name to say, Abu-Ghazaleh.
That's bigger than been told is possible. There's absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to afford
it. What are we doing here? Why are we giving me... Don't give me 2x. Very rude.
You have to look to the exceptions for real leadership, as the majority work from an outdated playbook. We need a makeover, which means we need a vision that's bigger than what we've been told is possible. There is absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with some money left over. Families should have free childcare, Social Security should be expanded, and our inalienable rights shouldn't be dependent on who's in power. That means standing up to authoritarians, not shrinking away when the fight gets tough. And while current Democratic leadership might be fine cowering to Trump, I'm not. I've spent my entire career reporting on the far right and being attacked by them as a result. In fact, just a few months ago, Elon Musk's lawyers deposed me here in Chicago to ask about my mean tweets. Look, I thought comedy was legal again. This is all to say, I'm not scared of standing up to these people. I know how they think, and I know how to beat them. But my campaign itself is going to be different too, because I don't want to wait a year to help people. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck? My campaign and I would rather spend our money on book drives and clothing exchanges and public...
What if we didn't suck? Ooh.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
What if? We didn't suck. Maybe we'd get some things done that people actually want.
Here to help people. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck? My campaign and I would rather spend our money on book drives and clothing exchanges and public events than fancy fundraisers for rich donors. I also want my campaign to be as transparent as possible. That's why I'll be posting regular videos about the costs and steps of running for office. We all deserve better. We deserve human rights and financial freedom and a party that stands up to authoritarians. We deserve to thrive, not just survive. And I plan to fight for those ideals both on the campaign trail and in Congress. If you want to know more about me and what I believe, you can go to catforillinois.com. I do need to mention that campaigns cost money and ask you to contribute what you can. But I promise your donation will not be wasted on old, ineffective tactics. No spammy guilt trip texts, no focus groups to test my views, and no grifty consultants who care more about their paycheck than actually winning. It's time to challenge the status quo, and if our leaders won't do it, we will. I'm Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress because it's time for Democrats to do more.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So, time for Democrats to do more. I think one of the things that has been so different about the Democratic base response this time versus first Trump administration is at that time, the Democratic Party leadership seemed to care that there was an authoritarian in government. They were aggressively challenging him. You know, I had issues with like some of the particular ways they did it, but at least it seemed like they were fighting. And the base felt like, you know, people like Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff and MSNBC were really on their side and that they were all on a single team. This time, according to the polling and according to a lot of what we've seen, it's very different with the Democratic base. They feel betrayed by some of their favorite media hosts. They feel betrayed by a lot of Democratic leadership. They feel like they are not meeting the moment whatsoever. So I'd love to, hear your thoughts on that, and also what has the reaction been to that launch video? Because I think you hit so many points that are key sources of frustration among just like normie Dem voters.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're all sick of it. People are angry. And I mean, that's kind of why I ran, because I just got sick of hoping that someone would do something. And it's really comforting to think that there's like some figure that's going to come in and save all of us. But we're not in a movie. You know, we are what we've got. And I have ideas of how we can do politics differently. And so I'm running for office. And the response has reflected exactly what I have been feeling. People have been really excited. We raised over $400,000 in our first 2 weeks. We have over 11,000.
Wow, she is picking up steam here, it would seem. Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Is her father Palestinian? Really, Joshua? Okay. Wow. So her tax dollars are paying to kill. Wow, that's. Wow. Makes me respect her even more. Okay. I think that now that you're saying that, I think that this little necklace she's wearing is a key, and that actually makes a lot of sense. Huh. Okay. Let's talk about those weak Democrats. Let's go to Zateo from yesterday, where Mehdi Hassan had on Yanis Varoufakis, former finance minister of Greece, for like 3 months, or however long it was. It was not very long, but he was in there.
Welcome everyone to another Zateo Town Hall, live Town Hall. I'm delighted to be joined by one of the world's best known leftist public intellectuals, Yanis Varoufakis, former finance minister of Greece, founder of the Democracy in Europe movement, and best-selling author, most recently of the book Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism. Yanis, welcome to Zateo.
It's wonderful to be here with you, Magni. Thanks so much.
No, it's great to. I was just saying to you before we started the town hall, just tell our subscribers, it's weird that we haven't spoken before. I'm looking forward to this conversation. So much to cover. And let me give flag, as usual, to our subscribers who are joining the Zoom call. I've got my laptop here, do stick your questions in the Q&A, and I'll try and come to as many as I can. Won't be able to get through all of them, but we'll try and put as many of your questions or comments to Yanis. But Yanis, I'm going to kick us off by asking about your fascinating book that I urge everyone to read. Explain the premise of your most recent book, because it feels very topical, very timely. It's called Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism. Explain the premise behind the book. Are you saying that the big tech CEOs, in your view today, are more like feudal lords than CEOs in a free market?
Exactly. And the linchpin of my argument is that capital became so triumphant. It steamrolled over us, the left, over the trade unions movements, over liberal democracy. And like a rather idiotic virus that became too lethal for its own boots, it killed off its host. So it was capital that overthrew capitalism, which is a delicious contradiction, of course. And at the same time, the predicament that we're facing, because what Elon Musk, and not so much Elon Musk, but Jeff Bezos more so than Elon Musk, and Google, and all these platforms in China as well, Alibaba and Baidu and so on, what they have, which Henry Ford, Thomas Edison didn't have, is this new form of mutated capital, which are called cloud capital, because all forms of capital hitherto have been produced means of production. Whether it was a plow or a tractor or an industrial robot, is a machine that we built to build other, to do other things with it, to produce either machines or food or whatever, produced means of production. But what lives inside your tablet, your phone, your computer, through the optic fiber cables and in the server farms and so on, is a new form of capital which produces nothing except for the power to manipulate our behavior, to modify our behavior. And anyone who owns that is a capitalist who owns that particular form of capital, let's call them cloudalists or cloud capitalists or techno-feudal lords, they have a power that Henry Ford could never have dreamt of. And therefore, by replacing markets with cloud thieves or digital platforms like Amazon, They are replacing profit, capitalist profit, with a new form of rent, like the old feudal lords, the landed gentry, extracted ground rent from everyone, from artisans, from peasants, and so on. These people extract what I call cloud rent. So they have essentially, without realizing it, well, there was no conspiracy, no plan here. It simply evolved in the same way that capitalism evolved out of feudalism. There was no conspiracy there either. They've created a new system, which I call techno-feudalism.
You say in the book, somebody killed capitalism. We have something worse. Who is that somebody? Is it a person, an ideology, a group, or is it just technology itself?
No, it's capital. It's capital. In the same way that, as I said, there was no democratic decision or not even a conspiracy of very few people back in the 18th century to bring out capitalism from feudalism. It simply evolved as a result of technological change in navigation, the creation of the steam engine, the enclosures in Britain, and so on, that brought about this transformation of society whereby once upon a time under in the feudal age, power came out of land ownership, and it came in the form of rent, of ground rent. But, by the 19th century, especially the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, it was ownership of the machines, of capital, that allowed you to have this new form of wealth creation or wealth extraction, profit. And now we moved from capital and profit to cloud capital and a new form of cloud rent.
And we are the serfs in that model, as you say in the book. We're getting some questions in the chat from subscribers, and thank you to Zateo subscribers for joining the town hall. Stefan Schmidt says, I'm delighted that you invited Yanis Varoufakis. His history is inspiring. He also asks, in his theory on techno-feudalism, he doesn't appear to include the even bigger danger to the serfs by the cloudalists, which is AI. He says AI now poses the real danger of making elections irrelevant as it can flood the zone and target individuals with misinformation. What's your response to Stefan? Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show.
He makes a great point. And if you haven't liked or subscribed to this stream yet, what are you even doing?
Come on! Come on! And subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Well, Stefan, I don't believe that there is such a thing as AI. AI is a marketing term. Technically, if you look at it, the evolution of what used to be cybernetics, if you recall, back in the 1960s, into machine learning, that happened a long time before we even talked about AI. AI is a marketing term. It really doesn't mean much, except if you want to think of it in terms of ChatGPT. But the work of the techno-feudal lords had already been done well before OpenAI produced this silly little bot that allows you to plagiarize in newfangled ways. What Google, think of the Amazon algorithm, which has been around well before you and I have been waxing lyrical or not so lyrical about AI. It has been doing something absolutely magnificent and horrible at the same time. It has been training us through Alexa, through its interface. Every time you like something, a book, a bicycle, whatever on Amazon, you're training it to train you, to train it, to train you, to train it, to train you, to train it to know you well, so that it gives you good book recommendations and electric bicycle recommendations, win over your trust. And then once it does that, it does something remarkable, something that no capital could ever do in the past. It can input desires into your bosom. It can make you want stuff, and you trust it to do it because it has given you good advice in the past. And then once you have that desire, it can satiate your desire by selling the stuff directly to you outside of any market, because Amazon is not a market, right? It's a trading platform, but it is a completely hierarchical, top-down organization that resembles more the Soviet system.
It's a black hole.
So,
of commercialism.
that gives Jeff Bezos a power like no oligarch before, if you're saying he can input desires into our chests.
Exactly. He can bypass markets. He actually bypasses markets. He uses Amazon in order to destroy markets, in order to make sure that even the capitalists who exploit labor in the standard way that Karl Marx described so beautifully, even they are vassals to Bezos, because, he charges them 40%. So in the end, the capitalist profit is not even retained by the capitalist. It goes to the cloud capitalist, to the tech lord. And, this has repercussions. Even you may be watching and say, well, I don't care because I don't use Amazon. It doesn't matter. Because when you have around, this is my estimate, 30% of total income being siphoned off the circular flow of income, and it goes into the pockets of the Jeff Bezoses of the world. That money never comes back to the circular flow of income. So that means that aggregate demand for goods and services.
Yeah, and this happens to individuals such as myself, who streams. Jeffy Bezos actually takes 40% on Twitch, I believe, at least depending on what way you donate over there. YouTube's 30%, like he was saying. And for what exactly? They spent no time marketing my stream. If anything, I feel like I'm being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But hey, they own the cloud services and such that we use, and then extract that rent.
That stays in Canada,
which is why it's great that we have things like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, where in some cases 0% is taken, or a very much smaller percentage is taken. Like with Patreon, I think it's like 2 or 3% that they take. Good places to donate to the Galactic News Network without having that problem happening. How are we doing on time right now? Hold on, I want to listen to a little bit more of this, but where should we? Yeah, let's go back here to about the middle of the stream.
Think of, Edward Said, the great Palestinian writer.
No, I think the question was specifically about, since the end of the Cold War, the vision for the future, a post-Cold War leftist vision for the future.
Well, 1991 was a major defeat for all of us, independently of whether you supported the Soviet Union or not, because the collapse of the Soviet Union was the end. It was the death of the communist movement, at least in Europe and the United States. It was very difficult to defend yourself being a communist because the Soviet people did not get out into the streets to defend the workers' Soviet Republic. So how could we defend it? But then something else happened. Social Democrats, or in the United States, New Dealers, went to ground as well. Because with the conversion of traditional capitalism into financialized capitalism, the center of gravity shifted away from industry towards the banking sector, with the exorbitant and exuberance of the financial sector, which led, of course, to capitalism's own Waterloo in 2008. But between 1991 and 2008, you had this blancmange of a theory of an ideology that, it's a new paradigm, and financialization is going to make everyone rich, and and the world has become a global village, and everybody's going to get better off, and poverty has been eliminated, and that. What was going on, however, during that period was that with the center of gravity shifting from industry to finance, it was impossible to have a New Deal. It was impossible to have a social democracy because the New Deal, Roosevelt, LBJ in the United States, or Harold Wilson and Willy Brandt and Bruno Kreisky, the social democrats in Europe, their job was to play the role of the referee, to sit the captains of industry on one side of the table and the trade unions on the other and cut a deal between them. But when power shifted away from the industrial captains to the bankers, it was impossible to do that. So social democracy went to ground itself. And then when we had a few opportunities to rise up after the demise of capitalism, the major defeat of capitalism in 2008, what did we do? I was part of this, and this is self-criticism. We went to New York and we occupied Wall Street, and we spent 5 hours discussing whether we should sell sandwiches from the canteen in the middle of the occupation. And the Wall Street bankers used that time in order to reconfigure the policy and to rebuild their power. Then when with
taxpayer cash.
Yes, of course, with $35,000 billion of it, might be 35 trillion That was quantitative easing. Now, when we, and that again is self-critical, when the people of Greece gave us a remarkable opportunity in 2015,
and that's why, I mean, for the last year and few months, I have said similar things about quantitative easing. You know, we were sold quantitative easing as being A, necessary, and B, something that was going to help regular people. But all it did was give bankers free money from the Federal Reserve, trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. And how many people got loans, 0% interest rate loans from those banks? Oh wait, what? The banks charged you interest rates whenever you got a credit card or a home loan? But they were getting that money for free. In fact, at one point, interest rates went negative, and the banks were paying them to take the money. So why did they have to charge you interest on it?
Follow the rich white man.
This point, we were a
Just
party of 4%.
Concentrated the wealth
In 2009,
at the top.
right?
It's Syriza.
Yes, 4%. By January 2015, the very conservative, very, very careful, reluctant for radical change people of Greece took us from 4% to 36%. We were in government for five months. We fought against financialized capital, against the Troika, against the creditors and so on. Okay, and when we called the referendum and they sought their support in that struggle, they took us from 36% to 62%. And my prime minister on that night surrendered, yeah, essentially defected to the financialized cabal. And then, of course, people turn around and say, excuse the French, bugger off. You know, we are not going to take you seriously anymore. So, you know, when it's like a surfer, if you miss the big wave, you have to struggle in the cold waters until the next one comes, hoping that you will be ready for the next one.
And that takes me where I wanted to take this conversation, because we're almost running out of time already. It's already 1:30. But I do want to ask about the rise of the far right, which is one of the big political developments of the current era, certainly of this part of my lifetime, where you have, you know, in the wake of the financial crash, the left doesn't benefit. As you say, logically, you might think capitalism failed. It's a moment for the left. Instead, the right comes roaring back. In the UK, when I lived in the UK, it was the Conservative-led coalition government that comes in 2010, defeats Labour, brings in crazy austerity, which has reduced the UK basically to a poor country today. Now you have the rise of far-right parties, hard-right parties in places like Finland and Italy and Czech Republic, Hungary, Croatia, EU countries that have hard-right parties in government, either alone or in coalition. In places like the UK, France, Germany, right-wing parties are on the rise. You've seen the AfD in Germany with Musk's backing, Reform Party in the UK. When you see the rise of the far right, how much do you blame, I'm going to ask it in two parts, the left/center left? Like, has the left provided a, you know, is there a bulwark against fascism, or have center left parties in particular, whether it's the Democrats in the US, Labour in the UK, in France, Macron and co., have they basically not been a viable alternative, and that's what's let the far right rise up?
It is entirely the fault of the center left. The center left.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about, I mean, during some of the stuff was going, I think it was the, during the elections. Yeah, during the elections in Germany. Earlier, was it this year or was it 2024? Whatever it was. We were talking about how the center left had been capitulating to the AfD and the far right on their insanely, you know, anti-immigrant stuff. Even tried to give them basically everything they wanted as it relates to, you know, anti-immigrant stuff. They pushed a bill onto the floor to, you know, basically, like give them a win for no good reason, just capitulating essentially to those far right xenophobes. And it didn't even pass because it wasn't even extreme enough. It wasn't. So, you know, they have got to stop playing these fucking games. Really,
is responsible for the rise of fascism. It was the case in the 1920s and 30s. It is the case against today. In the 1920s, remember Ramsay MacDonald? Who was it that espoused on behalf of the working class the process of austerity that crushed the British working class well before the Second World War. It was a Labour government, the first Labour government under Ramsay MacDonald. Similarly, who was it that unleashed the evil, dark forces of the City of London? It was Gordon Brown together with Tony Blair. It was the center left. Who created Trump? Obama. Obama was elected at the end of 2008. This yes we can business. What was it that he said we can do? Put the financial genie back into the bottle and look after the victims of Wall Street. He did exactly the opposite. The first thing he did when he entered the White House, he employed Larry Summers and Tim Geithner with a remit to save the bankers while imposing harsh austerity.
I had to do it. I had to do it. It was insane, Obama. He came into office like, financial crisis already started. We had to do it. We had to give trillions of dollars to the bankers, interest-free. I'm going to give you an emotional support character because Jerry is trying to keep me honest. The 8th emotional support character is ready. Well, almost ready. Do we have? I don't think we have 5. Okay. We're going to listen to a little bit more of this. It was a great conversation they were having.
The vast majority of Americans under
no, don't do that.
The ideology of a stimulus that was a figment of his imagination. And therefore you've got discontent. And when the left is responsible for, siding with the, effectively with the bankers and the capitalists who caused the crisis and the discontent, the center left becomes their lackey. And then this discontent grows beyond control. And then a Mussolini, a Hitler, an Orban, a Trump, a Le Pen stands on a soapbox and says, give me absolute power and I'm going to get them and I'm going to make you proud again. So, this is the sad fact. And now allow me just to add one more note. Look, power has a lure that requires basic ethical standards in order to be able to resist it. Matthew, when I the ideology.
Sorry, I meant to pause that faster. I also wanted to just point, this has nothing to do with anything we're talking about, but I put a Discord link in the chat. So if you want to be in our Discord, get a little bit more Galactic in your after time, be able to suggest videos to watch on the stream, get along or hang out with your space fams, enjoy funny memes and or whatever else. Get in there, get in the Discord. Also though, if you're already in the Discord, because I've noticed a bunch of people recently joining, I think we're almost at 100 members. If you're in the Discord, remember that it's all locked up. You can't see anything until you accept the rules. I have set it up in a way where if you do not react to the rules in the way you are being directed to, under the welcome rules channel, sorry, not the welcome channel, the rules channel, it's under the welcome, whatever. There's only like 3 or 4 channels that are open to anybody who hasn't accepted the rules. Once you've accepted the rules, then there's a plethora of excitement, galactic activities you can get involved in. Without accepting the rules, you're just going to be sitting in a weird limbo state, sort of betwixt 2 universes, if you will. And that's not what you want. That's not what you want.
That's too much, man!
I know it's a lot to click one thing, but it will, in fact, make things better. And, every so often I go through it, and if people haven't accepted the rules, I just kick them out. And I feel bad about it, but it's just like, come on. It's not that hard. Just click a button. Just one button, and you can get in there. Just a way for us to protect ourselves from those who are not with good intentions in their heart.
That was a figment of his imagination. And therefore you've got discontent. And when the left is responsible for, siding with the, effectively with the bankers and the capitalists who caused the crisis and the discontent, the center left becomes their lackey. And then this discontent grows beyond control. And then a Mussolini, a Hitler, an Orban, a Trump, a Le Pen stands on a soapbox and says, give me absolute power and I'm going to get them and I'm going to make you proud again. So, this is the sad fact. Now, allow me just to add one more note. Look, Power has a lure that requires basic ethical standards in order to be able to resist it. Matthew, when I in my first week as finance minister, in that very exceptional time when the people of Greece put somebody like me in that position to negotiate with the IMF and and Washington and Brussels and so on, it was remarkable how well trained the representatives of these financial institutions and the creditors and big capital, how well trained they are to lure you in. I remember a discussion with Christine Lagarde, who was then the managing director of the International Monetary Fund, who really startled me because, I was there ready to give her all my arguments as to why this harsh austerity was killing our people and it was killing our economy and it was really not even good for our creditors. And she stopped me when we were just the two of us. And she said, Yanis, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. What we have done in your country is indefensible. It can't work. It can't work. Do you hear that? It can't work. Not that it's difficult to make it work. It can't work. So suddenly I felt, my God, my work has been done. And then she added, but Yanis, you have to know that we have invested so much into this. We can't go back. And your credibility and career,
gone too far.
Telling me as a friend, depends on you coming on board.
Going along with it.
It's very easy to convince yourself, not that you're a bad guy and that you're going to betray your people, but that, look, if I go along with them, then, okay, it will be bad for my people, but if it's me implementing these policies, I will do some good as well. So it's really, there's nothing easier than fooling yourself that by betraying the left, you are doing the left's job. And this is why people like Obama, I'm not saying that they were evil people that wanted to go into the White House in order to destroy the American working class and bring Trump to the White House. No, but this is effectively what they did.
Yeah. No, it's a very fair description of that, the allure of power. Ayaz Malik asks, fascism is creeping into our system of government. It's no longer an assumption. How will it, or will it, end?
My good friend, this is the beauty and the ugliness of the human condition. No one knows. It is unknowable. We are not pundits. You and I are not sitting here watching the weather and trying to predict it. Because unlike the weather, who doesn't give a damn about our predictions, the outcome of social movements, of human endeavors, is the result of human endeavors. So you and I, it's up to us to shape history. Not necessarily in the way that we want, but at least to shape it.
So on that...
Yeah, it is our responsibility. All of us to do whatever we can. Should we listen to more of this? What are we doing on time? You know what, maybe we'll just watch... Maybe we'll watch the rest of this, because we're about to be at the break. Yeah, let's just do that. I don't know. I love Mehdi. Giannis. Mehdi and Giannis at the same time. That's
Mo Ramiz asks, what strategies or changes should left-wing parties consider to rebuild their support and counter the rise of far-right ideology?
Well, firstly, you need not to do what the Democrats did last November, or the last 4 years before Trump won. The Democrats, remember, looked at the people in the eye and said, you've never had it so good, and please celebrate the wonderful
Give me a joke.
Economic management that we have administered when people were suffering. And Trump turned around and said, I feel your pain. This is carnage. He's been saying this since 2016. So what we need to do is look at the people in the eye, like, people like Bernie Sanders and AOC have been doing, say, we understand, but here's the deal. If you want to change the system which causes you pain, you need to attack the cause of the pain, not the symptom itself. So this is not a question of palliative care. This is what we need to do. Firstly, we need to get rid of the financial power of Wall Street. It has happened before. Franklin Roosevelt essentially socialized the banks, and he put the bankers into a mental prison for decades. That's why they hated him. Well, we need to do this. We need to socialize cloud capital. We need to ensure that people like Musk and Jeff Bezos and so on, they realize that there is a mass of people out there who are not going to stand for the public funding of their private techno-feudal empires, that we are going to take over the machines from them, that they didn't build them themselves, they are the result of collective human endeavor, and they have to become the slaves of humanity, not to enslave humanity.
Here's a good question from, where's it gone? I just had it open.
I'm sorry.
Oh, actually, it's an anonymous member, but somebody in the chat says, why are so many of the
Thank you, Mehdi. That made me feel better. When I have issues on stream and I'm sitting here like, oh no, how do I? I messed this up. Watching Mehdi struggle with chat, somewhat cathartic. Makes me feel like I'm not screwing up as much as I probably am.
owning tech lords like Musk and Bezos and Zuckerberg so invested in anti-Palestinian, pro-Israel speech?
Well, if you look at people like Musk and Thiel and Katz and others, they just look at the roots. They come from the white supremacist South African apartheid regime. There's nothing new there, but it's not just them. If you think of, what did the British do when they approached the southeastern coast of Australia in 1788? The fleet, the first fleet. They looked at the large continent of Australia, where there were about 6 million natives living. They declared it a terra nullius, a land without a people. That's what it means, empty land. And they said, okay, it's ours. That's the first step to genocide. And this is what the Germans did in Namibia. This is what the French did throughout Africa, and the Dutch did in Indonesia. There is a tradition in Europe and amongst white Europeans, whether they are WASPs or Catholics or whatever, there is a tradition of genocide. Therefore, think of the Zionist slogan, a land without a people for a people without a land. So, we are looking at the Palestinians, they're not people. And this is a land without a people, so it's ours, because God promised it to us. That's the first step to a genocide, to say that this is a land without, saying that this is a land without a people is the first step to genocide. So
I don't want reality.
In all the historical truth, there is a very close coalescence between the mindset of the European, of the United. How was the United States built? It was built by effectively carrying out a massive genocide of Native Americans. So they think, okay, well, we've done that. And you see, when they hear you and me talk about equal political rights from the river to the sea, they get really scared, because for them equality is the most potent and threatening word in the English language. Why? Because they know that they live on stolen land. Look at the Australians. 2 years ago there was a puny little referendum that if it had passed, it would have given the surviving native First Nations, Australians, Aborigines, it would have given the right to have a committee that could advise Parliament on matters concerning the native Australians. And the white Australian and immigrant population voted convincingly against it, because they know that if they do it, they know it's subconscious, but it's there. They're subconscious. That if they acknowledge at all the need for equality, that there hasn't been equality, it's like saying that, we live on stolen land.
Yeah. Interesting. I do want to, we're almost out of time, but I think since we touched on Gaza and Israel, let me also bring in another big geopolitical issue. Srikant Bundy asks about the Ukraine war. Says several figures on the left are very much supportive of what Putin is doing, arguing that he is opposing Western imperialism, and they welcome Trump's actions to support Putin right now. There is this issue of aggressive NATO expansion. However, is it true Putin is gung-ho against imperialism? What is your view on this?
Well, look, what I say to my friends on the left who support Putin, who supported Saddam Hussein in the past, is that, my enemy's enemy is not necessarily my friend, mate.
Well said.
Right?
100%.
And here, I'm aghast at this situation, because I'm constantly being attacked on both sides. You see,
same.
Yeah, I mean, look, I remember 1982, 1981, I was being beaten up with my comrades in London outside the Iraqi embassy because we were demonstrating against Saddam Hussein. Back then, Saddam Hussein was the blue-eyed boy of the West. He was their man in the Middle East. They loved him. You know, Dick Cheney would send him chemical weapons, and he knows that he had them because he kept the receipts, right? And it was we who were demonstrating against him, and we were being described as eccentric, as riffraff and so on, who don't know about the realistic realpolitik and stuff like that. And then when the Americans decided, the coalition of the idiots and the willing, the criminals and so on, in the United States and Britain and Australia decided that they're going to go straight in and invade Iraq, you know, we were saying, yes, Saddam Hussein is a monster, but you know, killing 1 million people through an invasion that will only lead in tears for everyone, including for the United States Army, is not the solution, mate.
Exactly.
And they would say, oh, but we need to do something. Well, no, sometimes not doing something is better than doing something which is extremely...
Exactly. Giannis here spitting hot fire all over the place on everything. Alrighty, well, I think that's a perfect time for us to take a quick galactic intermission. We will return with the content right after these brief space messages. Alright, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that little bell icon too if you don't want to miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. Now while you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to this galactic news network of ours, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships. Still working to get our 18th emote. Eventually it'll happen, I'm sure. As long as enough people either gift or start up their own membies. You got Twitch too, bits, subscriptions, and on-screen celebrations, Cash App and PayPal if you'd prefer not to give more money to the feudal techno-lords, or the cloudalists, as Mr. Varoufakis calls them. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon, where a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy awaits you. Only $3 a month will get you a whole bunch of sweet bennies. Avatar on stream like you see all around me, people hanging out with their avatars in the pool or at the bar, maybe the lake or the street. It's all up to you. Shoutouts every stream, secret content, as well as a secret Discord channel inside of our Discord server, just exclusively for the patrons and myself. That's gonna be it for the Space Messages chat. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the galactic content immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get back to that, your seats, space fams, otherwise you're gonna miss out. By the way, I don't know if anybody noticed, I haven't seen B-Cat in here lately, but take a look at who's back in the streets. I've seen nobody mention it yet, and that's why I'm pointing it out now. Alright, back to the space station. Okay, where did we leave off? We left off with Medi and Giannis. But, tax season is here. Got, like, 2 days to file, I guess. So, better get on that. Speaking of taxes, let's go here to good work. Talk about bankers and accountants. Start here. Oh, don't be a dick. Alright, fine. Do what you want.
To bring out.
Here we go. To good work. On the streets. The hard-hitting streets outside of investment banks.
Follow the rich white man.
Perhaps no job better embodies the image of business than investment banking. It's got fancy offices, screens, and those dress shirts where the collar is a different color than the rest of the shirt. But while the image of investment banking is common knowledge, the function is much less common of knowledge. So what the hell do these guys really do?
How you doing? What's going on here?
What's up, dude? What do you do for a job?
Yeah, I do investment banking.
Do you all do investment? Is this the whole group here?
Yeah, we got the whole group.
Oh, where are you guys? Thank you, sir. Nah, dude. You guys hot in the vest or just the chest and not your arms?
Just the chest. A lot of heat in the chest area. Those North Face vests. Let's go here now. This is a good work video. From a month ago. What do accountants actually do? Let's find out.
If I know anything, it's that accountants are boring, irrelevant losers. I've never met one I enjoyed talking to. Now that I think about it, I've never talked to one, period. However, I do keep abreast of business news. And lately, I've noticed an increasing number of reports that the accounting industry is in crisis because nobody wants to be an accountant anymore. Which doesn't seem like a crisis to me. I don't give a shit about accountants. But it did get me wondering, is there more to these losers than meets the eye? Let's find out.
Wait, people in chat don't know who Dan Toomey is? Dan Toomey is our go-to for on-the-street financial journalism. Hard-hitting, of course. He's hilarious and also pretty smart. And the production of these videos is great. So great, that's why we pull them out on the Sunday fun days. Because of how fun they often are. I'm shocked that anybody doesn't know. The Dan Toomey. Should I give a shit about accountants?
Accounting is defined by Investopedia as the process of recording financial transactions pertaining to a business. Now, apparently accountants work in all sorts of organizations across the public and private sectors, doing scintillating stuff like auditing, filing taxes, bookkeeping, forensic analysis, payroll services, expense tracking, corporate oversight. The most high young folks gun for jobs at the so-called Big Four firms: Deloitte, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ernst & Young, and KPMG. Lately, though, it seems like accounting's reputation is more or less at the bottom of the toilet.
Don't go into accounting.
Don't become a CPA.
If you're gonna get a degree in accounting, don't.
I quit before accounting after only working there for 10 months.
Burned out.
I'm working too hard.
Of journal entries.
So if you get an accounting degree, are you going to inevitably turn into a loser? It's a pretty fair question.
In the last 15 years, the number of students graduating with an accounting degree has been in a steady downward trend. Meanwhile, the number of grads who then sit for the CPA exam has also declined. By the way, CPA stands for Certified Poo-Tang Agent.
Is that it?
Just kidding, it stands for Certified Public Accountant, and it's the degree you get when you pass the exam to become a licensed accountant.
Business would be pretty much a farce without the accountants and the auditors who are keeping the records straight and making sure that what you see as financial reports is accurate, complete, relevant, and reliable.
Stephen Kotelmeyer is the department chair of what's widely considered to be the best accounting school in the country, UT Austin. Hook 'em.
Accountants, which are viewed to be dinosaurs in a bricks and mortar era, were not that highly respected. And then came about 40 or 50 scandals and frauds. Enron, Maritime, we could go on and on and on. And all of a sudden people are like,
why? The fact he's wearing that fucking green visor. Oh my god.
and frauds. Enron, Realcom, we could go on and on and on.
Sure.
And all of a sudden people are like, hey, you know, there might be a reason why we need these accountability guys.
Really?
So it seems like accounting provides a reassuring level of stability, not just for the economy at large, but also as a career that doesn't go bye-bye every time there's a recession. You know, it's tragic. It seems as though a lot of people have truly forgotten how vital these fiscal first responders really are. Fortunately, my appreciation for accounting has never wavered.
Accountants are boring, irrelevant losers. Jesus Christ, man.
It seems to be industry-wide. The large companies are struggling, the smaller ones are struggling, the public sector is struggling.
Interesting you say that, Courtney, because while the wife and I were checking the Bureau of Labor statistics over a snifter of cognac last night, we did notice that there are 200,000 fewer accountants working today than there were 5 years ago. The impact of which can be seen in companies' financial statements.
Companies have been filing their financial statements late because they don't have enough accounting staff. There's also been an increase in misstatements in recent years, and there's also been a rise in audit deficiencies. There are reasons for that besides the accounting shortage, but it's certainly a contributing factor.
Hi everybody, it's me, Dan Toomey, and today I want to really quickly talk to you about something that I take very seriously. Online security. Now obviously as a sexual symbol, people...
Damn, you got me with the paid promotion here, Dan. Forget it, Surfshark. And no, I was not paid for this promotion. I've gone too far.
Got it. One cause of the shortage is the fact that many accountants are goddamn old people. According to the American Institute of CPAs, about half of their members are over the age of 50. And for any 20-year-olds out there, being 50 years old is like being 10,000 years old. Another cause is that in comparison to other types of professions that business major types can line up after graduation, accounting doesn't pay that well. Most starting pay rates for CPAs tend to be somewhere between 40 and 80 G's, depending on where you work, which isn't as much as the pledge master who likes paddling you too much now makes a Goldman.
If a business undergraduate student at a good business school like Texas can get something knocking on the door, if not exceeding a six-figure salary straight out of the gate in finance or high tech, it's hard to say, well, why don't you take this
Oh god, but yeah, I mean, we need the accountants to do the accounting and stuff, keep our financial system secure, and make sure those rich people pay those taxes. God, that green hat though, that green hat's too good. But he's always doing silly things. He's a very silly man, and that's why I appreciate him. Alright, now after all of that, you might be thinking you need a moment, take a little relax. All those numbers, those figures, very high frequency stuff. You might need to just take a break in life. Let's go to NBC Montana. Talk about what's going on with legal marijuana in Montana. What are they doing? Let's find out.
A law looking to limit marijuana dosage across the state advances in Helena. If passed, House Bill 636 would limit THC content in edibles to 5 milligrams per serving. Supporters say it's a way to reduce cannabis-related visits to the ER, especially for children. But an opponent says reduced doses could have a negative impact on medical marijuana use.
Also, why are we giving kids weed gummies? That seems irresponsible.
Illegal.
I think this is a you problem, Montana. I thought you people were, generally speaking, big time family people, you know, family values type stuff in Montana. Why are the parents not parenting better? Stop giving the kids those gummies, stupid. And making the rest of us deal with this insanity of low dose gummies. Who wants that? Okay, keep it going. Now, if you don't have any gummies, you might want some for this next one. Honestly, you probably have to be smoking something to be watching this particular stream. I didn't even know this guy had made his own show. But George Santos, disgraced former congressman, has apparently he's got like a YouTube show now or something like that. Let's go here. Wonder how things were going on whatever Pants on Fire show. Is that the name of the show? The Pants on Fire show? Really? I guess that makes sense. It's a good name for you, George. Gotta say, that's good marketing. That's what that is.
There was a book I saw in the children's library where like these two daughters like take turns having sex with their dad. And everything, it was like crazy.
That's gross. I don't even know that.
That's the Bible.
Whatever.
That's the Bible, George.
I'm not getting
it's the Bible.
Jesus, I say that.
We're gonna go see George Santos right now.
The George Santos.
King of the grift. I mean, Trump is the king of the grift, but Santos.
A prince, a duke.
He's
A
the,
duke of the grift.
Who's the guy that they have flouncing around in the back of a court jester? Yeah, he's the court jester.
Ah, yes.
Court jester. Troll. 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 Jordan Peterson. Jordan
Peterson.
The smartest man alive.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Okay. And you're going to change minds. You're going to change minds.
Okay, communism. Right. We're communism.
Wait, hold on. Good or bad today?
I mean, Venezuela.
You got this.
Venezuela.
You got this.
Fuck. Okay, damn it.
Breathe. Don't talk about Venezuela. You know how that.
Yeah. How we doing? Really good. We're feeling good.
Okay.
Hello, how are you?
Maximilian, how are you?
How you doing?
Yeah.
I'm here. This is.
How are you?
This is the man.
Any adversities to pink? It's very
God.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
no,
just-
trust. Well, I mean, is it going to clash? If
What?
it clashes, we're going to have to change it.
Yeah.
This outfit is so ill-fitting.
There you go.
Jesus
Remember, poor people bad. Poor people bad. Poor people bad.
Vacuumed into that outfit today, George?
I think I'm going to take my ski on.
You go one size up.
Jordan Peterson.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson.
Okay, that's good.
There you go.
Okay.
Right here. 2 doors.
Every bathroom. Whoa. What's happening to my mic? Don't do this.
Okay, there's 2 gender-neutral bathrooms.
Do not play me. Do not play me.
I really want you shooting the entire Oh, we won't. I mean, there's no reason we would use the whole episode. Like, we would probably use at some point them talking just to have the sense of the space.
There we go.
Just having the actual episode shot by someone else kind of
creates a separate. There's no use to us to put out like, I mean, because how long the episode is gonna run, right?
45 minutes. Can we just say like during the episode, like the chunk of it, like he just turns it off and then he can shoot the end of it?
Just because I don't know what's gonna happen over the course of the episode, right?
Yeah, and we also didn't ask our crew if they wanted to be in content. You know,
we could also frame them out.
Let's just get into it. What inspired you to become
who you are today and what you do, because I know your work, obviously. I'm no stranger to it. I've been on the receiving end. Let's just get into it. What's made you make the choice to be who you are and what you do and develop this brand?
I like making comedy. The MAGA cult gives me a lot of just fresh, raw material at any given moment. As an improv person, the yes and that MAGA gives at any given moment is just world class. I mean, listen, I don't know how much you know about improv. You have to yes and you also have to work at the top of your intelligence.
Of course.
True.
Right?
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Two things that MAGA does extremely well in interviews and at all times. And so they're just fantastic improv partners. I could not ask for better.
So thanks to MAGA, you earn a living today, essentially. What you're saying
Thanks to Soros, I earn a living.
Yes. So MAGA can't go away. You're fucked.
What?
There's no career for you if MAGA goes away.
Oh my God, that would be. I really would love that.
This is a lifeline.
Put me out of. Dude, I mean, that would be amazing. If white supremacy went away, what would we do?
Oh
what
my
would
God.
we do with that?
So you're saying that everybody that's a MAGA supporter is a white supremacist?
No, I'm saying that it's not a deal breaker.
Okay.
It's not a deal breaker for MAGA if there's white supremacists in their ranks.
Why do you think the white supremacists are so attracted to this MAGA movement?
Good question.
Well, listen, it's a.
By the way, hold on before you answer that.
Thanks,
There's
Jeff,
no
for the
evidence that there's
question.
white supremacy at large in this country, specifically in MAGA.
There's no evidence? I guess George hasn't been looking very hard or at all.
I don't want reality.
Unique, right? No, there is
unique.
no
It's not unique white
We've
supremacy.
had this argument a lot.
DEI of white supremacy.
The notion that white people are supreme in America.
I literally have an interview with Patriot Front, that I just did the other day. They came to see Donald Trump and J.D. Vance speak, and they came and they were accepted by the people at the March for Life.
Patriot Front's the guys in the khakis.
Yeah,
they're clowns.
But they are.
I disavow them, and I know many people who disavow them.
Okay, great. But they fully support.
I don't
Trump.
know a
They're
single person who
anti-D.
supports them. Actually,
What?
I don't. I really don't.
Okay,
George
great.
Santos
So
doesn't know a lot
next
of people,
time
apparently.
They come to a rally that you're at
In his own movement.
I've rebuked them before.
Okay, great.
They are
If
rebuked.
we're at a rally together and you want to yell at them and chase them off, I'll back you up 100%.
Brand. I'm not crazy.
I'm not
That's the crazy
it
brand,
takes
right? I
crazy
don't
to
do
yell.
If you want to
find someone else.
Oh, it's crazy to yell. Oh. It's great. Oh, yeah.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Gotta be crazy to yell at white supremacists. That's not my brand. That's not my brand.
If you want to tell them to fuck off and that they're pieces of shit, I'll stand behind you.
I'll send it in a tweet.
Yeah.
We got to go back to the notion that
So
white
brave.
supremacy does not exist. Are you saying that, or did I misunderstand you?
No.
We just talked about Patriot.
It is not proven to be widespread in this country. Is there racism? Sure, there is. Racism sucks. It's ugly, and you know how I feel about that.
That's the problem, George. See, that's me. People think
She was not done speaking.
You were into what?
She wasn't done speaking.
Didn't you just interrupt her yourself?
Podcast. We're
It's
talking
not a
over
conservative
women.
podcast, actually.
We're talking over
open.
women.
It's an echo. It's an open, non-echo
it's
chamber
not a
environment.
conservative podcast. Sorry, you can finish.
Actually, you were making your point about how you were talking.
I just said to you, I acknowledge racism exists, and I acknowledge that, and I think it's a bad thing. I just don't believe there's white supremacy at large, or white supremacy is the heart of MAGA. I think that's disingenuous, and that's a media spin. And by the way, it's the same media spin that led Democrats to lose the election. Hillary Clinton used to say that we should deport every single immigrant and that they're dangerous and violent, and this was in 2008.
Yeah, and Hillary Clinton.
Do you think we should deport every single immigrant, or are they all dangerous and violent?
Do I look like a Hillary stan to you?
Do you believe every immigrant is dangerous and violent?
No.
Hillary Clinton was a standing bearer of your party, of the Democrats.
Hillary Clinton?
For years, yes. Yes, she was. She was the face of your party.
Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton. I say Bill Clinton was the best Republican president this country ever had.
Now, explain to me something, because I do have a bone to pick with you, and I'm pretty sure you know that. Do you have a family?
A bone?
Who doesn't have a family?
Do you have a wife, kids? Or are you married?
Sure.
Do you?
No, it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay. How would you feel if I turned to this audience and said, for all of my followers and all my listeners to go to your house right now and harass you at your home?
Listen, if I was a public official,
how would you feel though if somebody called?
If I was a United States Congressperson, if you're a United States Congressperson, that is fair game.
Oh, it's fair game to go harass my disabled niece who lives with me, my husband.
Oh my God, this guy is such a pearl clutcher. Wow. How dare you protest Congress people?
Illegal.
My sister, people who live with me, you think it's appropriate to incite people
Maybe
to come
you
to a public
tell them to go.
house, not just their workplace, which is fair game, and I took it every single day, but to their house. What does my house have to do with me being elected to office or not? That is dangerous.
That's where you live.
That is dangerous. A child lives with me.
It's dangerous.
Autistic
A child
lives with me, which is my niece.
A child.
Main caregiver.
It's more dangerous. I would say that.
Can we
I would say
fact
that.
check some of this?
I think it's more dangerous for a child to be in George Santos's house than to have that child witness a protest against George Santos. Just that's my personal opinion. Still pining on this idea of his.
I literally don't believe anything you're saying.
That's all
right
true.
Yeah, the Hillary Clinton thing you said earlier, that's false. She said that she felt strongly about the deportation of individuals with criminal convictions, but the vast majority of individuals.
So we illegal.
So that's false. And
can we fact check the niece thing?
Yeah.
I literally don't believe a word he says.
That's fine.
Well,
you don't have to. I don't care if you do.
So Walter, did you? So Walter,
It's fine if I say untrue things.
I don't want reality.
Did you not incite that? Did you not suggest that?
Did I say let's go to his house? Let's show me this. What did I say? Let's go to his house and harass his niece that
Let's
doesn't
also
live
harass
with him.
Santos at his home and NY
Yeah,
office.
you.
This is
not
his
your
own
niece. Nobody was.
On January 10th.
I love how he pretends that people protesting him is the
23,
same as people attacking his niece somehow. It's all the same. It's all the same. Wow. Yeah, this is amazing. Well, we can't watch all 30 minutes of this. Otherwise, this stream will go on forever, I swear to God. Speaking of immigration, though, which is basically where we just left off, let's go to this horrifying story from NBC 10 Boston from earlier, on Sunday. This one's, I mean, prepare yourselves for this one. Maybe you might want to sit down. An immigration attorney, a U.S. citizen, natural-born U.S. citizen, has received a DHS letter from Kristi Noem and crew telling her to self-deport.
What?
Yep, nope, not making that up.
Now an NBC Boston exclusive, a Boston resident getting a shocking email from the federal government, an immigration notice saying she had to leave the country immediately.
Immediately, if not
a US
sooner.
Citizen. Michael Rosenfield has the story you'll only see right here on NBC Boston.
When Massachusetts resident Nicole Micciarone received this email on Friday telling her to leave the country,
it's time for you to leave the United States.
At first I thought it was for a client, but I looked really closely and the only name on the email was mine. So it said that my parole status had been terminated and I should leave the country within 7 days.
But the 40-year-old is a U.S. citizen, born in Newton and raised in Sharon.
Probably, hopefully sent to me in error. But it's a little concerning that these are going out to U.S. citizens.
Micciarone is an immigration attorney working with many clients facing possible deportation issues, so her name and email are on a lot of paperwork.
The language in the email is very...
That's efficiency, folks. Just tell the immigration attorneys to deport themselves. That way, immigrants won't have any representation in court. It's a real thing. Now, this attorney believes that this was given to her in error. It may very well have been. But is that the sort of merit we were promised? This kind of unprecedented level of competence we were supposed to receive from this administration? Geez. It's weird. Mistakes were made?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
That's a good point. That's a good point. They are going to do some very incorrect things all over the place. Let's go now to Bianca Graulau from a few days ago. Talk about what's been going on in Puerto Rico as it relates to immigration. This is pretty horrifying. Puerto Rico is not even technically a state. They're just a colony. And we're deporting people from there too.
Illegal.
I have seen the video I'm about to show you many times, and it still gives me chills. It shows immigrants arriving to the west coast of Puerto Rico. But listen to how Puerto Ricans who were at the beach that day reacted. They're encouraging the immigrants to run away from law enforcement, even telling a woman to sit down with them so she doesn't get caught. That day, a couple of miles away, a civilian did intervene to catch one of the immigrants and turn him over to agents. But according to the person who recorded the video, the man who pinned down that immigrant was a tourist from Texas.
Ah, a mighty man of valor from Texas, tackling people in a land that is not his own. Love that. America World Police.
Almost 4 years ago. But the reason I'm showing them to you now is because I think they illustrate how most Puerto Ricans feel about immigrants. In general, Puerto Rico is not anti-immigrant. It's why politicians here don't campaign on a promise to be tough on immigration. Quite the opposite. Their message is usually one of support for the immigrant community.
Los dominicanos son parte de la familia puertorriqueña, ya son parte de nosotros.
But as a colony of the United States, we lack sovereignty in many aspects, and that includes who we allow to come into our territory. The U.S. dictates our immigration laws.
Las órdenes ejecutivas, nosotros Puerto Rico no se puede dar el lujo de no cumplir con ellas.
So since President Donald Trump took office, immigrant communities in Puerto Rico say they're being targeted like never before.
Esta es la administración más violenta.
We talked to immigrants, including one who has gone into hiding because of the raids.
We're not criminals. We come here searching for a better life.
We also talked to the Puerto Ricans defending them.
This is a safe sanctuary, and I protect and take care of them. Because God sent me here to do that. God didn't send me to do something else.
Most immigrants in Puerto Rico are from the Dominican Republic. And the ties between the two islands go way back. I'm talking hundreds of years, before they were even colonized. We know this because researchers tested the bones of indigenous people found in what was once the island of Quisqueya. One of the individuals shared DNA with someone who lived in Boriquén, now Puerto Rico. Scientists call them DNA cousins, meaning they likely shared a recent ancestor. This suggests the indigenous people of the Caribbean islands were highly mobile and connected to each other. The theory is that they traveled back and forth between the islands using the Caribbean Sea as a kind of highway. And then Spain colonized both places. But the Dominican Republic eventually gained its independence, while Puerto Rico went from being a Spanish colony to becoming a US colony. So despite speaking the same language, sharing a Caribbean culture, and being so close geographically speaking, Dominicans and Puerto Ricans are separated because Puerto Rico belongs to the US and the Dominican Republic does not. Dominicans can't travel here as easily as US Americans can. Instead, Dominicans risk their lives traveling by sea.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
They pack into makeshift boats called jolas and then head to the Mona Passage, usually in the middle of the night. I talked to someone who did the trip. I'll call her Carolina to protect her identity.
It was a very difficult journey. Tell me about it. Well, we got on a boat. We got lost along the way. And the journey was hard. Because for 6 or 7 days, my family didn't hear from me.
Some immigrants don't survive the trip. Others get dropped off in Mona, an uninhabited island that's part of Puerto Rico. That's what happened to Carolina and the people she was traveling with. She says law enforcement picked them up and brought them to the Big Island, and then took them to Miami. She says it was an experience she doesn't want to repeat. She was granted parole, which means she was allowed to stay in Puerto Rico legally for a year while she requested asylum. She's doing that now, but her parole expired last month. That means she's at risk of deportation. But even if she still had parole, she wouldn't necessarily be protected under the Trump administration, because the Department of Homeland Security gave immigration officers a new directive. It gives them permission to end an immigrant's parole status and deport them. So Carolina has been hiding, even missing doctor's appointments for her 6-month-old baby.
I'm afraid to go to appointments because they could be there and catch me, take my baby away.
Officers already arrested 2 of her friends, young men in their 20s who she says were shopping at the corner store when agents showed up.
They were buying groceries to make dinner. And immigration agents went there and took
How
them.
you feel about topics like immigration will likely have a lot to do with where you get your news from. So let me tell you about Ground News, the sponsor of today's video. Because in a world where news is so politicized, Ground News' app and website help you make sense of the bias in the media. Like
You don't need Ground
immigration
News.
agents arrested.
Well, we do, but we don't need an advertisement for it. Okay. Yeah, and it's utterly insane that Kristi Noem is giving ICE agents the ability to take away people's immigration status and just deport them without any cause. That seems illegal.
Illegal.
Not sure how that made it past courts, or maybe hasn't even seen a court yet. Speaking of Puerto Rico, one woman was stranded in Puerto Rico for a strange reason. An emotional support parrot. You heard me right? A parrot. Eyewitness News ABC 7 from 3 days ago. Who is that streamer? That's Bianca Graulau. Spelled Graulau. And we haven't watched enough of her videos. She's quite good, but like, sort of, what's the word? Sort of niche, and doesn't always like line up with the stuff we're talking about, but she does really great content, honestly. Really good stuff from her. I would check it out.
I just want to go home. That's all. I don't ask for much.
Earlier this week, you heard that tearful plea from a Bronx grandmother who was stranded with her parrot, Plucky, in Puerto Rico. The airline wasn't allowing her to bring her parrot back on board to fly back to New York City.
But we do have some good news. She is waking up back in the Bronx this morning. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson spoke with her exclusively when she landed just a few hours ago at JFK. Nice.
That's okay.
Over here.
That's okay.
Nice one. We have a lot going on here.
A lot going on.
You have a lot going on. You were at the airport last night to meet her.
I was, and this really is, it takes a village. That's really what this is. Maria Fraterego is so traumatized, she tells me she will never fly again and is sticking close to home in Riverdale. That's where she is right now, getting some much needed rest. She was on board Frontier Flight 3548 and touched down about 3.5 hours ago with her service animal, Plucky. We were the only camera there as the 81-year-old grandmother passed through security at JFK. Plucky was right there on Maria's lap in her carrier. Maria had been stranded in Puerto Rico for nearly a week after Frontier refused to allow Plucky to travel in her carrier back to our area. That's
Jesus Christ. I have never once heard of an emotional support parrot. But hey, you know, beautiful tapestry, humanity, all sorts of things we don't know. But she managed to make it back to New York, to her home, unlike some people who are being deported from this country. Okay. What next? Let's talk quickly about the tariffs. Any new tariff news? Got a couple pieces on regards to that. Let's start here. France 24 English from 20 hours ago. Donald Trump exempts smartphones and computers from those China tariffs.
I have to have my China.
Wasn't expecting this, but you know, Donald Trump's been blinking all over the place, and it seems like finally, after putting the tariffs in place, he's actually thinking about what
it's a welcome respite for the tech industry.
Oh my God, that's loud.
The Trump administration has granted tariff exclusions for smartphones, computers, and other electronics imports supplied largely by China, sparing them from much of Washington's steep 125% levies. A big sigh of temporarily relief for U.S. tech firms, as semiconductors are also excluded from the baseline 10% tariffs on most U.S. trading partners. The latest exclusions narrow the range of sweeping levies announced by Donald Trump earlier this month, and the punishing additional rate on goods from China. The U.S. president has targeted the world's second-largest economy with his reciprocal tariffs, deeming their trade practices unfair. The rate piled atop an earlier 20% imposed over China's alleged role in fentanyl supply chains, as well as other existing tariffs from previous administrations, bringing the full figure up to at least 145% for many products. Trump has repeatedly stated that the U.S. cannot continue to rely on China to manufacture critical technologies. And while he's referred to tariffs as a way to bring manufacturing back to the United States, ramping up domestic manufacturing is likely to take years.
Wow. So, perhaps shockingly to some, Donald Trump finally, after talking about these tariffs for I don't even know how long, quite a while, depends on where you want to start.
Even after this week's...
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm talking. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Yeah, after months and months of talking about these tariffs, Donald Trump finally thinking about what some of the impacts of these tariffs will be to either people or to big business, and making a little loophole, which I think the fact that he's doing this now is going to open up all sorts of means of corruption. You know, he's already hanging out with all these execs. Who next is going to show up, you know, to the White House to say, hey, you want to make another loophole for us? I could buy some Trump coin, enrich you a little bit more. You want just straight up cash? You want a brick of gold? I mean, that's basically where we're at right now. Part of the deal. Now, here's something else that's potentially going to be tariffed. Pharmaceuticals, that's right. You ever need to take a drug, prescription drugs, or pills of any kind? For any sort of ailments you've ever had? I'm sure no one here has ever had to take medicine before. It's probably fine. Because, yeah, they're about to be tariffed. I don't know.
Even after this week's tariff hike pause from the White House, President Trump again threatened major tariffs on foreign-made pharmaceuticals. So far, medicine has been exempt from the president's trade war. Investigative reporter Tim McNicholas shows us how local pharmacists and customers are bracing for impact.
Every month,
all right, it's ready.
Nicholas Pierre says he pays about $200 for his medication at Esco Pharmacy in Hell's Kitchen.
Sometimes I have to decide whether to get the medication or balance it with food and so on and so forth. It's already challenging as it is. If it was to increase, it would just be more of a burden.
Esco Pharmacy owner Danny Dang says since most of these drugs are imported, that is exactly what will happen if President Trump follows through on his pharmaceutical tariff threats.
Immediately, we're very concerned that we're going to be out of business, but not only that, we're also concerned that the patient access.
A White House official told CBS News New York Thursday that the president has not yet made any final decisions on pharmaceutical tariffs. The president himself had this to say a day earlier.
We're going to put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back.
President Trump, who made those comments after he'd already announced his 90-day pause on most tariff hikes, did not say how large a pharmaceutical tariff he could impose or when.
We realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country.
Economists with ING Bank recently forecast that a 25% tariff on pharmaceuticals could push common heart medications from 82 cents to 94 cents per pill, an extra $42 a year. And some complex treatments, like generic cancer drugs, could see a jump of $8,000 to $10,000 for a 6-month prescription. Dang says he hopes the president can bring more drug manufacturing to the U.S., and he hopes the White House has a plan to help small pharmacies hurting if they do impose the tariffs.
He'll get right on that.
I would love to have a White House giving us some sort of guidance, support, and say, hey, I'm going
to... Don't be stupid. This will solve the broken healthcare system, though, for sure. And, of course, Donald Trump will look after all the small pharmacies. That's who he cares most about. You know, the small neighborhood pharmacies. Yeah, of course. He'll get right on that. Do you have $1 million, though? Because you're probably going to have to give him tribute in order to get a loophole made for you. Maybe you can band together with the community to get a little more money together. Like, what do you call it? Communism? Okay, just kidding. I'm sure that won't happen, but yeah, that's where we're at right now, potentially on the tariffs. Phones getting exemption, but medicine getting extra tariffs. Fascinating plan. I wonder if he talked to any business leaders before suggesting these tariffs. All the factories will be here by next week. Don't worry, doesn't take time. All you gotta do is you gotta pick it up, the big helicopter, and bring it over here. Now let's go to our close neighbor, Canada. Oh, Canada. Where apparently Canadians are avoiding travel to the United States, if you haven't heard. I wonder, will that affect the economy?
I don't want reality.
Yeah, probably. CBC News from 2 days ago.
So there's been a lot of talk from Canadians saying, I don't want to go to the U.S. anymore.
This week we were planning on going, but we decided to make a different decision.
We're boycotting them for sure.
We have to stand up for Canada. You know, they're poking us in the eye, so we got to poke them back.
And there are surveys too. One where more than 60% of people said they planned to avoid travel to the U.S. this year entirely. But again, lots of people say things. It's been harder to know how real this apprehension was until now, because the data is in. The drop is significant, and Americans have noticed in a big way.
Canadian airlines are taking away flights to popular U.S. cities. This after many Canadian vacationers apparently are avoiding the U.S.
It is having not only a negative impact on the tourism market, but business as a whole.
We're seeing pretty seismic developments in terms of the number of people that are willing to go to the U.S. right now.
It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking.
And here's the thing. More Canadians pour into the U.S. every year than people from any other country in the world. So we wanted to know just how much does this drop actually hurt the U.S.? Let's start with the turning point. The moment data started to show something real was happening here. This red line shows how many people traveled by land from Canada to the U.S. between October and February of this year, compared to the orange line, which is last year's travel data. Superimposing the lines like this, you can see how this year's travel numbers have actually been higher than the previous years since October, but then the two lines split apart from each other in February, which was, if you think back, right around the time the US and Canada began phase 1 of a fresh trade fight.
The White House confirming tonight that a 25% tariff on Canadian imports will take effect on Tuesday.
Canadians are fully united from coast to coast to coast to stand up for this extraordinary and beautiful country.
And brand new Canadian data seems to show this sharp downturn in travel actually accelerated in March, with a 32% drop in Canadian return trips from the US by car year over year, which is also the lowest number of Canadians coming back over the border since 2022, when Canadians really had good reasons to stay home, with COVID testing, vaccine mandates, cross-border quarantine measures still in place.
A lot of people obviously voting with their wallets and saying, you know what, we're going to stay closer to home. We're not going to spend our hard-earned money there while we deal with Trump's tariffs and Trump's 51st détente.
And the drop in Canadians booking flights to the U.S. is pretty substantial too. According to the travel agency Flight Center, 40% fewer Canadians booked vacations to American cities in February. And 1 in 5 Canadians actually canceled their trips to the U.S. over the past 3 months.
After I get cancellation emails from my clients, some of whom have been my clients for over 2 decades, I come back to them like, guys, it's Trump, right? It's politics, it's policy, it's he being mean, and is that why the cancellations are happening? And they're coming back to me, it's 1,000%. 1,000%. It's Trump's policies and politics, and we are sorry.
And airlines are noticing, some allocating tens of thousands fewer seats from Canada to the U.S. this April.
Wow.
United Airlines even
Wow.
going so far
Combined,
as to
that's like over
cancel a
100,000.
new daily route between.
Yeah, that's literally over 100,000 fewer seats. Holy shit.
United Airlines.
I wonder if those 100,000 people were planning on spending money in the United States.
Give me a joke.
To cancel a new daily route between Toronto and LA that it had planned to start up in May. So here's where the problem becomes really real, because Canada-US travel was supposed to have been ramping up, right? And as we've been approaching the busiest time of year, the summer months, what happens if this drop keeps dropping? The shock could be big.
They'll be missed. I mean, we're going to feel it, a big impact in our pocket end of the season if they don't show up this year.
According to the U.S. Travel Association, in 2024, about 20 million Canadians either drove or flew south, and the majority of them to either New York, Florida, Arizona, Texas, or California.
Even local officials in Las Vegas are saying what's going on with Canada right now is a problem for us and growth opportunities for us.
Because just think about it. Every single activity that these Canadian visitors book, every meal they eat, every hotel they stay at, that's money being pumped into the U.S. economy. Last year, Canadians spent over $20 billion in the United States. That's twice as much as what Americans spent at McDonald's in 2024, and almost as much as what the entire U.S. gym and fitness industry pulls in each year.
Wow.
And not only does this amount of money help fuel local business, it also creates jobs. The U.S. Travel Association estimates about 140,000 of them. So what happens when some of that money starts to disappear?
To give you an idea in like actual dollar bills, 2024, my company grossed $35,000 exclusively from Canadian high school kids coming to New York City for their class trip. 2025, 5,000 and going down because I still get cancellations every other week. I hire 15 tour guides and they all work for me as well as other companies. My inability to hire them to do what they love, which is share their passion and their energy and their excitement about the greatest city in the world, it sucks, man. It's really, really rough.
And some American businesses make so much money off Canadians, they've actually built their entire business models around them.
Richard Clavet looks forward to Canadian snowbirds coming to Florida every year.
They create bond here and friendship.
Canadians have filled his motels for the past 35 years, but this year was different.
With Canadians right now, we're about 30%, when we should be more like around 80%. So it's a big drop.
To put this in broader terms, it's estimated about 1 million Canadians, mostly retired, travel to the U.S. every winter. And that group, they're not just staying for days, even weeks. Many of them spend months, if not half the year, south of the border, which creates an expectation from local businesses that they and their money keep coming.
I live here 6 months. This is my home, but I'm leaving April 2nd. I actually feel guilty that I'm here.
If you have approximately 1 million snowbirds going away, they're spending money on vacation rentals when they go there. They're also engaging in activities. They're going out to eat. They're doing other things locally. So you're talking in the billions of dollars.
And think about the little guy, the smaller vacation towns close to the border.
Yeah, all of those places up by the border. I wonder if all of them voted for Donald Trump or not. No? Well, that's good. As long as it doesn't hurt my voters. Although there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them out there that did vote for Donald Trump over, you know, sort of the middle of the country especially. Michigan comes to mind. Good job, Michigan, voting against your own interests over there. Wonder if South Dakota or Idaho, or I mean North Dakota or Idaho or any of these other places. I wonder if they had any Canadian business. Or if Canadians ever went south. Oh, they do go south for the nice weather during the winter. Oh, that's probably bad. That's probably bad. Okay, now let's go to this story in Montreal. Global news. One content creator's videos are taking social media by storm. What's happening here?
It's Monday again. Are you ready for your Garboscope? Oh, hey, it's Braden from Global News.
Ryan Sullivan is taking the term trash TV quite literally, and he's bringing it to new heights. The second story, to be exact.
Garboscope, because it's time to find out if we're going to have a good week or a bad one.
Every Monday, millions of people across Instagram and TikTok hold their breath.
This is really what we're doing, trash basketball.
Dial it. Buckets! It was born out of sheer laziness. It was born when I lived up on Saint Joseph and I didn't want to go down 3 flights of stairs to take down the weekly trash. And so it's just evolved into a weekly occurrence that the internet loves.
The trash toss has grown to be more than mere entertainment. It's turned into a weekly horoscope for viewers who base their decisions on the outcome. A bullseye in the bin means a good week. A miss, a bad one.
People lay out their trials and tribulations. Hey, I've got a date this week. Garboscope's extremely popular during exam time.
While sinking a week's worth of garbage into a small can from so high is no easy
what a
feat.
shot.
Mastering the craft, Sullivan rarely misses.
But wind can be a factor. Sometimes I'm going through
Wind.
something,
Sure,
you know,
sure,
and that
sure.
might weigh on the bag.
Oh, he
and
got
on
the
spirits.
yips.
Dedicated to
The
the
garbage
fans,
yips.
he even takes the show on the road. A marketing manager by trade, he sees the potential of the popular detritus dunk.
Get at me, Glad, Hefty. We've been in the DMs. They're kind of skating me. I think it's no-brainer marketing. I shouldn't even be mentioning without a paycheck.
With no...
There we go. The Canadian garbage economy. Gone digital. Alright. Let's do some more Sunday Funday stuff in Canada. Let's go to Edmonton. CTV News from 2 days ago. Inaugural Shumka Dance Festival in Edmonton. Sounds fun. Dance? Are you not entertained yet?
Are you not entertained?
Is this not value-taining enough for you?
Ukrainian dancers are leaping their way into the inaugural Shumka Dance Festival. Dancers have arrived from across Canada for the 3-day competition at the Northern Jubilee Auditorium.
Some of the dancers here are just recreational dancers, but some are very, very intense, very, very passionate about it. And regardless, we're so lucky to have as much talent as we do gracing the stage this weekend.
Dancers of all ages are taking part until Saturday when the festival closes with a competition show.
Ooh. Competition, you say? Sounds fun. Alright, let's go to one Canadian influencer who we've certainly gone to in the past. The drops are too loud now, are they? Alright, I'll change it. I have to go back and forth between when I'm going through the music and just doing sound shots. I appreciate you all letting me know when the sound shots are too loud. I know they can be overwhelming sometimes, so I try to keep them at the right volume.
Are you not entertained?
Is that better? Is that good for you? Alright. Julie Nolke. That's right. Canadian YouTube Wonderkind. Let's see what she's been up to.
Hey, babe, have you seen my BlackBerry? Yeah, the one from 2012. I'm not doing Apple products anymore. No, only Canadian. No more Severance. No more White Lotus. I just bought all 17 seasons of Murdoch Mysteries. 18 season, 19? Gotta stop making that show.
That's too many
But
seasons.
I got them on repeat because we're only watching Canadian TV now. It's not good. We're all gonna make some sacrifices. All the furniture in this room, Canadian. Yeah, this couch, constructed in Winnipeg. Had to take out a second mortgage to buy it. Oh, I'll go into crippling debt. Yeah, to stick it to the Americans. I will dive deep into poverty to show them how we feel. They got no idea what's coming. I am not spending another dime on anything American. Don't show the Amazon box. That was a moment of weakness. You ever heard of Neil Young? BTO, okay? That's what we're doing. We're taking care of business. This is a Jan Arden household now. Well, who am I kidding? It's always been a Jan Arden household. John Lennon? He's okay.
Okay, yep, that makes sense.
Looky here. We got, oh shit, Dolly Parton.
Oh.
I'm not burning Dolly Parton. I'm gonna put her there for a minute and we're gonna think about that one,
about it.
Let's not do something we're gonna regret. White Stripes? That's basically Windsor.
Right.
That's Canadian.
Yeah,
Bring on the tariffs. Make them 200%. Because I'm not buying anything American anyways. If it doesn't have one of those Canadian flag stickers,
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but
burn
the White Stripes are from...
Because I'm not buying anything American anyways.
I think they're from Detroit,
It doesn't have one of those Canadian flag stickers.
Michigan, which is right across the border. There's like literally a bridge that goes between Detroit and Canada. I think it's the Ambassador Bridge, I want to say. I could be wrong.
That's basically Windsor. That's Canadian. I'll bring on the tariffs. Make them 200%. Because I'm not buying anything American anyways. If it doesn't have one of those Canadian flag stickers, burn it. Unless it's like from another place, not American. Anything from the UK, France, Germany. Yeah, literally everyone is okay. Yeah, none of those other countries poked the bear. They didn't poke the bear. You know who did? And they're gonna feel it. Yeah, you can BBM me. You know, remember BlackBerry Messenger? Yeah, ping me. Did you know the auto industry, they could have one piece, it's so integrated, you could have one piece of a car go over the border 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. You wanna know how I know that? Because the news won't stop talking about it. You know they're changing the name of the Americano? Yeah, they made it Canadiano now. And the Italians, they don't mind. House is made in Canada. You're telling me that the drywall, part of it's Canadian, but the paper of the drywall is American?
Usually. Burn it down.
In this house? Burn it. Okay, all I'm saying is the damage is done. Okay. You mess with the bear, you get the horns. Hey man, if it came down to it, I'd join the resistance. I'd participate in some guerrilla activities. I mean, I'm not saying I'd do anything rash, right? I wouldn't do anything rash, but
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
When you get a beaver in a corner,
What happens?
they'll gnaw their way out.
Ah. Those teeth. Yeah, exactly.
Look, America, I hate that it's come to this. We used to be such good friends until you stabbed us and everyone else in the back, but I digress. One of the best things we can all collectively do right now is to stay informed. And no, I don't mean looking at Facebook to read Aunt Brenda's hot take on the measles vaccine. I mean breaking free of the algorithm and confronting the bias that exists in our media, which is why I love the sponsor of today's video, Ground News. Ground News is an app.
Okay, well, there you go. Little Julie Nolke for you. Little Canadian comedy in these difficult times we're all going through. How are we doing on time? Okay, 5 hours in. We're going to transition now to the climate portion of this show. We're going to start off with Climate Adam from 2 days ago. Climate Adam's going to break down some of some Elon stuff for us. That sounds good. Let's do that. Go web go. No. God damn you. Why are you doing this to me? There we go. That's right. Elon is invading the environmental half.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I'm Adam, a climate scientist with a PhD from Oxford, sharing what you need to know about climate change. And today I want to talk about the leader of the United States of America, Elon Musk. Sorry, that was needlessly trolly. But however you look at it, Elon Musk, who hasn't been elected in any way, shape or form, has played a crucial role in Donald Trump's presidency, from backing his re-election to enacting devastating cuts. Now, of course, there's a huge amount that can and has been said about Elon Musk, from his business practices to his personal life, to his repeating of fascist talking points, to his backing up of fascist leaders, and his making hand gestures, which of course have nothing to do with fascism. But despite all of that, I've been made aware that there are some people that still think Elon Musk cares about the climate, which is, you know, the thing that actually made him famous in the first place. Well, apart from dating Grimes and slapping an X on Twitter. Oh, and that reminds me, I'm actually on Blue Sky now, link in the description. So today I'd like to take a look at what Elon Musk actually says when it comes to climate change. I'm not going to talk so much about his specific actions and really let his words speak for themselves. And we'll take a look at how accurate these words are and how his positions have changed over the years. Okay, so this has been more than enough of a preamble. Let's actually start off looking at some clips. And to kick us off, we've got a clip from almost a full decade ago when Elon Musk gave a talk at Sorbonne in France. This was during the Paris climate talks, which led to the Paris Climate Agreement. And mostly what he says in this talk is really pretty sensible. Like when he's talking about global temperature changes and he says,
small changes result in huge effects.
Which is absolutely true.
That is
so we
true.
talk about limiting global warming under 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. And these numbers sound really tiny. Actually, these changes have absolutely huge effects in terms of increasing extreme weather events, spread of diseases, sea level rise. So spot on from Musk there. He then goes on to talk about what the goal of fighting climate change ultimately is.
The goal is to exit the era as quickly as possible.
Which is absolutely the correct top line goal. It's not a very interesting thing to say, it's so obvious, except when we contrast it with what he says later on, so spoiler alert. Okay, and then later in the talk, Elon Musk talks about how climate change could impact us.
The worst case is more displacement and destruction than all the wars in history combined. Yeah, about 3% of scientists that believe in the best case, about 97% that believe in the worst case.
So this is really interesting. So the first thing he says is that climate change could cause this huge amount of devastation and destruction. That's a really, really hard thing to quantify. That should set off alarm bells when he says 97% of climate scientists think that thing. And what he's actually doing is taking a statistic which is, at the time, around 97% of climate scientists agreed that global warming was happening and being caused by humans, and then translating it to something completely different, the impacts of climate change. So, in other words, completely misrepresenting that statistic. He's willing to distort evidence in order to promote his cause. So I found that really interesting, looking way back almost a decade ago. Let's step forward to 2018. This was his first appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast.
So why run this crazy experiment where we take trillions of tons of carbon from underground and put it in the atmosphere and oceans? It's the dumbest experiment in human history.
Now, I think that's really spot on, and that's a framing that I hear a lot of climate scientists use as well. We're pushing our planet into uncharted territory. This
Zero
effectively
Megastar just
is a
shared
massive
1,000
unplanned
bits.
experiment where
Thank you for the bits, Omega Star. Did you hear that? Did you hear the way she said that? That was hilarious. What did our little British butler say over there on Twitch? Chainsaw a-owu. Or otherwise known as a chainsaw. With extra A's and W's in there. Thank you, Omega Star. Corgo indeed. Chainsaw coming for all of us right now. Once again, Omega Star keeping us alive over there on Twitch. Completely alone, somehow. Where are all of our Twitch viewers? Huh.
just around and finding out.
It's really my fault. It's really my fault. We do have a Twitch, though. You wondered how that would get pronounced. It was fantastic. It was a great pronunciation. I think it was spot on. Ooh, Omegastar just got an even fancier Twitch badge for all those bits you keep giving me. I love and appreciate you so very much.
We pump so much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere that it's at higher levels than it's been for millions of years. And really cool to see him bring that up on Joe Rogan. He then goes on to say,
if we put too much carbon in the atmosphere, things overheat, oceans warm up, ocean real estate becomes a lot less valuable. Things underwater.
I think that's a really decent description of a lot of the consequences we can expect to see from heating the planet up. And again, it wouldn't be interesting if it weren't for what's going to come later in this video. So watch this space. And now jumping forward a bit to 2022. So this is suddenly a lot more recent. We're now in an era where Elon Musk is starting to temper what he's saying. So instead of straightforwardly arguing that we need to fight climate change and it's really urgent, he starts saying stuff like this.
I am not one of the doomsday people, which may surprise. I actually think we're on a good path. As long as we have a high sense of urgency about moving towards a sustainable energy economy, then I think things will be fine.
As long as we feel like it's urgent.
Videos like this.
We don't have to do anything.
The first thing is what Elon...
I love that. We just need a feeling of urgency inside. We don't actually have to do anything about it. But as long as we're having some sort of anxiety attack, I guess. I don't know. It's not clear exactly what he means, but it's very strange. Because he was saying a lot of stuff. Didn't he just say that 97% of climate scientists believe in the worst case scenario?
I don't want reality.
Which one is it, Elon? Which one is it? I'm so confused.
Talking about what he's claiming flies in the face of all the evidence we have, which is that the current trajectory we are on is nowhere near enough to limit global warming to what would be relatively safe levels. We are on our current trajectory heading for more like 3 degrees Celsius, which would be absolutely devastating for the planet and for all the people that live on it. So what he's saying is completely in contradiction with everything we understand about climate change. So that's number one, what frustrates me about this video. Number two is that you have very serious interviewers. Here, this interviewer is, I believe, the head of TED Talks, who are just like, oh yes, how interesting, you're so wise. Even though the thing that is being said to them is in contradiction with literally all the evidence. And by just sitting there and silently nodding, they add a real legitimacy to what otherwise are complete bonkers claims. And they should at the very least say, well, that's interesting in how much it disagrees with everything I've heard. Can you provide one iota of evidence for that? But unfortunately,
he didn't say that.
Come on. Go. One place where Elon Musk, thankfully, at least used to be challenged a lot more was on Twitter. And here's a tweet from the following year. So this is from 2023. He says, it's important to note that what happens on Earth's surface, for example, farming, has no meaningful impact on climate change. Absolutely not true.
It's a perfect time for this sound shot.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Farming has no meaningful impact on...
Whoopsies. Double pause.
Climate change.
What are we doing here? Come on.
Absolutely not true. There are loads of ways, and we'll discuss these a bit more in a moment, loads of ways that what happens on Earth's surface can impact the climate. For example, we can destroy forests, releasing a whole bunch of carbon dioxide and other gases into the atmosphere. When we talk about what causes climate change, there's an entire category we use effectively for what happens on Earth's surface. We climate scientists call that land use change. It seems to be when he's started to try and play into the rhetoric of farmers' protests, which have really been pounced on by far-right groups as a way of denouncing more mainstream politics. Moving on to the last part of this tweet, he says, over time, if we keep doing this, releasing greenhouse gases, the chemical makeup of our atmosphere will change enough to induce meaningful climate change. This over time is doing a lot of work misleading
it sure
this
is.
Sentence because we are
like we're not already
feeling
exactly
the impacts of climate change today. People are already dying of extreme heat.
Yeah, who could imagine Elon saying something incorrect? Wow. Yeah, we're already clearly experiencing the effects of climate change. And if we keep doing what we're doing, those effects will continue to get worse and worse, and we'll even get some new ones, which will be so exciting. Yay! New climate change effects. That's what we want. Yeah, we'll start hitting some of those other tipping points we've talked about over the years. Year. It's almost, wow. We've been going at this for a while, haven't we? All right. Speaking of climate change, I think it's time for us to talk about clean coal. Very beautiful, very great clean coal. We get those kids back in the mines. We have a real deficiency of black lung. Bring it back.
This is Donald Trump. He is at the National Republican Congressional Committee. Apparently he was there to give like a 10-minute speech. He has backtracked. Understand, Trump is in a panic now. The panicans, or whatever he called them, panicabans? What did he call them?
Panicans? The panicans.
Panicans that he was complaining about 24 hours ago. People didn't have the stomach for these tariffs. He has now become one. Because China basically said, hey, I got news for you. We don't need you like you think we do.
Kind of been preparing for this, actually.
And so now he has caved on all the other tariffs, except for at 10% for 90 days. He is running around now as panicked as everybody around him. Because he's starting to realize that nothing, like, what did he think was going to happen? And here he is yesterday, and who knows if this is still operative. A certain percentage of our pharmaceuticals come from China. A significant one, but I don't think it's huge. The biggest probably portion that we import is probably from India. I know that we send FDA people over to India and to China to establish that the factories in which these drugs are made are up to U.S. FDA standards. 40% of drugs coming in to this country are wholly imported. 80% of our drugs contain some element that is imported. Here's Trump yesterday. Who knows if this is operative anymore, because half an hour ago, he basically said, I'm just raising stuff on China because people have been really respectful to me, except for China.
How rude. And the drug companies listen to him. But we're going to do something that we have to do. We're going to tariff our pharmaceuticals. And once we do that, they're going to come rushing back into our country because we're the big market. The advantage we have over everybody is that we're the big market. So we're going to be announcing very shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals. And when they hear that, they will leave China, they will leave other places because they have to sell. Most of their product is sold here. And they're going to be opening up their plants all over the place in our country. We're going to be announcing that. So that's breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. That's what's going to happen. What other presidents allow China to get away with?
All right, pause it for 1 second. I just want to okay. So your manufacturing is in India. 80% of our drugs, some part, comes from India. Maybe it's not necessarily the manufacturing. I mean, if 40% come in fully formed, fully manufactured, 60% is probably manufactured here with all sorts of inputs from these countries.
Exactly. There's a bunch of chemicals and other, what do you call them? Like base. Oh, my brain just broke. Oh my God. Science just broke my brain just now.
It's science.
But yeah, there's a bunch of inputs, and a lot of those chemical inputs that go into the creation of drugs. And I don't know why I just switched screens to talk. But yeah, they come from places like China, India, other places like that. I double clicked again. God damn it.
Can these inputs come from our country? I don't know. But The idea that you can just start up new factories in this country tomorrow to produce these drugs is absurd. All that's going to happen is maybe these plants will move from China to India, where there's some type of like long-term security where they have these factories. And all that's going to happen is the drugs are going to cost 10% more. That's it.
And all the patriots will love to pay that every time they need their life-saving drugs. 10% more for America.
But at least things will be even. You'll pay more, but I'll feel like we're even. Even Steven.
I don't want reality.
Hold on. Keep going. I got breaking news. Here's
breaking news. breaking news. Something. I got a hypothetical.
Breaking news. How many of you people who've lined up behind me? Just take a look at there are definitely some of these miners who are laughing, but unless these miners were told, listen, hey guys, very important that you look very somber throughout this entire speech. My suspicion is that these guys are thinking, actually, if I could get paid what I get paid getting a black lung, I probably would want to do something different. Here is Donald Trump explaining to a bunch of miners, you guys don't know how good you are. You don't know how good. I know how much you love what you're doing. We're going to force states to not be, what is it now? You cannot discriminate against coal. Illegal. The DOJ is going to investigate states that are prejudiced against coal. Coal is not an acronym. It's not a euphemism. He means coal. States that are prejudiced against it.
Very nasty people.
Who have this belief that it's dirty and sooty.
These coal, the coalest.
And bad for people's lungs. That's prejudice. That's you say you're tolerant, but that sounds intolerant to me. Of coal. Here he is in front of a bunch of, is he in West Virginia?
Energy. That's why other countries, leading countries, are using it, some exclusively. For 4 long years, Joe Biden and Congressional Democrats tried to abolish the American coal industry. They did everything in their power while he was awake, which wasn't much, shutting down dozens of coal plants, banning coal leases on federal lands, and putting thousands and thousands of coal miners out of work, destroying their lives, actually. Destroying their lives. I'll never forget when I went to...
Pause it for 1 second. This is in the White House. They imported all these coal miners. He couldn't even be bothered to go down there.
Look, it's really hard.
Make sure you
get to West Virginia.
Wear your big uniforms, guys.
Which I won by 48 points, I think, right? Big Jim, I won by 48 points. But in the first campaign where Hillary Clinton was about 4 states too early, and she was talking about how bad coal was and how they were going to teach coal miners how to make widgets and gadgets and technology, which they didn't want to do. They want to mine. One thing I learned about the coal miners, that's what they want to do. You could give them a penthouse on Fifth.
Anybody watching this guy?
A different kind of a job, and they'd be unhappy.
Shut up, Trump.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I've been watching this guy's face. Well, I feel like he does not want to be here. And when Donald Trump says, these coal miners behind me, they don't even want a better job where they don't have to get black lung. And this guy's like, he's like, you see him? He's like looking down like, I don't know. I wish I wasn't standing here and instead was in an air-conditioned office making as much, if not more money than I would be mining coal.
Give me a joke.
Penthouse, they want to mine. One thing I learned about the coal miners, that's what they want to do. You could give them a penthouse on Fifth Avenue and a different kind of a job, and they'd be unhappy. They want to mine coal. That's what they love to do. And she was going to put them in a high-tech industry where you make...
Look at the guys behind him. They're all gone.
Seriously.
Wait. Do we have an option of getting a penthouse on Fifth Avenue and working a different job? Yeah. They all seem pretty amused by that joke.
Very funny.
Cell phones and things. I don't know. Do you think he'd be good at that? I don't know.
Wow.
You don't want to be. And she was.
You think this dumb guy back here would be good at making phones? Come on.
How rude.
That is rude. You're right. Thank you, Sarah Lynn.
Brutal about 3 weeks before, but then she had a problem. She went to West
Actually, that's not
Virginia
Sarah
looking
Lynn.
for
That's,
votes, and that
what's
was
her
a
name?
bad.
What's her name? Oh, I can't think of her name now. Oh my god. Olsen. Oh god, my brain's broken.
That was a bad situation. You remember that? And there was a coal miner around the table with his family, and he was in tears because of what they had done to him and his family. And I hope he's still around, but that man made quite an
Probably
impression
not.
on the.
Probably black lung. Oh, incidentally, I think speaking of coal miners, I think I saw this the other day. They just revoked rules to protect coal miners from black lung.
Ah.
Here's a story, I believe from today, and.
Oh. Jeez. It's okay. They don't even want to be protected. You don't get it. These coal miners, they're tough. They don't like living very long. They want black lung. It's much better than putting together phones. This guy couldn't even do it. You see this guy? He's a big dummy. All he's good for is mining coal. We're gonna get his kids to mine coal too very soon. We're gonna get rid of all the labor laws. We're gonna get little kids, the little hands, getting all that coal out of the ground. It's gonna be very great, very good. Alright, now let's go on to some other stuff. Environmental, of course, still in the environmental half. Let's talk about the cruise ship industry, which is threatening a lawsuit in Hawaii. Hawaii News Now, 3 days ago. Why are cruise ships threatening lawsuits? Let's find out.
First at 4:30, an effort to increase taxes on cruise ships has drawn a legal threat from the industry. Executives say if their customers have to pay more, they may stop cruising here.
Oh, that would be
As
very
Daryl Huff
sad.
reports, lawmakers say they're only demanding the cruise passengers pay what other visitors do.
It's incredibly
Attorneys
sad.
for the cruise industry have sent this letter to the Attorney General and lawmakers saying that if they pass new taxes on cruise lines, they're going to face a lawsuit.
It's simply unconstitutional.
Oh,
It's
is it?
black and white. There's no gray area.
It's
here. It is black and
unconstitutional.
white.
It's
Lawmakers in both houses
unconstitutional.
have
Where is
passed bills targeting
this cruise ship guy? Executive vice president and general counsel, lawyer and vice president of the, and dude with very strange situation going on with the hair. He looks like he has mange. He's been pulling his hair out or something. Very patchy. Very sort of patchy situation going on over here. It's unconstitutional. How dare you? What? Taxes? It's against the Constitution.
There's no gray area here. It is black
You
and
sure?
white.
You sure about
Lawmakers in
that?
both houses have passed bills targeting cruise ship passengers with either a per-person fee or an 11% tax on ship cabins, just like the TAT paid by hotels and vacation rentals.
All we're asking for them is to pay their fair share. You know, it should be a no.
Wait. Okay, actually, I'll let him go. I'll let him go. But they just told us
pay their fair share. You know, it should be a no-brainer. They are benefiting from Hawaii's natural beauty.
The cruise industry says maritime law written into the U.S. Constitution prohibits taxes beyond what...
I should have put this. We're gonna watch this clip after this. Maritime law, great. It's hilarious. Now, like was just mentioned moments ago, hotels already pay this tax. And what is a cruise if not just a water hotel that spews shit, literally shit, into the ocean, regardless, I mean, regardless of the fuel and other things that are going into the water from these people. It's not fair. It's unconstitutional. I dare you do that. It's very rude. How dare we have to pay the same taxes land hotels have to pay?
Cost to provide space and services in the harbor. Their letter to the Attorney General says, "We ask that you advise the governor of these issues and take action to avoid costly and time-consuming litigation that will be forced upon the state and our clients should either of these proposals become law."
And it has to do with uniformity as to when a vessel pulls into port. It's simply so that everyone is treated equally.
But lawmakers say right now
That's
cruise
the
ships
opposite of what
actually
you want.
are being treated better than other tourist facilities.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court also made it very clear that we cannot give preferential treatment.
Norwegian Cruise Line's executives are working the hallways at the Capitol, pointing out that the passengers on its Pride of America already pay about $100 in fees and excise taxes during a 5-day inter-island cruise. The new taxes could double that.
And what that means is for a family of 5, such as myself, that's an extra $500 to the price of a
Such
ticket.
as myself.
And it is going.
I love how he talks about himself
very, very
as if he's
quickly.
a customer of these. Me, an avid I'm sorry, the vice president and general counsel for a cruise shipping company. I am the same as everyone else. How could you do this to us? It's so rude. Oh,
How rude.
Oh, it should be illegal.
Illegal.
Wow. Oh, God. Ah. How darest thou? But you know who this guy really needs? This guy doesn't seem to be up to the task. What you need is a true maritime lawyer. You need Cherith Cute Story.
In order to satisfy an English requirement, Michael appeared in the drama club's production of an original play, The Trial of Captain Hook.
You're a crook, Captain Hook. Judge, won't you throw the book at the pirate?
What kind of law do you practice?
You're a crook, Captain Hook.
Maritime law. Lawyers of the sea.
Submarine chaser.
You know the case. Why not you?
Yes. Yeah. Give me a chance to show my dad what I can do. I'll.
Yeah, there we go. They just need Michael Bluth. He is a maritime lawyer, of course. Sort of. Let's stay in the ocean. Go down a little south to PBS Terra from 4 days ago. Is this Earth's most important climate mystery? Some very strange things happening in our oceans near the equator. Let's find out.
The most important rainstorms for the west coast of the Americas are changing in a big way. They're moving towards the poles, and not just by a little bit. They've already moved 400 to 700 miles. These are atmospheric rivers, and they provide the U.S. West Coast with up to half of its water. If this shift continues, it could be a tipping point for areas already experiencing extreme drought. And the key to understanding why this is happening and if it will continue has been called the most important unanswered question in climate science. It starts with a cold spot in the Pacific known as the cold tongue, and it's inexplicably getting colder as the rest of the ocean warms.
Over the last 4 years, the western side of the Pacific, the warm part, has warmed alongside the planet 1 degree, and the eastern side has cooled, so the cold tongue has cooled half of a degree Celsius.
That's a 1.5 degree difference, which is enormous, and so are the implications for our planet's weather and climate. And most mysterious of all, it directly contradicts our climate models, which means we can't really understand the full scope of its impacts. So what's going on here? Is it a random fluke or part of some larger, still undiscovered natural cycle? Or is it something we're doing? First, let's start with what we do know. Atmospheric rivers have been in the news a lot recently, but they're not new. Remember, they bring the west coast of the US up to 50% of its annual rainfall, which means that any changes would have significant impacts. So when this study came out showing that they've moved away from the equator and towards the poles by about 6 to 10 degrees of latitude over the last 40 years, it turned some heads. So what's behind this enormous shift? These atmospheric rivers are affected by something called the Walker circulation. And this is an enormous conveyor belt of wind that spans the entire tropical Pacific. It's powered by the temperature difference between the eastern and western Pacific. The eastern Pacific is naturally cooler than the western side due to the upwelling of cold, deep ocean water. These colder temperatures in the east lead to higher air pressure because cold air is denser and heavier. Meanwhile, on the western side of the Pacific, known as the warm pool, the pressure is lower. This pressure difference drives air to flow from east to west.
And those are the trade winds, and they blow along the surface. When they get over Indonesia, the Philippines, that air rises and it's humid, produces rainfall, and then that air has to come back.
After reaching the top of the troposphere, this rising air flows eastward at high altitudes before sinking back down over the cooler eastern Pacific, completing the loop of the Walker circulation. And it was this circulation that was our first clue that something weird was going on in the Pacific Ocean.
Actually, this is how we detected these changes. Because before we thought that the Walker circulation should weaken as the planet warms up.
But what they saw was the opposite. The Walker circulation was getting stronger. And this unexpected shift acts like the first domino in a cascade of global effects on weather. Remember, the trade winds are the surface part of the Walker circulation. And as they strengthen, they push more warm surface water towards the western Pacific, supercharging the system.
So once that side of the Pacific becomes rainier, the western side, you have air ascending up. And that air, you can imagine as a hammer on the atmosphere. And that creates these teleconnections, which are stationary waves in the atmosphere that propagate away from the equator. And that pattern produces a shift in the jet stream to the north. And that pushes winter storms that bring rainfall to the US West Coast.
And these winter storms are the atmospheric rivers that Julie studies.
It's like a river but up in the air, stretching like thousands of kilometers. These atmospheric rivers can move moisture from the tropics region to some higher latitude regions.
So what happens when you move all of that moisture away from the tropics and towards the poles? First, some of these atmospheric rivers are reaching all the way up into the Arctic, dumping warm rain on snow and ice, causing more melting.
That's bad.
And the extra moisture that atmospheric rivers carry also directly warms the atmosphere itself.
The moisture is water vapor, right? It's a very powerful greenhouse gas. So that means the air becomes more humid in the Arctic, right? And that means the greenhouse effect becomes stronger there, can further the warming process there.
The Arctic is already warming faster than the rest of the planet because sea ice is melting. And more warm rain and less sea ice means more warm sun hitting dark ocean water, which absorbs more heat than the white reflective ice.
That's hot.
If you've been watching this channel for a while, that's not a new concept. But it is a big deal because even warmer Arctic temperatures thaw permafrost, which releases the greenhouse gas methane, increasing global warming.
This is bad.
A warmer Arctic also speeds up the loss of Greenland's ice sheet, which raises sea levels.
Anybody freaking out yet? This whole thing is troubling. And the fact is, this is one of those things that I think that, you know, we're because it's such a large system we're talking about here. Like, it just was hard to predict to happen, I think. But I mean, if this continues at this trend, we're talking about serious problems, because the acceleration of the melting of the ice caps, the ice sheet, all that stuff, we're already accelerating with everything else we're doing. But if the Earth starts doing it, if we you know, if we have already fed enough CO2 into the atmosphere to cause this or something else, that we've basically tipped some sort of, we may have tipped some sort of massive global tipping point, right? Domino, like was said there by Maya. I mean, how do you undo? We've talked about dominoes and, you know, tipping points. Once those tipping points tip, there's not a lot for humans to be able to do to untip them, you know, on a global scale. It's just a troubling trend.
And finally, it makes our planet's largest heat transfer, the AMOC, more likely to slow or collapse. Closer to the equator, the impacts are more immediate. California is home to 39 million people, and it's the nation's largest agricultural state, generating 11% of all U.S. farm sales in 2022. The state relies on atmospheric rivers for around half of its water. As we've covered in previous episodes, the American Southwest is in the midst of a mega drought, the driest in 1,200 years. And there's no end in sight. This doesn't mean atmospheric rivers have stopped hitting California and the US Southwest. In fact, a series of atmospheric rivers in 2022 and 2023 brought significant flooding while providing a much-needed break from the drought. However, these crucial weather systems are shifting northward, and California is receiving fewer of them over time. If this trend continues, it could drastically reduce the state's already fragile water supply. The same is true in the Colorado Basin.
If the jet stream moves a little bit to the north, and you are a farmer in Northern California, this could have a big effect. And it's probably more disruptive than warming itself.
And we're seeing a mirror image of these impacts in the Southern Hemisphere as well, meaning the impacts of the Walker circulation are truly global. Which is why the question we posed at the beginning is so important. Is this just a temporary blip in our climate system, or is this a long-term shift? And to answer it, scientists have to crack the mystery of the Pacific cold tongue. That's because all of this, the strengthening of the trade winds, supercharging the Walker circulation, and atmospheric rivers moving north, is all caused by the increasing difference in temperatures between the eastern and western Pacific Ocean. But none of this is supposed to be happening. Climate models predict that the cold tongue should actually be warming.
Those models that we use to predict the future and they're so successful at predicting many features of the climate system that are changing, they don't predict cooling in the tropical Pacific. They actually predict that part of the world, the cold tongue, should be warming faster than the rest of the world, not cooling.
No, I'm not a climate scientist, like basically everyone talking in this video. But my sense of this is this could have something to do with, the genuine changes happening within our ocean circulations or something like that. I honestly, I'm just
so when scientists first
observed
the cooling of the cold tongue, they were very confused.
We thought it was just a fluke, bad luck. The Pacific can fluctuate a lot naturally. We know this happens on year-to-year timescales. That's what we call El Niño and La Niña.
But instead of it being a yearly trend, this shift has occurred over 40 years.
So are the models wrong? Are models missing some physical process? Or is this trend just a natural fluctuation and eventually it's going to go away? And answering this question is very important, because if the trend continues driven by human emissions, and if it's a pattern associated with global warming, then it will continue to drive these really disruptive effects. And that's why I think this is one of the most important unanswered questions in climate science.
So what should we make of all this? This mysterious patch of cold water in the Pacific defying both global warming and our best climate models, and the resulting chain reaction reshaping weather patterns all over the globe. Is it natural? Is it anthropogenic? This question seems like a microcosm of climate change in general, as climate scientists continue to gain a better understanding of how our planet works and how our actions as humans affect it.
So many people around the world are trying to figure out what's missing, that they cannot produce this pattern. But we're close to having a complete answer that points into a much bigger human contribution.
They're not quite there yet, but Pedro says they might be able to crack the code in as little as a year if they're lucky. So we'll be sure to update you if they do. In the meantime, we'd love...
There we go. Something of a climate mystery going on here on the other side of the United States with the Walker situation. We were always talking about the AMOC, right? We're talking about how the AMOC is potentially shutting down as we speak. Slowly but surely, it would seem. And that would cause a massive amount of catastrophe. Now this right here, added in with all that. I mean, Jesus Christ. Oh God, too many of these variables all going on at the same time, really putting us in a crunch situation. Need to do some stuff about solving this. Meanwhile, we are defunding all the research in the United States to try and solve these problems, to try and come up with answers to questions that we have about things that are changing on our planet. That's probably fine, right? We don't need money to solve these things, right? It's not like people need to get paid for doing incredibly complex scientific work, do they? Oh, they do, because we live in a capitalist system. Okay, thanks for letting me know. All right, now let's move on to some more Earth news. I'm gonna stay over in the Pacific. Let's go to Hawaii news now from 5 days ago. Talk about some wildlife returning to the Pacific Ocean.
The 5 rehabilitated sea turtle is finally back home in the ocean. Hawaii Marine Animal Response tells us Honu OA-179 was rescued from a cove in Ko'olina after it was found with a deep fishing line entanglement around one of its flippers. The turtle made a full recovery at the HMAR Care Center and was released this week.
If you see a sick or injured Honu, stay at least 10 feet away and call the number on your screen at 888-256-9840.
Save the turtles. Save them. Alright, we're going to stay in Hawaii. Keihan 2 news from 3 days ago and talk about more sea turtle stuff.
It wasn't your typical day at the beach in Waikiki.
A team from the Hawaii Marine Animal Response released a turtle back into the ocean at Kaimana Beach this morning. The turtle was found stranded at a beach about a month ago.
It was tangled up in fishing lines.
Oh, it's the same turtle.
HMAR,
I just realized these are the same turtles.
was called, and they took
That's
care
fine.
of
I
the
want to
turtle
watch the release.
until it was ready to be
Be free,
released.
turtle.
On top of the turtle,
Be free.
It's an educational opportunity. Take a look.
It takes a big team. You know, we have awesome staff members, partners, volunteers, interns. So a lot of hands kind of went into helping this turtle get.
Actually, I guess it could be 2 different turtles caught up in fishing line. It wouldn't be the first time. Now that I think about it, there's enough time between these 2 stories that these are probably 2 completely different turtles. Yeah, I think they are. we need to do something about all the trash we're throwing in the ocean. Probably bad.
Treatment that they needed. So I think it was pretty cool for everyone to get to be here today to get to see him swim away and go on and live the rest of his happy life.
What a great job. Yeah. If you see a marine animal in the sea, don't hesitate to call the Hawaii Marine Animal Response, and you get all those friendly folks to come out and help.
Yeah, like I said, everyone learns a little bit about the turtles. What we're doing is, protect them. They're a big part of Hawaii. So.
Great job, everybody.
Great job. Really good job. Okay, now let's stay in. Wow, a lot of Hawaii stories here in the environmental half. Hawaii news now again from 12 days ago. I've been holding on to this one for a while. I don't know why we didn't watch it sooner. But let's see what's going on with some whales off the Hawaiian coast.
Dog meets a mellow humpback whale.
The pair formed a special bond in the waters off Maui. Maui Ocean Adventures captain Chrissy Lovett captured the moment her golden retriever Macy caught the attention of a juvenile male whale. fell from their boat this past Saturday. The humpback, identified as one that's never been spotted in Hawaii before, swam right up to Macy to get a better look at her. Look at that.
Lovett tells us Macy's been her co-captain for 11 years and has been on hundreds of whale watches, but has never had an encounter as special
This
as
dog
this one.
is like, I don't know if I want to get too close. I'm just gonna bark. All right, I'm gonna stay in the Pacific, but go up to the Northwest. Talk about some orca stuff. King 5 Seattle from earlier this week.
For the 5th time in just over a year, the southern resident orcas have welcomed a new baby calf. The Center for Whale Research says that this calf was spotted for the first time on Sunday with the J-pod south of Victoria, heading towards the San Juan Islands.
Cute,
Researchers
but
say
deadly.
that it was swimming alongside J40, which would make this her first calf. They say that this was pretty unexpected.
We were not certainly not aware that she was, late stage pregnant at this time.
So just 2 out of the 5 recent orca calves have survived, including the one that we learned about today. Researchers are going to be closely monitoring this calf and hoping for its survival.
Yes, let's all hope for the survival of that beautiful young orca, so it may rule the oceans. All right, now let's stay in Seattle. King 5 from 4 days ago. Have you considered switching to e-bikes? Well, guess what? There's an e-bike rebate program going on in Washington. Here's how to apply for it. Better for the environment and perhaps your health.
It feels like it's a good beginning.
It's a new path to get more e-bikes rolling across the state.
The cost of commuting by car has become very expensive. Parking, fuel, name it. So it's a great alternative, to that as a mode of transportation.
Andy Grafe is the co-owner of Mellow Fellows in Seattle. His business is one of more than 100 bike shops across Washington, participating in the state's WeBike program. It's offering $4 million in instant rebates to help people purchase e-bikes and related equipment.
This will, help to grow cycling.
Applications are open through April 23rd. Those who are eligible include Washington state residents who are at least 16 years old. The state will only allow 1 rebate per household. Qualified applicants will be selected through a lottery system and receive either $1,200 or $300, depending on income.
Well, there you go. There's going to be 10,000 vouchers awarded in this lottery system. Be eligible for $1,200 rebate on a e-bike. That's a steal. As long as you make up to 80% of the county average income, you're eligible. Must be 16 years old, live in Washington, and you only get 1 per household, but that's still pretty great. I mean, the e-bikes are very expensive. And they're only going to get more expensive now that we're tariffing everything that comes out of China.
I have to have my China.
Get out there, apply. Get yourself a sweet, sweet e-bike. Now let's go south to San Francisco. They're planning to host a community celebration. For what? Well, we've been talking about this one for a little while. San Francisco is closing down one of its roads for it to become a new park and place for people to enjoy biking, hiking, walking, stuff like that. NBC Bay Area.
Speaking of the weekend, that's when San Francisco will officially open its newest park along the Great Highway, Sunset Dunes. It has been a source of controversy ever since the idea of closing the road was first introduced. But as NBC Bay Area's Pete Serrato shows us, the opening of the park is not the end of the debate.
Huh?
A community celebration will take place here tomorrow at the Sunset Dunes Park along the Upper Great Highway, and it comes at a time when some folks want to see this portion of the Great Highway reopened.
Come on.
Come on! Matt lives about a block away from the Sunset Dunes Park. It's the latest addition to the now closed Great Highway, and he believes it's the perfect location for community members to have fun in a safe environment.
So I can get out
Who doesn't want
skateboard,
this?
Ride bikes. It's kind of a safe spot that we're not, bothering people on the sidewalks and so forth.
The city was able to move forward with the park.
What kind of shit person doesn't want this? You want more? We need more cars. We need more cars in San Francisco. Right. Okay.
After vote passed Prop K last November, allowing the city to close the 2-mile stretch of highway. But not everyone is happy about it. In fact, some city officials are continuing a push to reopen the highway. Recently, Supervisor Connie Chan wrote in the Richmond Review that in the event of a citywide election this year, I will explore a ballot measure to keep Upper Great Highway open to vehicular traffic Mondays through Fridays and closed on the weekends for recreation. Some out tonight enjoying the park can see how the closure is frustrating for drivers.
Definitely, this is an important highway that connects to the south, so I mean, if they could make it work for both sides, maybe have the one lane open and the other lane open for the people.
Chan says that any ballot measure to overturn Prop K would need support from 3 additional supervisors. In the meantime, community members are looking forward to enjoying San Francisco's newest park, but understand it will continue to be the center of debate.
I feel it's very, community oriented, and I kind of like that. But I mean, I also know that I know people that live here that are kind of, not very happy.
Aw. Some people are salty about the existence of public space that's not dedicated to cars. Oh. Let's go to that celebration. Rather than listen to the naysayers. Here's NBC Bay Area from yesterday.
Celebrating a new coastal park in San Francisco. It's a voter-approved 2-mile stretch along the Upper Great Highway.
It comes after months of pushback and controversy that hasn't ended even with the official opening of Sunset Dunes. NBC Bay Area's Christy Smith has more.
It was a sight to see. Sunset Dunes, San Francisco's new park along the coast.
I voted for it. I'm a resident of San Francisco, and I can't wait to have this be part of my life as well, and my experience here in San Francisco.
Melinda Noakes is impressed by the park that runs 2 miles between Lincoln and Sloat on this now closed portion of the Great Highway.
One thing that also stands out is the new art. I like the fact that the benches are made of reclaimed wood. It feels like there's a lot of intentionality in making this a beautiful space.
What do you think of the park?
We love it. It's one of the best things that's happened to San Francisco in years.
3, 2, 1. The community event to celebrate the opening of Sunset Dunes offered a chance for people to explore and see the features.
You'll see benches for people to sit. You'll see public art. For kids, we've got a bike pump track and a skateboarding area. We have a nature-based playground at Riviera.
In November, San Francisco voters approved turning this stretch of the Great Highway into a car-free park, but not everyone is on board with the closure.
I think the road closure is terrible.
Some people see it this way.
Of Sunset, there's a ton more traffic, 19th Avenue, so it's just going to impact the neighborhood. Unfortunately, as far as the park goes,
You're telling me there's no more roads? Now you're stuck in, your heart, you can't get it. Oh wait, there are more roads, and you're just complaining like a bitch.
A fucking bitch.
Okay, thanks, pal. Thanks for your input. Go to hell. Jesus Christ. Maybe we should, if you got a problem with it, maybe you should, I don't know, invest in transportation or something. But this is idiotic. There's a road right next to it. Literally right next to it. He's complaining. Okay, how are we doing on time? Oh shit. We are right at 6 hours about, so I think we should just take another quick galactic intermission. And we'll be right back after these space messages. I do hope everyone is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Subscriptions, bits, and on-screen celebrations over there on Twitch. You got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. All of your hard-earned dollars go directly to funding the stream, rather than, I don't know, Jeff Bezos's space aspirations. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Galactic patron on Patreon. Only a few bucks a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space pennies, that's right. And you could be on this stream with an avatar of your own, hanging out at the pool, or the bar, maybe the lake, or the street. Really, it's your choice, so you do you, space fams. Just remember that without you, we would cease to exist and go floating off into that dark, dark void. So, make your choice. And I know times are tough, so liking and subscribing is enough. If, you can't contribute, just remember all of that. Anyway, that's it from the Galactic Space Lord here on all of that. Enjoy your short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, I think you know what that sound means. Time for us to get back to the show. Still got a lot to talk about this evening. This is a action-packed, hopefully value-taining Sunday FUNDAY for everyone. How many halves will it take? I do not know. But we have already completed the goal, so you're gonna get all of it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, 90 likes according to Jerry McLean, so we'll make sure to get you another emotional support character before we get on our way through this space journey of ours. Okay, that's a George Carlin. We don't get George very much. Okay, we're gonna stay in California, go down to LA, where a band has got some stuff to tell us about their new album and the LA fires. CBS News from yesterday.
This morning in our Saturday sessions, an emotional return visit from Dawes. In October, the band released its 9th studio album, Oh Brother. Just 6 weeks later, Taylor and Griffin Goldsmith lost their homes in the LA fires. In between picking up the pieces, they made a number of high-profile TV appearances, culminating with opening the Grammy Awards. The brothers went back on the road this week, starting with an appearance here this morning. But first, they sat down with our Anthony Mason.
These days my friends don't seem to know me.
We were sunk so low by that, just as a whole town, that it just felt like, how can we ever be happy?
'Cause you got that special kind of sadness.
Taylor and Griffin Goldsmith, the brothers who make up the band Dawes, are still recovering from the LA fires.
Makes me wanna wrap you in my arms.
We drive through the neighborhood, and on a good day it feels like, oh, there's progress and lots are being cleared, and then on bad days it's like, it just feels impossible.
It's immense.
But like we're
the whole place.
Griffin lost his house in the Altadena neighborhood. Taylor, who lived nearby, lost his studio.
If I loved Altadena before, I love it more than ever now. We actually took my 2 older boys, they're 2 and 4, we took them to the house the other day because remediation was done. So we brought them like, look, it's here, we're gonna be here again someday.
On the album cover, Oh Brother, that's your studio.
Was.
Yeah. Yes, all that's gone.
Yeah.
It is gone.
Pretty eerie.
It is pretty eerie.
And the title of the record, had the double meaning of Oh Brother, and then also like, Oh Brother, we had a year.
And you had this weird, what must have been an incredible sort of whipsaw of emotions going from losing homes and studios to being asked to open the Grammys.
Yeah. And I had a baby 2 weeks after that. Yeah, the whole thing was just so surreal. I mean, the Grammys doesn't even feel real. It's still, I'm like, did we do that?
Rolling down Imperial Highway.
They performed Randy Newman's I Love LA.
Look at that mountain. Look at those trees. Look at this city getting back up off its knees.
During the rehearsal, when Trevor Noah said our names within 30 seconds of the Grammys opening, I started to get super emotional, and it's like, this is emotional. It warrants that response, but I have to play. I mean, I gotta, I gotta deliver.
Keep it together, buddy.
The band had just been through a big transition after bassist Wiley Gelber and keyboardist Lee Pardini split amicably from the group.
Did it feel weird coming back to just the two of you?
Weird for sure, because like any band, it's almost like a marriage, and like you know, it's a challenge and it's hard. It's a lot of communication, but I think musically it was kind of exciting.
Last summer, at the Newport Folk Festival, they were paired with a new musical collaborator, Conan O'Brien.
Let's hear it for Dawn. They are available for bar mitzvahs.
We did the thing together, we hit it off. Then when we came back and we were looking for a video for Mr. Los Angeles, I hit him up and he got on board right away. Los Angeles, the rumors are true. But then even cooler, I haven't told anybody this, but the day of the Oscars, I just texted him, like, it was more or less like, have a great show tonight.
Yeah.
And he just sent me this long response of like, hey man, I've been thinking about you guys, and my heart breaks for you guys, and I know you've been through so much, and just went on, and it was the day of the Oscars.
Yeah.
He's just a very, very kind and thoughtful person.
But now I know what I've been missing, and I'm going home to make it mine.
The brothers who performed their song Time Spent in Los Angeles at Fire Aid in January have just gone back out on tour again.
Before all this, you didn't feel like people really saw you as an LA band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're definitely an LA band.
Yeah. And now I feel like an LA.
Yep, it's official. You're an LA band. Write that down. Yeah, two musicians attempting to make sense of everything that's happened in their town, city. Yeah, okay. Where next? Let's do some wildlife stories. What do you say? Let's go to Denver. 3 days ago. Wild horse adoption event at Douglas County Fairgrounds.
Today, a state Senate committee is discussing a plan to manage Colorado's wild horse population. One way of controlling the number of wild horses is through contraception. Right now, that's handled by a state-owned nonprofit. A new bill would transfer that
like
and
horse
other wild
condoms?
horse management programs to the Department of Agriculture.
And tomorrow, the BLM is hosting the first of 3 wild horse and burro adoption events of the year. This one is at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. We've covered a long history of controversy with wild horse roundups in Colorado. I wanted to know more about how the BLM has been maintaining herds in the state and how adoption events like this one play a role. So the BLM manages 4 wild.
Why can't we just let the horses be wild? I don't understand. They're wild horses. Now we're making them not wild. It's very strange.
Horse herd areas in the state. As you can see here, they're pretty much all on the western slope. And recently, the agency has had success using contraception to reduce births and maintain herd levels. In fact, the spokesperson for the BLM told me that 3 out of those 4 areas are currently at appropriate management levels. But when the populations get out of control, that's when the BLM has gone in to remove some of the horses.
Wild horse management is certainly one of the more controversial things that the BLM faces. Wild horses are big, large animals. Think of them as a domestic.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was just imagining, you know, National Forest Service people standing out in the fields with bunch of horse condoms, just ready and waiting. Ready and waiting.
Species that lives in a wild state. They're not deer, they're not elk. They do not have natural predators in the wild. So we have to manage those populations somehow.
The roundups came under fire in 2022 when 146 horses died at a holding facility near Canyon City.
Yeah, that does seem bad.
The adoptions to get the horses out of those facilities haven't been without controversy either. Last month, a judge halted the BLM's former incentive program that gave people $1,000 for adopting a wild horse or burro. Conservation groups had sued, saying the program was leading to the horses being slaughtered. Hall says the goal with this adoption...
You think I could get a horse on the space station, or you think that would be too much?
That's too much!
Okay, alright, settle down, settle down. I was just thinking out loud. They're so beautiful. I love riding horses. But yeah, you're right. I don't think I could care for a horse on the space station. Not quite a conducive space for a horse, sadly for me. Let's go north to Montana. NBC Montana from 2 days ago. Iris the Osprey returns to Hellgate Canyon. Yay.
So Iris is way over there. She's been all morning bringing in sticks and moss and grass. So if we're lucky, she likes breaking sticks off the trees up there or going down, and she's got some great places for grass and moss. So if we're lucky, we'll see her come back in.
And that we did. Look at this amazing footage we captured Friday morning. Iris the Osprey came back to her nest in Missoula's Hellgate Canyon along the Clark Fork River just days before. Her return date coincided with her most common return date of April 7th. At nearly 30 years old, Iris is one of the oldest known ospreys in the entire world. And you may be wondering, how do they know it's Iris every year? Well, here's how.
We call her Iris because she has very distinctive speckles in her iris. And so with that high resolution camera, we can zoom in on her eyeball, and just like at an airport or something, we can do some biometrics. So with those pattern of speckles, we know it's Iris every year.
If you remember, Iris welcomed 2 babies to her nest in 2024, the first time she had babies since 2018. Thanks to generous donations during a fundraiser last fall, the Hellgate Osprey camera received an upgraded system installed just last month.
Ooh.
Hundreds, sometimes thousands of people watch Iris's nest each day, and while she's pretty incredible to sit and look at, in previous years, she and other ospreys were used to study the ecosystem.
Right.
Yeah, and I like these bird stands that have been getting created. One, so they don't wind up in making nests on top of, like electric powered poles, things like that. And with deforestation and all that, wildfires and whatever else, they need places to nest. You follow the eagle's nest in Big Bear? We've watched multiple. I know exactly what eagles you're talking about, Dark Sparkle. We have been following those same eagles on this stream. Perhaps you've missed it. And by the way, I was joking. I see people talking about the logistics of keeping a horse on the space station. Yeah, no, I wasn't being serious. I know that horses need open area to be horses. They also poop a lot. So there's that too. Talk about some more bird-related stuff. In Detroit, Michigan. Click on Detroit Local 4 WDIB 3 days ago. Don't gas the geese. How advocates are pushing back against geese removal.
Illegal.
Some billboards stand out more than others, and the one you just saw about killing geese is currently doing just that. It's a message to the governor urging her to stop the gassing of Canada geese, and it comes ahead of a meeting this morning of the Michigan Natural Resources Commission.
Don't gas geese is the message catching drivers' attention on billboards throughout the state, including one on I-96 West near the Wixom Road exit. The group In Defense of Animals is hoping the governor will see it and put a stop to it Because yes, that's the way the Department of Natural Resources is removing Canada geese from
Horrifying.
local lakes,
Why would you
golf
do that?
courses, and other populated areas.
People can be pretty cruel.
Larry Carsell and other animal advocates say the DNR's new policy of rounding up the geese and killing them this way
is disgusting.
is not humane.
How dare you?
DNR tells me it is.
I know it's not.
And it's like approved by veterinarians as a humane way to kill them.
That's a cop-out.
Illegal.
The geese can hold their breath for a long time. They go underwater all the time to eat. That carbon dioxide burns their throat and their lungs, and they suffer for like a half an hour because they can hold their breath so much.
Since 1972,
That
the
is
DNR had rounded up Canada geese and relocated them. But starting last fall, that just wasn't feasible, it says.
And we had simply just kind of run out of places to put them where there was...
Well, you could, here's an idea. You could leave them. You could just let them be geese. There's an idea. Just let the geese be geese. Free geese. Free the geese. Where is Donald Duck? Where is Donald? All this bird news, no Donald Duck? I'm shocked. Free the geese. Leave them alone. Stop killing them. That's unnecessary. Makes me want to watch Fly Away Home right now. Anybody seen that? Anybody see that movie before? Save the geese. Don't. God damn it. I love Canadian geese. Sure, they're loud and they poop a lot, but they're beautiful and majestic avian creatures. Speaking of avian creatures, let's go to CTV News Canada from 6 days ago. Screech owls caught on backyard cam.
It's not every day you get a front row seat to nature at work, but one Windsor man has turned his backyard into a window to the wild. With cameras rolling, he's been capturing some remarkable moments right here in the city. Travis Fortnum takes us inside the Owl House.
It might not look like much from the ground, but inside this modest birdhouse, nature is putting on a spectacular show.
I'd never seen an owl in my life, and then all of a sudden they're in our yard.
6 years ago, that backyard visitor sparked a new passion for Riverside retiree Chris Jacobson, who built them a home. And when the pandemic hit, his hobby really took flight.
It was kind of hard to say what was going on in the house because screech owls are elusive, and most of their time is either nocturnal. So after that, we decided, well, to get more of what's going on, we decided, well, probably put a camera inside the house.
What started as one camera has grown to
No
six.
squirrels allowed.
Inside the nest,
It's a hilarious,
across the backyard,
hilarious
all
sign.
capturing incredible
I'm sure the
close-up
squirrels
moments
respect
of a
that.
mated pair of screech owls and the 12 owlets they've hatched over the years.
We've actually seen like one hatching, like from time that it started peeping inside the shell until it was fully outside of the shell.
Jacobson shares these clips on social media where they've attracted hundreds of thousands of views, offering a window into a world
Is that a
most
freaking Drake
rarely
banner
seen.
back there?
I think it's the owls, their eyes. People just they see the
Immediately,
big
if
eyes,
not
and it's just
sooner.
kind of mesmerizing and mysterious.
He says his view counts really soared in those early pandemic days when we were all looking for a little escape. And now they're taking flight once again.
It was very.
All right, you need to remove this one. All right, buddy, I don't know if you're up with this, but it's not cool. I do love the no squirrel sign, though. It's pretty hilarious. Owls only. All right, now let's talk a different Canadian situation. This one is horrifying. And I skipped the initial story just because of how horrifying it was. Earlier this week, we could have talked about it, but it broke me. But this story might have a happy ending. I'm talking about a puppy, which was found in a garbage in British Columbia. Global news. 4 days ago.
Received during that time. It's everything going through now.
Brace yourself. This one's rough. At least for most part of it.
Just at the moment, he'll be resting with us for a couple of days.
This tiny dog has just been through a very big ordeal. The miniature poodle is named Oscar, after Oscar the Grouch. A couple found him dumped in a garbage can at Pacific Spirit Park last week and called their friend Laurie Schilt, a dog rescuer, for help.
He's a tough little cookie. I mean, he's very resilient, and for everything he's been through, he has a lot of fight in him and the will to live, for sure.
His injuries were significant. Multiple rib fractures, a hip dislocation and signs of a previous fracture in one leg and a fractured elbow in another leg, which required insertion of a plate.
The plate itself is really small, has 6 little holes in it, and the screws are actually only 1.6 millimeters in diameter because he's such a little guy.
Vets say some injuries were months, even years old, but his rib and elbow were the result of recent blunt force trauma.
It wasn't very clear that this was an impact from a car, and honestly, the kind of injury to his elbow would typically be less associated with that.
Oscar is believed to be 10 years old, and his story has captured the hearts of people around the world, leading to around $7,000 in donations.
I've gotten messages from Ireland, messages from Australia, people from Alberta. Yeah, it's a lot of people are rooting for him and loving him and caring for him.
The funds helping to cover some of the roughly $14,000 vet bill, the rest paid for by Canada West. There's still no word on how Oscar ended up in the garbage can. He had no collar and his microchip unregistered. Both the RCMP and BCSPCA are investigating. Alyssa Tebow, Global News.
It is just a horrifying story with at least a slightly good ending. This puppy at least being saved from that garbage can, being given surgery. I just can't believe anybody would do that to a dog. Throw a dog in the garbage can. It defies all logic. It really does. Really does. All right. While we're talking puppies, I figured we'd hit this one up. Although actually this one's in the wrong place, isn't it? No, I'm gonna move this. We'll do this puppy one later. How about here? This is the place to put it. Okay. Yeah, alright. We got more puppy stuff to talk, though. Let's go to WRAL, North Carolina, from 5 days ago. The cutest ride in town. Doggy daycare goes mobile with a school bus. Do we need another emotional support character? Wait, didn't I roll for another one? Oh, right. I forgot. We had George Carlin. Oh, look at these guys. The Pup Park Shuttle.
They definitely make me smile. They definitely make me happy. What also brings me joy is just the excitement that we get from the parents as well. If I was a dog, I would be super, energetic and happy as well.
Aww. Look at all of them. How do you even fit this many dogs on a bus?
Different weights, we go to different heights, different fenced-in areas.
Aw, he's waiting for the bus. Watching a dog wait for the school bus is one of the best things ever. Okay. Let's talk about a different canine piece of news. This one goes way, way back. ABC News from 6 days ago. Scientists bringing back the dire wolf after 13,000 years of extinction.
What you talking about?
Well, let's find out.
We turn now to that remarkable scientific breakthrough. 13,000 years after the last dire wolf walked the Earth, scientists say they've now brought them back. Here's our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, with the video tonight.
Tonight, a howl 13,000 years in the making. In a first for science, biotech company Colossal Biosciences says it brought the extinct direwolf back to life, a species that hasn't walked the Earth since the Stone Age.
The direwolf is the first de-extinct species.
Well known from HBO's hit show Game of Thrones, ABC News given exclusive access into Colossal's lab in Dallas, where scientists are using genes from gray wolves to create dire wolves.
We've taken a gray wolf genome, a gray wolf cell, which is already genetically 99.5% identical to dire wolves, and we've edited those cells at multiple places in its DNA sequence to contain the dire wolf version of the DNA. That animal looks like a dire wolf, it will behave like a dire wolf, and it is a dire wolf.
Now, 7 months old, dire wolves Romulus and Remus eating well and getting bigger every day.
And David, the company tells us they're not stopping there. They plan to have woolly mammoths roaming the Earth again by 2028. But critics argue that this de-extinction could harm fragile ecosystems. David, yeah.
Yeah, but there is conflicting opinions about that as well. I'll point that out. Some suggest bringing back native species, extinct. Made extinct by humans could be good for the environment. I guess it depends on where you fall on that line. Welcome to The Witcher. Yes. Yes, we're bringing it back. Alright, let's talk about another scientific breakthrough. Science Magazine, 9 days ago. A new way to snoop on insects. Huh?
A what now?
Snooping. Why are we snooping on the insects?
When a bug takes off, it's an amazing coordination of agility and power. As they fly through the air, they can perform loops, pirouettes, or even move backwards. These maneuvers inspire scientists seeking to design robots that can move with similar ease and speed. But it's not easy to move a camera fast enough to record an insect in detail as it flits from place to place. Now, researchers have come up with a new way to continuously capture all the nuanced movements of insects in flight.
For completely understand the insect flight, we need more advanced system to not only follow the insect, but also zoom into the insect to have more detail of the insect locomotion. Traditionally, we use a fixed motion capture system. We can't lose a lot of detail of the wing when it moves, or even the body of the insect. People have the ability to record high detail motion of the insect, but record the insect behavior in tether condition, where we fix the insect in a fixed position. Working with tether condition is very different from the freely behavior animal. For example, we want to see how the wing change in freely flying condition, how the head angles.
So Deng and his team set out to develop a recording system that allows the insect to move freely.
For our tracking system, we call it BYO, like bring your own camera. You just bring the system in the field and then plug the camera in. We have the mirror that's driven by the two motors. One is pan. For the pan axis, they can rotate like 360 degrees. For the tilt axis, because we know that there's an optical path, so it can only move around like 60 degrees. We have combined motorized mirror and camera for recording position of the insect, and with the information from a visual reflective marker on the insect.
To test their tracking system in the lab, they followed a drone instead of an insect.
when we use retroreflective marker, we can increase the signal to noise ratio. It's a very popular method for motion tracking industry.
Pretty crazy. Oopsies. Pretty crazy stuff. Technologically speaking, a lot going on with this technology to try and track the motion of insects. Alright, now let's go further east to New York, where 4 little otter pups need some names at Long Island Aquarium.
These are the new otter pups at the Long Island Aquarium. The 4 pups, 2 boys, 2 girls, were born back in March. The pups are walking now, and the aquarium says mom should start teaching them to swim soon. But the 4 pups, they don't have names yet, and that's where you can come in and vote. The Long Island Aquarium hosting a naming poll on its website, and the winnings' names will be announced on Mother's Day. Oh, how fitting. So here's the female name choices: cherry, fig, kiwi, and peach. And then the males, your choices are cashew, pecan, pistachio, and walnut. So go to the aquarium's website to vote.
We don't get to suggest our own names.
A lot of great choices.
They're enjoying the
They're
sun.
implying that the men are nuts. Crazy.
You agree?
Huh?
Good night.
Really? You really on it? You had to sneak that one in there. Paleogeneticist Dr. Nick Rawlins, also from Otago University, explained how ancient direwolf DNA extracted from fossilized remains is too degraded and damaged.
Philadelphia gives you history, sports, great food, and even this.
I can't say I put a ton of effort into that direwolf story. City. I just thought it was a fascinating the scientific breakthrough, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it, honestly. All right, let's go a little south now to Philadelphia, where a strange sight was seen on a Philly sidewalk. Let's go here.
Philadelphia gives you history, sports, great food, and even this. A giant snake slithering along a sidewalk in Center City. Just another day in Philly.
Totally normal. Philly. Native population of boas. What are you doing? Why are we pausing?
It's not a
You're
giant
killing me
noodle
right now.
by any means. Tourist Nina Adanya shot this video in late.
Philadelphia gives you history, sports, great food, and even this. A giant snake slithering along a sidewalk in Center City. Just another day in Philly.
It's not a giant noodle by any means. Tourist Nina Adanya shot this video in late March while walking along the Ben Franklin Parkway with her sister. Now, while they kept a distance, a wedding party posed for pics 10 feet or so from the snake. Adanya later posted on TikTok, "Philly is not for beginners," calling Philadelphia the wildest
Why
city
is this
ever.
on 144p?
Where the snake came from is still a
Can't even
mystery.
see the
We
snake.
can only hope it is
You're
off the
killing
streets.
me, pal.
Somebody, I hope.
Can't even see the snake.
I hope you claimed your pet and kept it off the streets.
Yeah, and if you can identify it, give us a call. I'm kind of interested what kind of snake this is.
Actually, that might not be a boa constrictor. It might be, what's it called? Well, it might be a boa, but I think it, oh, God, what is the name of this one? Where is Bad Ash? I don't know. It's a good question. But yeah, very strange sight on a Philly sidewalk, a giant snake. Almost definitely got out of somebody's, what's it called? There's a word for this. Specifically for snakes. Herpetarian? No. Oh, God, I can't think of it. Somebody's snake got out. That's all I got for you. All right, now let's go to Jersey. CBS News from 3 days ago. Friends turn passion project into community staple in New Jersey. All right, tell me more. What do you guys got going on over here?
Only 3% of American businesses are black-owned, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. But in Newark, New Jersey, a trio of childhood friends is aiming to increase those numbers by building a clothing brand rooted in sustainability, community, and mentorship to other entrepreneurs of color. Lana Zach has this story.
In downtown Newark, one clothing store is stitching together style, community, and sustainability.
Brownman is a lifestyle brand. It started out as a passion project, but slowly and over time turned into a community staple.
Justice Pitt Goodson says Brown Mill began as a high school side hustle.
I started making bow ties, really got into fashion and kind of men's style at an early age. All throughout college, continued to do the same thing. We started doing pop-ups at that point, and all that led into us eventually opening up a store years and years later.
Every year, the global fashion industry generates an estimated 92 million tons of textile waste. Brown Mill says they are on a mission to help change that.
Our real demanded products are one-of-one pieces and limited items, a lot of which some we make from scratch, but also just taking unwanted, donated, upcycled pieces and creating a new vision for it.
Instead of mass production, the Brown Mill team builds collections using leftover fabric stock, materials that would otherwise end up in the landfill, giving so-called dead stock a second life.
We're reaching out to companies for their overstock, because a lot of times, if people don't buy it, they're just going to throw away. We're doing stitch work, chain stitch work on these pieces, putting people's names on it, putting people's dogs on it.
Brown Mill's founders say they don't want to be known only for what they make, but also for how they bring in other brands and craftspeople from the Newark community.
It's more of a third place concept, a third space concept, and with that, we definitely have featured a lot more brands and creatives in the space to kind of make it more inclusive of the community, because we are a community hub, a cultural hub.
New Jersey has over 860,000 small businesses. Nationwide, small businesses make up 99% of all U.S. companies.
We really take.
Well, there we go. 2 men in New Jersey deciding to repurpose rather than allow textiles to go into the landfill, creating a very cool niche brand while also doing something good for the environment. Let's go a little further south now. I just realized I have some things out of order. I don't know how I did this to myself. There should have been multiple stories behind here. Too late now, I guess. Let's go south. We might have to go back north after this. To Tennessee, where people have been grappling with these recent floods that have hit Tennessee, leaving people's homes underwater. AP archive from yesterday.
It's been a real stressful time. I woke up this morning, the waters came up dramatically, so I had to make a choice whether to stay or get out of here, and they cut the water off, so kind of leave me in no choice but to seek other shelter.
I get real emotional on this flooded water. Starting all over, think about starting all over. I don't want to do that, but I don't think it's going to get in the house. It's still scary.
This This house is kind of like a family heirloom. We got it from my father-in-law when he passed several years back. We've been living here about 20, 25 years. This is the second time we have gone through this flood.
Sophie, where are you going? Come here. Come here, Trixie. This is my life. I mean, my kids, my grandkids, and everybody comes over, you know. I don't want to leave, but I got to.
I'm hoping that the water goes down pretty fast. I really do. That way I can get back into my house, because I feel like I'm leaving my house vulnerable.
Yeah, well, it's already... What is my mic doing? Hello, there we go. That's better. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Okay. Yeah, we got more on this. Got an aerial view of one innovative Tennessee family. AccuWeather from 19 hours ago. Tennessee family builds levees to save their homes from flooding. Home. This is a quick clip. Now, they might have the levee, but they're also completely stranded and surrounded by water. Hopefully they have a boat or something in there. Maybe a kayak. I don't know. Wow. Water. This is supposed to be land. I don't know if you can tell. There's a road and another road right there. Yeah, Tennessee's been getting hit pretty hard. Those recent storms. Alright, we're going to go back north to New York. I don't know how I did this. I should have had Tennessee below both New York and Jersey. Let's go here to the New York Botanical Garden, which earlier in the week was hosting the annual orchid show.
So I read somewhere.
At some point, I think they start walking through this, if I recall correctly, showing us some other views of this
We are gonna do a class.
spring. What do we? My brain just broke. What's the word I was just thinking of?
But you too? I would guess you too. Yeah. There we go.
Little spring beauty inside New York's Botanical Garden. It's quite a place. It would take us quite a it takes quite a while for them to walk through it, actually. But we don't have time to go spending 30 minutes looking at flowers. So let's go to a different New York story. I don't know, how did I split these up? All right, CBS New York from 6 days ago. New York to install e-bike charging stations on sidewalks. That's a pretty good idea.
E-bike battery charging stations will be installed on city sidewalks. The city's Department of Transportation says that this will reduce apartment fires caused by lithium-ion batteries. The charging stations will be outside in a cabinet on the sidewalk, and property owners and tenants with landlord approval can apply for them beginning Monday.
All right, there we go. Done with New York. Now let's go to the ocean, this time the Atlantic. Here's BBC News.
New digital scan of the Titanic has offered an unprecedented...
You're ruining it.
New digital scan of the Titanic has offered an unprecedented insight into the ship's...
Great job. Thanks for that. I don't know if you heard what she was just saying. Well, let's go to BBC from 5 days ago and talk about new scans of the Titanic wreckage at the bottom of the ocean. We're helping reveal groundbreaking details of the final hours of that ill-fated ship. Can you live in the Arbor? We all want. I think most of us. It would be amazing. It would be amazing if you could live inside of that. All right, to the Titanic.
New digital...
God damn it.
The Titanic has offered an unprecedented insight into the ship's final moments. A detailed three-dimensional reconstruction of the wreck reveals engineers worked to keep the lights on even as the vessel sank. Here's Rebecca Morrell.
In the depths of the Atlantic lies the wreck of the Titanic. But more than a century after the ship sank, new technology is shedding light on what happened on that fateful night. A digital scan created from more than 700,000 underwater images now shows us the complete wreck. The immense bow lying upright on the seafloor, almost as if it was continuing its voyage. But 600 metres away is the stern, a heap of mangled metal, revealing the violence as the ship was ripped in two.
I've actually been here in a submersible. It's just so immense.
A new analysis of the scan is the focus of a documentary produced by National Geographic and Atlantic Productions.
It's like a crime scene. You need to see what the evidence is in the context of where it is, and you can see all the major pieces, and then you zoom in, and you can zoom all the way down to the smallest detail. Having a comprehensive view of the entirety of the wreck site is key to understanding what happened here.
We can now see if eyewitness accounts of the bravery of the engineers who died in the disaster tally with the scan. As the passengers were heading to the upper decks where the lifeboats were being launched, the lights of the ship were still on. And this was all thanks to the engineers working down here in the depths of the Titanic, who kept the power going right to the end. This is boiler room number 2. And you can see how the metal holding the hot coals is concave, it's bent inwards, which shows that the boilers were working when the ship went under. But another key piece of evidence lies elsewhere. Discovered on the stern is a valve clearly in the open position. It suggests steam was still flowing, generating electricity. A new simulation also reveals more about the ship's demise.
The iceberg scrapes along the side of the hull and rips this very thin but very catastrophic gash in the side of the hull, although we can't see it.
Supposedly unsinkable, Titanic was designed to stay afloat even if 4 of its watertight compartments flooded. But the simulation suggests the damage was spread across 6 compartments.
The difference between Titanic sinking and not sinking are down to the fine margins of holes about the size of a piece of paper.
Yeah. Sometimes tiny things can have massive implications. Everybody value-tained at this point? I mean, I think we are hitting just about everything possible during this stream. We're in the fourth half right now. What haven't we covered today? I mean, jeez. Wow. Just looking back right now, just a myriad of topics. Let's go now to Europe, where in Germany, Germans are indulging in a springtime delicacy, white asparagus. I did not know that's how you grow asparagus. I feel like I've only seen asparagus growing like in wild settings. Oh shit! I forgot. Hold on. All right, settle down, pal. I cannot keep up with any of that. Where is it? I know I've got. Why can't AP Archive be bothered? You already typed it all in to the video information. What's so much harder about, I don't know, putting it in the actual CCs? It's not hard, actually. It'd be super easy, barely an inconvenience. We usually start in the fields at 6 in the morning, and the asparagus will be cut freshly. Then the first asparagus is transported straight to the farm. Theoretically, it's already on the farm by 8 o'clock, is then washed straight away, goes into the sorting plant, and is actually cooled down again so that it has a temperature of 2 to 3 degrees. And so that it doesn't turn pink. The white stalks should remain white. That's a seal of quality. And then it can happen that the same asparagus that was cut at 6 a.m., washed at 8 a.m., sorted at 9 a.m., is either in the farm store by noon, or even on the plate in the restaurant.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So the biggest difference is that the white asparagus grows underground. We see that here in the asparagus. Asparagus grows in long ridges so that it stays white. When the asparagus reaches the surface, it first turns purple, and then it also turns green. In fact, you can even grow white and green asparagus from the same plant. It's just a question of harvesting. The white one is harvested below the ground, and the green one is harvested above the ground. What makes the difference is that the taste of the asparagus has a slightly sweet flavor, actually only in its white form. Okay. I've never heard of this until now. I think I've only seen green asparagus in my entire life. Apparently Germans are nuts for it, though, and it's only available in springtime. Okay. All right, now let's go to the Alps and meet some pups training to become life-saving heroes. AP Archive from 2 days ago.
Andiamo di qua. Quando loro sono pronti. Qua, Aiuto, sparatori! Via. Dai. Stai bene? Sì, grazie. Bravo Tato! Bravo Tatone! Masciupe, bravo Tato! Masciupe! Masciupe! Bravo Tato! Masciupe! 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 Masciupe, sciupe, sciupe!
Won't let
Se
go.
tutto va bene, la
Ah,
persona
shit.
può essere trovata con gli apparecchi
forgot.
elettronici, no? Gli ARTVA.
We got more subtitles that are not on the video itself. Thank you, AP Archive, for doing your job so good right now. Oh, God.
Allora, se
If all
tutto va
goes
bene,
well, the
la
missing
persona
person can
può
be
essere
found
trovata
through the
con gli
use of
apparecchi
electronic tools such as
elettronici,
the
no? Gli
ARTVA,
ARTVA, e
avalanche
devono essere
transceiver,
indossati
and they
da
must be
tutti gli
used by all
escursionisti.
mountain goers if someone goes,
Se
if
qualcosa
something
va
goes wrong,
storto,
though. The only
l'unica
weapon the
arma che
Alpine
il
rescues
soccorso
have
ha
to
per
search is
il
the dog.
ritrovamento è l'unità
We have no other
civile.
chances.
Come vi dicevo prima, non abbiamo altre chance.
Yep, there we go. These pups being taught to save lives in the Alps. Good boy. Alright, now let's, wait, we're going back to Germany. Oh, wow. I've done this twice now today. Whatever. Back to Germany. Inside edition from 2 days ago. World's oldest gorilla gets even older. Okay. I think we covered this gorilla's birthday last year, if I recall correctly.
The world's oldest gorilla got a little bit older this
Damn,
week.
that's loud.
Fatu, a western lowland gorilla, celebrated her 68th birthday at the Berlin Zoo. As a western lowland gorilla, Fatu is part of an exclusive club. Native to Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Gabon, and the Republic of Congo. Western lowlands are critically endangered due to habitat loss. They're also the world's largest ape species. Adults can weigh well over 200 pounds. And get this, their scientific name is gorilla, gorilla, gorilla. Vets at the Berlin Zoo think Fatu was 2 years old when she arrived there, and she has lived at the zoo for 66 years. Her counterparts in the wild typically live only 30 to 40 years. Like most 68-year-olds, Fatu has a few aches and pains. Her arms and knees are stiff, and she has arthrosis, or joint wear. But for all of that, this senior primate is doing pretty well. The vets at the German zoo keep an eye on her and have put her on a special diet. Since Fatu doesn't have teeth anymore, she gets a lot of cooked vegetables. And a special treat, fruit. Happy birthday, Fatu. This is Inside Edition Digital.
Happy birthday, Fatu. My God, well, maybe one of the oldest gorillas on the planet. Living in captivity in Berlin. Now, let's go to where Fatu is probably from. Africa. Here's Terra Mater from 3 days ago. Dawn to dusk. Experience the life of Africa's animals in 4K. Ooh, this is a Sunday Funday story for sure. 4K, you say? Fancy. Ahem. Go web go. Go web go. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of Lion King references in here. Hakuna Matata indeed, chat. Tastes like chicken. It's all true. It's all true. Alright. Let's move on from the wildlife in Africa and go pretty much as far south as we can for a little bit more Sunday Fun Day action. To the Democratic Penguins Republic. Victory for the Penguins? Donald Trump blinking? Let's find out.
Has won, our march was loud, the tyrant broke before the crowd. No treaties signed, no mercy shown, the ice has spoken, this land is our own. The eagle cracked beneath our glare, his wings collapsed in frozen air, but the flake on red above us flies and marks the day we never die. Victory Day, the war is won, 1,000,000 penguins marched as one. The motherland stood proud and grey. All shall praise the Democratic Penguins Republic today. They questioned why we wore no tie. We darkened seas and closed the sky. The seals advanced without delay. The orca swam beneath the bay. One march was seen, then fear took hold, and history turned from warm to cold. Let penguins sing this frosted day when the orange hand chose to back away.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Victory Day, the war is won. 1,000,000 penguins marched as one. The motherland stood proud and grey. All shall praise the Democratic Penguins Republic today.
Hell, the Penguins are victorious. The tariffs have been stopped. The hand of the evil orange man. Not strong enough to defeat the great penguins. I'm fairly certain that was made with AI, but even though I have some real problems with AI, oftentimes that's going to be one of those galactically approved uses. My God, was that... Ah, God, so good. So good. All right. Now let's go back north to India. AP archive from 2 days ago. Chennai residents patrol beaches at night, trying to protect sea turtles and their hatchlings.
So we have something called a probe, which is a metal pipe, which is hollow, and we'll poke around the clearing. Wherever the probe, descends the fastest is where we'll identify the nest. After that, we'll dig up the nest and we'll collect the eggs in a cloth bag. We collect the eggs that all over the place lay along the shore of Chennai, and we relocate them to the hatchery which is behind us. Over here at the hatchery, we'll then try to mimic as much as possible the original nest. The original nest we may not be able to mimic it centimeter to centimeter, but as much as possible. So we'll also take a net.
Oh my God! Look at all the turtles.
And then we'll relocate the eggs, cover it, and then we'll wait for 45 days.
Swim, turtles, swim. So yeah, might seem like they're, and they are, interfering in the lives of these little turtles, but giving them more time to, like she said, like a month and a half to grow and become stronger before going out in the ocean with everything else we're doing to these turtles, I think is probably for the best. I couldn't say 100% what the, what negative ramifications would come from this, but in a way it's giving these turtles a better shot at surviving out there in the harsh world. Insider trading is on pause for now. Let me get back to you on that. All right, let's go now to China.
China!
Ow, that's my hair. God damn you, headphones. All right, South China Morning Post from 3 days ago. We've been talking about a lot of puppies today, and this puppy has saved a child. Let's see what happened. This dog is his little friend's guardian angel. The golden retriever stopped the stroller from rolling away just in time. The baby's father has forgotten to lock the wheels. The dog had always been helpful, said the child's mother. It looks after the baby when the child's parents are busy. And helps the baby's grandmother picking up her walking stick. Now, one question I had, you may have the same question. Who the hell was holding that camera? But I do think it was like a, maybe it was like a, maybe it was like a, what do you call it? Like a security cam or something, like, you know, like a Ring doorbell. I don't know. But I'm not entirely sure that this isn't staged, honestly. It's still a cool story, though. Still a very cool story. Now let's go to another person, people looking to repurpose goods into new goods that would otherwise have gone into the trash. Cambodia. South China Morning Post from 3 days ago, spinning plastic into brooms. Cambodians on a mission to reduce waste.
In a small warehouse in Cambodia's capital, workers spin used plastic bottles into strips.
Plastic bottles are more expensive overseas, and they were upcycling them. I learned that plastic bottles here are cheaper. So with the cost of other raw materials and labor, I decided to design them into the shape of nice-looking broomsticks.
Since March 2023, the workers have transformed about 40 tons of discarded plastic bottles into brooms. High-quality brooms are in great demand
of plastic
in Cambodia.
bottles? How many plastic
At the
bottles
same
is
time,
that?
About 38,000 tons of waste per day piles.
How many bottles is 40,000 tons worth of them? That's insane.
Cambodia. At the same time, about 38,000 tons of waste per day piles up in the capital Phnom Penh alone.
This helps reduce environmental waste and encourages people to collect plastic bottles. They can sell it to us at a relatively higher price. And in turn, they can earn a better living. Seems like a good plan. Otherwise, they would have just gone out there and killed some sea turtles or something. Probably better to try and reuse them. Brooms are already, in many cases, made of plastic, so might as well. Okay, now let's go to Japan. Another South China Morning Post story from 3 days ago. How Japan built a 3D printed railway station overnight.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Whoa, I just clicked it. No, God damn it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
that'll help with the microplastic problem. You know, I thought the exact same thing when I watched that story, but then I thought to myself, okay, what do we make brooms out of right now? Oh, so many of them are made out of plastic. I mean, what's your broom made out of? I mean, maybe you have a broom made of not plastic, but more often than not, brooms are already made out of plastic. So that's adding to the microplastics. At least this one isn't adding more bottles just floating around the ocean and to the Great Pacific Garbage Patch or whatever else. They're going to turn into microplastics out there too. You know, yeah, I mean, sure, we could get into it on this Sunday Funday about what we need to do with oil and plastics production, greatly reduce both of those things. But for now, I think this is an elegant solution. Okay, yes. This is how the world's first 3D printed train station was built in Western Japan. Wow, this is some epic music right here. It was assembled after the last train of the day and done before service resumed the next morning. The Hatsushima station was produced in a factory and assembled at the rural location. Serendix Corporation said it took only 2 hours to assemble.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's fast. The foundations and exterior pieces took 7 days to be printed. The structure is 2.6 meters and high and 6.3 meters wide. The station will open in July after the interior is finished and ticket gates are installed. West Japan Railway Company said it normally takes over 2 months to build a train station. The cost of building the 3D print station is also about half of the traditional structure. Okay. No, don't tell me I just clicked that. Oh, you piece of shit. You're killing me, dog. Please hold. No, why are you doing this to me? Stop that. Okay, let's move on from innovations in infrastructure to, oh shit, have we gotten there already? Wow. Okay, this is annoying the shit out of me. There we go. Oh my god. I hate when this happens. I click a link accidentally, and then it sends me on my list, and I go back into it. Okay. Okay, well, we are finally at the space news portion of this space cast. Let's go back to the United States for a moment. Forbes breaking news. Ed Markey questioning the new head of NASA nominee from Donald Trump, a billionaire private space privateer. Oh, God. You know, I've vowed as one of my life's missions to stop these people from privatizing space, but they seem determined. Very determined to just ruin it for the rest of us. At this rate, we're never going to get luxury space communism. Okay. Let's see what this asshole had to say.
In the First Amendment, I believe, and I won't do anything to violate it.
Not you, Olivia.
I wanted to hear, and I'm glad to hear that you will take that position, and I'm going to be closely monitoring the Commission's work to ensure that it complies with the First Amendment. Thank you. Mr. Isaacman, you have deep personal and financial ties to Elon Musk. You have invested tens of millions of dollars in SpaceX. You have paid millions of dollars to SpaceX for 2 private space flights. Your payments company, Shift4, has an on...
I gotta say, in normal times, I think everyone would say that this is a massive conflict of interest. This guy's got tens of millions of dollars invested into SpaceX and is now about to head a governmental space agency? That seems problematic as it is.
For 2 private space flights. Your payments company, Shift4, has an ongoing, quotes, global strategic partnership with Starlink worth millions each year. And according to a recent Wall Street Journal report, Musk personally asked you to lead NASA. Given SpaceX's significant interest...
Oh no, oh no.
I understand why the public would be concerned about...
Oh no, the volume's low because of the subtitles and the music. God, settle down, Ed. You should take a moment.
With Starlink worth millions...
God damn it, Ed. Please settle down. Why is this? Oh, there we go. Fixed it. Fixed it. At least we didn't go too far. That's Olivia Trusty. She's gonna be potentially the head of the FCC. I still don't know a lot about her. I gotta look into it. Okay. Where are we going? Yes. All right. Got the volume back up. Take 2.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That's what I wanted to hear. And I'm glad to hear that you will take that position. And I'm going to be closely monitoring the Commission's work to ensure that it complies with the First Amendment. Thank you. Mr. Isaacman, you have deep personal and financial ties to Elon Musk. You have invested tens of millions of dollars in SpaceX. You have paid millions of dollars to SpaceX for 2 private space flights. Your payments company, Shift4, has an ongoing, quotes, global strategic partnership with Starlink worth millions each year. And according to a recent Wall Street Journal report, Musk personally asked you to lead NASA. Given SpaceX's significant interest before NASA, you can understand why the public would be concerned about conflicts of interest.
Yeah, no kidding.
So let's try to set a few
conflicted.
things straight. I understand that you met with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago in late 2024. Is that correct?
No, Senator. I was in Mar-a-Lago to be interviewed by the President of the United States.
So you did not meet with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago?
I went to Mar-a-Lago to be interviewed by the President of the United States.
I didn't ask you that. Did you meet with Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago?
I believe he was one of dozens of people that were around Mar-a-Lago at the time.
Oh, he's just around. He just happened to be around.
I would not say we had a meeting. We probably had a conversation in passing, Senator.
Okay, during that same trip, then President-elect Trump offered you the NASA administrator job. Is that correct?
At the conclusion of the meeting, Senator, he did.
Thank you. Was Elon Musk in your meeting when Trump offered you the NASA position at Mar-a-Lago?
Senator, I was interviewed by the President of the Unied States.
Was Elon Musk in the meeting?
That's not what he asked you, stupid.
Senator, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
So Elon Musk was not in the meeting. Is that what you're saying?
Senator,
he was definitely
there. I was being interviewed and speaking with
he was
the President of the United States.
100%
Just say
there.
he was not in the meeting. Was he in the meeting or not in the meeting?
Senator, I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. I was being interviewed by the President of the United States.
It's not a difficult question.
It really
was
isn't.
Elon Musk in the room when the President offered you the job?
Senator, my meeting was with the President of the United States.
I'm assuming that you don't want to answer the question.
Yeah, he doesn't want to answer the question because, yeah, Elon was in the freaking meeting. If you can't tell by his incredibly evasive answer. Senator, I cannot speak to that. It would make me look like a corrupt piece of shit. By the way, he's a billionaire, Isaacman. He's a billionaire. He has his own space-related interests, as well as he's apparently owner of something called Shift 4 Payments, which is a payment processing company. Dude's worth a fucking boatload of money. Now he's going out to privatize space for the rest of the billionaires. Yeah, I think this guy is lying. Good one. Yeah, me too. I have a sneaking suspicion that he might be not giving us the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Speaking of privatizing space, CBS is celebrating the oncoming billionaire takeover of low Earth orbit. CBS News from 2 days ago, breaking down what Gayle King will experience on her trip to space. That's right. All-woman spaceflight incoming on Jeffy Bezos' Blue Origin. Blue Origin.
Our own Gayle King is preparing to board a rocket to space. She takes off Monday. Ahead of her journey, she spoke about the crucial support she's receiving right now from her 2 children and her best friend, Oprah Winfrey. She also spoke about her mindset leading up to launch day.
Yeah,
I'll be ready Monday morning, I promise. I will be ready Monday morning, but I still have a ways to go before I'm like, okay, put me in, coach, let's go.
So you're still processing?
I'm still processing. Yeah, very much so. I have a meditation coach that's been coming to my house. You know, I have a mantra. I tried it years ago, but my brain is just all over the place. It's very hard. Glad this may surprise you, but it's very hard to quiet my brain.
Let's bring in CBS News national correspondent Mark Strassman, who also spoke with Gayle this morning about this awesome adventure. Mark, how is this Blue Origin flight expected to take off? What will the mission be, and what will Gayle and her female friends up there see?
Hey, Errol. You know, if the weather is good on Monday, and it certainly looks good from here in the forecast, I think Blue Origin expects everything to go great. There are going to be 6 women on this crew that's heading up. They're going to go up 62 miles to the edge of space before they come back down. They'll have about 4 minutes of weightlessness, and they're going to have a spectacular view, obviously, of the curvature of the Earth. And then they're going to come straight down. And the total trip time from start to finish is only about 11 minutes. It's really a drive-by, or a flyby to space.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to protect myself.
It's changed a lot of people, just that quick trip.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Any other experience available to civilians, and Gayle is just the latest one who's going to get that experience.
And I know that you've interviewed people who've gone up and spent those 11 minutes and come back. There is actually, and including for professional astronauts too, a psychological effect from seeing the Earth's curvature.
And you go to space, and you go to space, and you go to space. Everybody's going to space. As long as you got a bunch of money.
What should people expect when they go up there for 11 minutes and they see Earth out the window?
Yeah, time and time again, the people who've gone up have talked about the overview effect of seeing the curvature of the Earth, how thin the Earth's atmosphere is, how fragile the planet looks. I mean, I'll give you an example. Vanessa O'Brien, who flew a couple of years ago, talked to us about that very thing. Here's what she had to say about her experience going up in the same kind of capsule that Gayle's going up in on Monday.
You are able to see something that is so precious. It was seeing that blue marble from above, and it translates into a sense of almost responsibility and an appreciation.
A sense of responsibility. Yeah, you think this is going to get all the multi-millionaires and billionaires taking these privatized space flights? It's going to get them to be more responsible for the Earth, you think? Yeah. I have a lot more skepticism than this woman about this, I feel like. Unless she's just talking broadly speaking. But I just love how much CBS is cheering on The oncoming oligarchy in space. Space-agarchy. How great.
We really are all connected, that it is one planet.
And she's just somebody who, she's a mountaineer, adventurer, and an entrepreneur, and she went up as a private person because in this world of space tourism, that is possible, and she was changed by it. And again, Errol, I've heard that time and time again.
Life-changing, okay. Yeah. Except Jeffy Bezos is still fucking us all over, so is Elon. They've both been to space, so... what exactly is it changing in people? Their feeling of lording over all of us from above. They don't own everything on Earth, now they gotta own space too. Can't we have anything nice? Come on! Alright, another CBS New York story. They gotta do two different stories within the same 24-hour period on this, because it's huge. Oh, I'm glad this made you feel totally at one with billionaires. That gives me warmth in my heart, Dark Sparkle. Oh yes, so good and so great. Gail goes to space, Jesus Christ, dude.
CBS Morning is in West Texas, counting down to Gil King's.
Oh my God, dude. This is hilarious. This is wild. They are so stoked on this. They're like, yes, yes. Didn't have enough opportunities on Earth.
CBS Mornings is in West Texas, counting down to Gil King's historic spaceflight on Monday.
I love that celestial music. In an interview that will air later this morning, Vladimir Duthier sat down with Gil to talk about this moment, and he joins us now from the launch site in Van Horn, Texas. Vlad, good morning. Good to see you. We've heard about Gail's excitement and, of course, some fear surrounding this journey into space. But how important was her family in making this decision for her to do this?
Hey, good morning, Chris and Mary. Good to see you both. Look, it was incredibly important. In fact, Gail told me that when the opportunity was presented, she thought when she spoke to Will and Kirby, her children, and to her best friend Oprah, that they would say, heck no, you shouldn't do this. But they all to a T said, not only should you do it, you have to do it. And that certainly compelled her to make the decision, the one that she did, which is why we're all here. And I thought that was sort of interesting. But what I did during the interview is I said, okay, well, let's think about this. The people that are closest to you in your life encourage you to do this. What would you say if your children or your best friend came to you and said, hey, I have this opportunity, what should I do? Would you be as encouraging? And she wouldn't answer the question, which I thought was really funny. She leaned back in her chair and she was like, ooh, Vlad, I don't think I'm going to answer that. And I thought that was sort of interesting because she's such a nurturing person. And I think in her mind, and we spoke about this a little bit, that in something that is inherently, there's an element of risk involved in space travel, obviously, that she wouldn't want to encourage someone to take on that risk. But she never actually answered the question.
That's hilarious. Thanks, Vlad. Super great stuff. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to watch this thing live today, I don't think. I don't see the launch. I was just like searching through it on Google. I don't see the launch scheduled on YouTube yet. It's very sad we won't be able to watch it live. Can you tell how sad I am? Oh God, I'm about to cry. Please hold. Okay. All right, let's go now to the AP and talk about one of the other ladies who's going to get an opportunity to go into space. Incredibly rich Katy Perry. Hopefully not like a firework this time, because those usually blow up. Associated Press, 2 days ago. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with me? The intergalactic dildo. That's exactly what it is.
I'm going to ace space.
How are you feeling?
I am feeling so grateful and grounded. And honored to be invited and included in this incredible group of women, and I am talking to myself every day and going, "You're brave, you're bold."
I'm sorry. I'm not focused.
I am feeling
the comments are so good in the comment section right now. You're right. You're right. I should take this as an act of war. I agree. But no, I'm not gonna start a space war right now. I'm gonna bide my time. Waiting. Watching. For my perfect moment. One day, I will strike back at these rich assholes.
A space.
How are you feeling?
I am feeling so grateful and grounded, and honored to be invited and included in this incredible group of women, and I am talking to myself every day and going, "You're brave, you're bold, you're doing this for the next generation to
like
inspire so many different people, but especially young girls to go, I'll go to space in the future." No limitations. Like I said earlier, I don't put any limitations on my dreams. I reach for the stars every time, and the verbiage "I can't," or "I won't," or "not for me," it doesn't stay in my mind. Even if it passes through, it's out. So I really take a lot of time to control those thoughts. And it's gonna be a wild ride, but I know that it's an important moment for the future of commercial space travel and for humanity in general and for women all around. It's really interesting. I don't believe in coincidences. Of course, I'm gonna fly on a rocket very soon.
Yes.
But before I was even gonna do that, I was like, I wanna fly on tour. So I am flying this year a lot. And my mother calls me Feather, so I think it's very, very apropos. Okay, so here is a massive butterfly. This time in my life, the butterfly has really symbolized a lot because ever since I had my daughter, I went through a real...
Where are we right now? Is this like... What is this? What is going on? Is this like before a show or something of hers? I'm confused. Is this like Katy Perry's warehouse or something? What am I looking at right now? Actually, by the way, I haven't actually seen this yet. So we're watching this for the first time together. Didn't feel like this required a ton of research for this.
It's really symbolized a lot because ever since I had my daughter, I went through a real metamorphosis. I definitely shed some of my skin. I was a caterpillar. And
technically, we all shed our skin regularly.
Now I'm flying. And I'm flying literally in the show. So I'll be sitting on this.
Sweet.
I'm going to side saddle it for now.
Yeah. That's probably safe.
Lady.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing with me.
Want to.
I don't have any limitations on my dreams. And I'm always open, and I say, why not? And let's just try. And it's never, I can't. It's just like, okay, let's do it. Let's try, let's swing. Swing for the stars. I'm really excited about the engineering of it all.
Chat,
I'm
you
excited
are incorrigible.
to learn more
I can
about
see you.
STEM and just the math about what it takes to accomplish this type of thing. I was winding down from a rehearsal the other day, and I was listening to Cosmos by Carl Sagan and reading a book on string theory, and
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think you need to read Carl Sagan or read up on string theory. None of that is gonna come into play for the 11 minutes that this space flight's gonna take. Look. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh, Christy Z, though. I see you right now. I'm not going to put this one up, but it's hilarious. Oh, boy. I'm sure there will be no malfunctions on this flight. No way that happens. Alright, we got one more left on this goddamn atrocity. Space atrocity in motion. I mean, the only thing about this, and I hate to even like give this any credit whatsoever, but here we go. Here's my attempt at giving this flight any credit whatsoever. Now, you know, there's been plenty of women astronauts up to this point. I mean, we were talking about Suni Williams practically for an entire year. But this is the first historic all-female flight to space. Final story. Here we go. Katy Perry shares peek inside Blue Origin rocket ahead of historic all-female flight.
Okay, I'm going to show you the capsule that we have been training in for the last few days.
So just the tip.
Here I am.
Phrasing?
Seat number 2.
Yeah, well, you know.
This is my call name, Feather. Here on the New Shepherd. I think I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna sing a little bit.
Oh, great.
Sing in space.
Oh, I can't wait.
And these are all of my astronaut girly friends. We are the Taken Up Space crew. And of course, that saying has had a different meaning to it, but I think it's now the first time ever that it's a double entendre. I do believe this. I'm not going to say I can't believe I'm here. I do believe this because I think that believing your dreams and saying that is actually how you make your dreams come true.
Oh, we just got it's the secret. It's the secret, okay? You just it's about grinds. It's about grinding your it's a grindy mindset, right? You gotta say it, you gotta think it, you gotta live it. Live, laugh, love. And you need to put on a pillow and put it on a poster on your wall. And as long as you're surrounded, you know, by reminders of what your goals are, there's no way that you can't achieve them. You know, even if you're not a multimillionaire and or billionaire, totally normal. It's totally gonna happen.
Give me a joke.
Sorry, obviously I'm being sarcastic. All right. What am I doing now? What am I doing now? More space stuff, but we're moving away from billionaire-funded commercial spaceflight to a UFO-themed showcase of rare and futuristic watches? Huh?
A what now?
Yeah, it's the AP archive. Not me. I didn't come up with this story. AP archive from 6 days ago. Let's go. Ooh, even a fancy. Oh, look at this. Very fancy. We need this to be able to show these sweet timepieces. It's the secret 2025. Exactly. You just gotta manifest. Manifest that shit. I believe in you. You're like a firework to me. Okay. Is it manifestation or privilege? Yeah. Great question. What is so UFO themed about these watches? I guess that's UFO themed? I don't quite see it. They're just watches to me. I'm seeing a bunch of watches surrounded by sort of spacey type stuff. Okay, no, I see. There's some.
I want people to lose a bit of their reference and the way they usually see things. This way, they just appreciate the watches differently, and that's really like you have never kind of like been in that environment. So you try to gauge a little bit what's here and there, and you're actually paying attention to what you're looking at.
Sweet. Okay. Very low stakes story here. I feel like they put way too much effort into all this, especially all the fanfare. I mean, I know it makes it feel like more spacey, but they're just watches. It's fucking ugly, says Christy. Yeah, they're not the best looking watches, not gonna lie. But hey, you know, to each their own. I'm not gonna just sit here and shit on these watches for 5 minutes. We're just gonna move on. Now let's talk about a problem being created, not entirely by billionaires, but certainly they're not helping. Let's talk about space debris. Something that affects us all, especially me, a man floating through low Earth orbit as we speak. DW documentary from 10 days ago. How dangerous is space debris? Let's find out. Space trash.
The endless void of the cosmos, the space in which our planet has been turning for billions of years, without as much as a whisper. The once pristine galaxy has been changing. Humans arrived, colonized Earth, and started dumping their waste. Having already polluted the land and oceans on Earth, we've now begun to pollute space. We can't see them and we're unaware of the danger they present, but millions of pieces of waste, scrap metal and old rocket engines are zooming around above our heads at incredible speeds.
Space debris is dangerous because it travels so fast, 7 kilometers per second.
These pieces of space debris chaotically fly around, can collide with each other, hit satellites, or fall back to Earth. It is next to impossible to predict exactly where or when. This makes them a threat to humans and to Earth.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All over the world, scientists are looking for solutions.
We want to implement lasers that can actively maneuver space debris pieces away from ground.
Removing space debris is one of the biggest...
Here's an idea. I just thought of just now. Maybe one way to limit space debris is by not allowing billionaires to start just randomly shooting stuff up into space and leaving it in low Earth orbit. And, you know, where they have no responsibility for what happens once it comes back down. You know, rather, you put people who actually are concerned about the populace in charge, rather than assholes like Elon Musk and his goddamn Starlink satellites.
Technological challenges of this century, and it's a race against the clock.
This is kinda loud.
November 15th, 2021, 4:30 AM UTC. 420 kilometers above Earth, the ISS, the International Space Station, is coasting along at 28,000 kilometers an hour. On board, everything is peaceful. The 7 astronauts who make up the crew are sleeping, until a message wakes them up.
Station, Houston on Space to Ground. We were recently informed of a satellite breakup and need to have you guys start reviewing the safe haven procedure.
We have to prepare for an emergency procedure. There is a cloud of debris 100 kilometers above us and we're heading towards it. It's too short in time and too many particles in this cloud of debris, so there's no way that we can do a debris avoidance maneuver. So, all right, that was a quite unusual start into my very first week at the International Space Station.
Now, for people in space, such as myself and the ISS astronauts, You know, space debris is incredibly dangerous. I mean, it's sure it's dangerous when it comes back down to Earth. But while it's up in low Earth orbit, it's traveling at 17,500 miles per hour. So tiny, tiny, tiny things can bust a hole in your space station. Like things you would not expect. Something like the size of a marble could just blow a massive hole through the ISS.
The German astronaut didn't know it then, but on that day the Russian military had just carried out a test firing to destroy one of its derelict orbiting satellites. The explosion had created thousands of pieces of debris now hurtling towards the ISS at over 7 kilometers a second. The crew needed to take cover in the safety capsules moored to the station. At even the slightest impact, they would face an emergency evacuation back to Earth.
Pieces of space debris travel 10 to 20 times faster than a bullet fired by a hunting rifle.
So we were like, okay, this sounds a little bit like Gravity, like the movie in the very beginning, and the movie doesn't end well. So we also crossed our fingers that, okay, hopefully it's not the end of the space station program. Hopefully it's not a risk to our lives.
The ISS passed through the cloud of debris without taking a hit, but those several thousands of pieces of debris are still in orbit, forcing the ISS to frequently maneuver to avoid them.
We now estimate the probable loss of the ISS because of debris over a period of 10 years as 1 in 8. The risk factor is just on the limit of what's acceptable for a manned flight.
Who could have imagined that one day danger from the sky wasn't in the form of meteorites or aliens, but from our own waste? Our planet's orbit is spilling over with old rocket parts, broken down satellites, and steel carcasses. Almost anything can be shot up and left there. There are no international laws to penalize the polluters of space.
Illegal.
What you see here is a visualization of the space object population. The density is still realistic, but of course we had to increase the size of the object relative to the size of the Earth in order to make it visible.
Alongside these large objects, millions of tiny fragments of different materials also surround our planet.
You see there's two distinct regions where you have most of the objects, which is the low Earth orbit. So this is this thin ring around the Earth, a shell up to 2,000 kilometers. This is the regions where we do our use of space for science, for commercial purposes. And the other one is this ring around the Earth at roughly 36,000 kilometers above the equator. And this is the geostationary orbit, where we have a lot of geostationary satellites for broadcasting television or observing the weather on Earth.
In the middle of this ocean of waste.
Well, it's a horrifying situation out here in space. Hopefully I managed to avoid being struck by one of these pieces of billionaire space trash. And same thing for everybody down on Earth. Alright. Perfect time? I think. Yeah, perfect time. Look at that. Ended the space news right at 8 hours. End of the fourth half, everyone, but we will be right back with the content in the fifth half after these short space messages. Well, I do hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Also, hit the bell icon too if you want to make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But the best way to get the most benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month can get you access to a wonderland of sweet, sweet space bennies. Best one, in my opinion, is getting an avatar on the stream. You can hang out here at the pool, or at the bar, at the lake, or even in the streets. That's not it, though, so I'd recommend you go onto the website and find out all about what you can get your hands on. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short galactic intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. Oh, whoa. Hello. There we go. All right, chat. I think you know what that sound means. It is time for the 5th and maybe final half of the night. That might be me being a little overly optimistic. Either way, I think we can do it. Let's go down and do the Earth news. Where are we gonna start? Let's go to the UK, where all of you UKers are about to get something that only the United States has had for a while. That being a new Universal theme park. What? That's right. People won't even have to avoid Universal anymore. If you hate the United States, you can just go to the UK. Alright, let's go here to BBC News from 4 days ago. I wonder what this is going to entail.
Europe will get its first Universal theme park after the British government secured a deal with the US media giant Comcast. The park will be based in Bedfordshire and it's expected to create 28,000 jobs when it opens in 6 years. The resort will be based on many of Universal hit movies, including The Minions and Jurassic Park. Well, our employment correspondent Zoe Conway reports.
The sun nearly always shines. There's magic all around. Universal Orlando is one of the most popular resorts in the world. Now just imagine all the wizards, superheroes and monsters transported here to the site of a disused brickworks near Kempston in Bedfordshire. Comcast, Universal's owner, says the resort will bring a £50 billion boost to the economy and create 28,000 jobs.
So this is it.
No wonder the Prime Minister looked pleased as he was given a tour of the plans by Comcast President Mike Kavanagh.
And you gradually work your way around the park to different lands, four different lands.
Look how much fun Keith is having.
The government recently gave the go-ahead to the expansion of nearby Luton Airport and has promised to invest in local transport links.
We're just so pleased that the government are coming on board and they're doing the infrastructure, and some of the brightest and most fantastic people at Universal are working on these problems. And it's just going to be the best news that's happened to our town in a very long time.
It'll be another 6 years before the adventure can begin, and what Universal says will become the largest visitor attraction in the UK. Zoe Conway, BBC News.
Well, our correspondent Jo Black is at that site in Bedfordshire. She gave us an update.
Yeah, I don't think we need a full update on this. I just wanted it for that first couple minutes there. There you go, UK. You're about to get your own Universal Studios. You can have a magical wizarding experience, pretend you're the Hulk, or get, you know, get all transformery with it, I suppose. Pretty, exciting, I suppose, for some. You don't have to come all the way to the United States and give our government money to enjoy these incredible Universal experiences. You'd love to spend a weekend at Universal Studios. Does that make you a capitalist pig? No, I don't think so. Look, there's only so many things we have to enjoy in this world. It's okay. If you want to have a little fun out there, it already exists. Enjoying the magic of the movies isn't wrong. It's allowed. So as long as we keep our feet on the ground when we talk about serious stuff. At least that's my opinion. Alright, let's talk another British-related thing. Reuters from 4 days ago. Britain has been mapped out in Minecraft using 100 billion blocks. That's right, you Minecraft fan? Well, get ready. Prepare yourselves. Gamers can explore Great Britain in Minecraft with this faithful recreation. Is Britain just a bunch of bricks?
About 11 years ago, we created the first accurate Minecraft map of Great Britain. With the new release of a Minecraft movie, it felt like a great opportunity to revisit that. And what it means is, if people want to recreate the Houses of Parliament, for instance, in its real-world location, they can. If they want to go and freeze the Lake District, they can do that too. If they want to build a bridge from Southampton to the Isle of Wight, they can. But essentially, because our data is that accurate, we can create this really up-to-date, accurate Minecraft map of Great Britain that now kids can interact with. The hope is that the people that are playing this and using our data to explore this Minecraft map of GB might see somewhere and go, I want to get outside and explore that for real, right? So hopefully it's a passageway to getting more people outside and enjoying the outdoors as well.
Ah, okay. Well, we're not done talking Minecraft, as there's been a bit of a viral situation going on. As it relates to Minecraft, as the Minecraft movie was just released, I think last weekend.
A huge weekend at the box office for a Minecraft movie starring Jack Black and Jason Momoa. It has teens flocking to theaters, but some movie theaters aren't happy about that. And Larry's here to explain why and what parents need to know. Good morning,
exactly.
Larry.
You probably had heard about Minecraft long before the movie. It's a hugely popular video game where players build fantastical lands and try to protect them from zombies. That built-in audience is bringing fans to the movies in droves thanks to a social media trend. It's also become something of an interactive experience, but not everyone is happy about that.
It's the latest rallying cry for millions of moviegoers.
Chicken jockey!
Those two little words sending teenage fans of a Minecraft movie into a frenzy, resulting in screaming, popcorn throwing, and soda flying through the air. In at least one case, the police have gotten involved, escorting some of the offenders out of theaters. So what is a chicken jockey? The official definition? A child zombie who rides a chicken, of course. This morning, that craze around chicken jockeys causing one movie theater in New Jersey to take matters into its own hands, instituting a new policy. Minors will now have to have a parent or responsible adult with them if they want to watch the film. The Township Theater in Bergen County writing in a statement that a group of boys engaged in completely unacceptable behavior, including vandalism. They also received multiple complaints from other moviegoers who were trying to enjoy the film with their families.
The manager called us and said the theater was in bad shape. He said, well, it's a terrible mess. There is lotion squirted all over the place. And
what was squirted all over the place?
That have been pulled out of the floor.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Enjoy the film with their families.
There is lotion squirted all over the place, and there's a row of seats that have been pulled out of the floor.
Based on the 2011 video game, the film has already grossed over $163 million in its opening weekend.
Let's see this.
making it the biggest box office opening of the year. Jason Momoa spoke about filming the scene during the promotional tour.
You remember in the movie where I'm fighting the chicken jockey, which is hilarious. Dude, the chicken's just like, buck, buck. It hits its nose. I lost it because they didn't have that in there when I was doing it.
People go to movie theaters for the communal experience, and this is part of that. I mean, I know that what we're seeing in videos can be or appear to be distracting for cinema goers, but when you look at who's in the audience, it's filled with young kids who, at this point, are going to see this film for this moment. They're going to have fun.
So we'll see if a Minecraft movie can...
The kids do love their Minecraft, not gonna lie. You know, and I'm not too old to have enjoyed a bit of Minecraft in my day. Here is one of those Minecraft chicken jockey moments. Entertainment Tonight from 2 days ago. Audience member brings actual chicken to theater. Jesus Christ. Oh God. I know this is American news technically, but...
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
That's too much, man!
It is too much, man. But it is also hilarious to me. I'm torn. It's clearly somewhat problematic, I'm sure. But it's also hilarious. Maybe I've just played too much Minecraft, that's probably it. I'm a secret gamer. I enjoy gaming. These outrage stories have to be stealth PR. It's entirely possible. Yeah, I just figured I'd put all the Minecraft news together. I know that was technically back in America, for anybody complaining. We're on the UK portion. I know. And I betrayed you. And I'm sorry. Okay. Let's move on to France. Cannes Film Festival is getting started here. There's 19 films in the running for top Palme d'Or prize. France 24 English from Thursday.
Hello and welcome to Arts 24. Thank you for joining us here today. The Cannes Film Festival has unveiled its official selection for the Palme d'Or Prize this Thursday. The festival runs from May 13 to 24. Let's cross over now to our film critic Ben Kroll, who's been attending the press conference. Hi, Ben. Take us through, firstly, the films that are officially in the running for the Palme d'Or Prize this year.
Well, there are some very big films and very eagerly anticipated films that will be unfurling and unveiling on the Croisette this year. One of the biggest titles that was announced this morning at the press conference is this film Eddington from the American director Ari Aster. It is apparently a COVID-era parody starring Joaquin Phoenix, Emma Stone, and Pedro Pascal. It's something of a Western, something of a horror. It seems wildly ambitious. It seems one of the bigger films to premiere at Cannes this year. Another major title is Nouvelle Vague. That is from the American director Richard Linklater. However, instead of shooting in his native Texas, here he's taken to the streets of Paris to make a black and white Valentine to the French New Wave, shot in France, in French, creating a real interesting bridge between Hollywood and Cannes and France, which is really one of the festival's main programs.
Now, Ben, outside of...
Okay, cool. Cannes Film Festival still not. I don't think it's quite on its way yet. It's like I don't think it starts for like I want to say a couple weeks. I could be wrong. Should look it up. It's really not important. I'm not looking it up. This is a Sunday Funday piece, not high stakes. Now let's go on to a little sporting activities. Also France 24 English from about 4 days ago. Nuria Newman, French Olympian, talks about her journey from the Olympics to the White Waters.
Now, men and women are very little when confronted to the force of water. And that's what we're going to be finding out a bit more about right now as enduro kayaking champion Nuria Newman joins us here on set. Good evening, Nuria. Good evening. Just before we talk about everything that you do, I just want to show the viewers if they can get a little bit of a taste of what you love and what you do. Here's what Nuria Newman gets up to when she's outside of the studio. Now, you're a 5 times world champion. You just returned from Colombia, where you won your last title. That's a discipline that's very different compared to what we see in the Olympics, because this is a course that's 7 kilometers long. What is it that made you want to leave those competitions for the White Waters?
I raced slalom for many years, and I was struggling with results, and I was also like a bit struggling to be on artificial venue all the time, because I started kayaking to spend time in the outdoors and paddle rivers and be in the mountains. So I think the drift was quite easy for me to just go from concrete artificial venue that are great for the Olympics and racing to rivers that are free flowing and beautiful and just more variety, I guess.
Yes, more variety. Indeed. Yeah. Makes sense. You know, you get into a sport so you can spend more time out in the outdoors, and then you become an Olympian, and you're stuck in these artificial venues, and suddenly that reason that you were doing that thing stopped existing. Makes sense that Nuria would choose to move on. I mean, she's already won a bunch of stuff, if I recall correctly. Okay, now let's talk about a business deal that just happened, or maybe happening. It's in the works. It's in the works. Let's go to Italy. Talk about what's gonna happen with Prada and Versace. 6 ABC from 2 days ago. Prada agrees to buy rival fashion house Versace in a deal valued at a whopping $1.4 billion.
Luxury fashion might be getting a new look. Prada is buying its smaller rival Versace for $1.3 billion. The deal comes weeks after Donatella Versace announced she was stepping down as the chief creative officer of the brand founded by her late brother, Gianni Versace.
There's that entire story. Now, we're not going to leave Italy. This Sunday was, in fact, Palm Sunday. And we're going to go to Rome, where Palm Sunday Mass was held at the Vatican. Oh, yes.
Son of David. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord.
Look at all the palms
Hosanna,
and olive branches.
that is the song that the choir is now leading us in.
There we go. Jesus. That's right. And Easter's next weekend. And that's it for that story. There's no way I'm watching 2 hours of that.
That's too much, man!
Okay. Now, let's go to the Netherlands. Talk about something else that's green. It's not palms or olives. This green is something that you can put in a pipe and smoke it. As 10 Dutch producers are now being allowed to grow cannabis as a part of a government-run experiment. AP archive from yesterday. A sea of green. Wow, look at that.
My hope is that, especially well in the Netherlands, we can raise the bar and we can bring top high quality to the Dutch people. Hopefully, it gets legal fully, and we can go worldwide. So I will just love for this to be a success.
Okay, we gotta move on this from this right now. This is making me not even gonna say it. Not even gonna say it. All right, let's keep it going. In Europe, let's move on to Serbia, where current Serbian president Alexander Vučić is creating astroturfed protests to counter those massive student protests by enlisting old people and farmers. I guess that's a strategy.
The largest national flag in Serbian history unfurled in downtown Belgrade. A 200-meter-long display of patriotism called on by the country's president. Since November, when 16 people died after a train station canopy collapsed in Novi Sad, a tragedy widely blamed on corruption, hundreds of thousands of people have marched against his government.
Yeah, these protests are a lot bigger.
President Alexander Vučić has vowed that Saturday's support rally is only the beginning, calling the student-led demonstrations a threat to peace.
I came here to support President Vučić and the Serbian state. This madness has to stop. We've had enough of it over the last 5 months. I hope that from Monday things will normalize and that the students who are on strike will join those who want to study.
The president also announced the
Yeah, I love how the old people are like, yeah, I hope that those stupid students don't keep protesting and instead go back to school. Yeah, well, they seem to outnumber you by about 20-1 right now.
of new political movement, and even suggested that the student revolution was paid by the West.
Oh, that's the AstroTurf campaign. Is the West for paying for it?
This attack on Serbia didn't start in Serbia. It came from abroad.
Who? Name one.
And don't kid yourself. Some people don't want a free...
Name one country, Alex. Please, name a single country. You can't just blame the entire West, okay? Say who it is. Who was doing it? Is it the UK? I mean, David Lammy just made a stop in Serbia last week. And you two are palling it up. Is it the UK coming after you, or is it the United States? Yeah? Is it? Yeah. Okay. Phenomenal.
Independent and sovereign Serbia.
These threats haven't deterred students. At a counter-protest southwest of the capital, residents denounced police brutality and what they call an increasingly authoritarian Serbian government.
We want the system to change.
He's speaking
The system
English.
in general doesn't work. The institutions don't work. Changes are needed. The suppression of the people in the whole country can no longer be tolerated because of a few idiots.
This as 80 Serbian cyclists embark on a 1,400-kilometre journey to the European Parliament in France. They hope to draw attention to the unprecedented unrest.
Oh, yes. All right, well, there we go. Alexander Vucic claiming these massive... I mean, we saw one protest, which was, of course, attacked by the Serbian government, of like 300,000 people. How much does it cost to pay people, a third of a million people, to stand out in the cold for an entire day? It's got to be big money. I love this. Everybody who, Donald Trump's doing it. Seemingly all the fascists are claiming all the protests against them they're just AstroTurf campaigns, okay? It's the West paying for them. It's the Democrats paying for them. It's all fake. People can't actually be angry at me, a guy who's been in power for a little too long, and is being a corrupt asshole. No way. It's all fake. All right. All right, we got some slightly, I don't know if you noticed, but in the Earth half, we have some slightly less fun stories, I'm afraid. But we do have to at least try and cover a few real news pieces here. Let's go now. Let's go to Israel and to Palestine. Talk about what's been going on there. Here's Al Jazeera English from yesterday. Rafah is now Israel, according to Israel's defense minister. A war criminal.
Illegal.
It's a security zone. Don't you get it? They need more security. Yeah.
Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz says the military has taken full control of the so-called Morag corridor in Gaza, which effectively cuts off the south from the rest of the Strip. This leaves Rafah totally isolated from Khan Yunis and other areas. The Israeli Defense Minister says the military will also expand to other parts of the Strip. But it's not the only barrier Israeli forces have created in Gaza since the war started. The so-called Netzarim corridor, which cuts off the north from the rest of Gaza, has been a flashpoint in recent weeks. And the Philadelphia...
Now, my understanding is basically everyone in this little trapezoidal-shaped region here have been ethnically cleansed up to the middle, I guess. It does seem like they are basically just closing in on Palestinians. What are they going to do with them when they take the rest of the land, huh? What's the plan here? Just grabbing chunks of territory. Will anybody stop this? A good question. I'm sure the United States won't say a single word about it. No. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
runs along Gaza's southern border with Egypt. Al Jazeera's Noura Day reports now from Jordan's capital, Amman. She's there as the Israeli government and Palestinian Authority have banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank.
The Israeli Minister of Defense has said that his military will continue to take over more Palestinian land from Gaza. This after having announced that Rafah now would become part of the so-called security zone. Now, what does Rafah mean strategically and even tactically? Rafah is the gateway of Gaza to the world. It has the commercial crossing from which aid and goods can come in. It has the Rafah crossing with Egypt from which the medical evacuees can leave to get medical attention and people can come in.
You know what this does, right? And what's so disgusting about this? Do you remember that fucking news conference? It was held in the White House with Donald Trump and Netanyahu, when Netanyahu was claiming that Palestinians trapped themselves in Gaza rather than the facts. Israel has kept them trapped, not allowing them to leave. And Donald Trump didn't say a single word in protestation, probably because he's too stupid to know. But this basically gives Palestinians nowhere to get aid from, right? I mean, the Philadelphia Accord already basically did that, but this cements it, right? Only Israel. Israel now controls every single border on Gaza. That means that they also control all potential aid that could come into the territory. I'm sure they won't use that to continue starving. Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, they are still starving Palestinians and blockading aid from coming into Gaza. Oh, that sounds like a war crime.
Illegal.
Oh, my God. All right, let's go to TRT World from a day ago. Israel accused of demographic engineering in occupied territories. Which one? Let's find out. Because really, which Palestinian territory isn't occupied by Israel?
A new wave of expulsions. Israel has announced plans to strip 3 Palestinian residents in occupied East Jerusalem of their residency IDs and deport them. The same fate awaits 3 other Palestinian citizens of Israel. The unprecedented move came at the orders of Israel's interior minister. Critics call the move arbitrary and politically motivated. Nafisa Khwais, born and raised in occupied East Jerusalem, within a stone's throw from the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound. She has been prevented from accessing the mosque so many times, she has lost count.
My last deportation was 2 days before the war. It has been more than a year and a half since I was deported from the old city and the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque. Each deportation period is 6 months and then renewed. Ramadan and Eid have come and gone more than once while I've been deported.
64-year-old Khwais says she's being deported because she is a danger to the state.
Yes.
That's what the Israelis tell her. Khwais has been beaten, arrested, and humiliated.
I mean, come on.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Really? This woman is a danger to Israel? What, just by existing? Being an old woman? That's it? Yeah. What threat does she pose exactly? I would love to know. I would like an exact reason, because this is so stupid. Jesus Christ. They're beating her up. They're beating up what I would assume is like a 70-year-old Palestinian woman here, at least.
By the police every time she's approached the gates of Al-Aqsa Mosque. Under a deportation order, she is instructed to stay 100 meters away.
Tell me what hurts me the most. It hurts me that I'm so close to Al-Aqsa Mosque. Look, here it is. And I can't reach it. My neighbor is Al-Aqsa Mosque. A street separates me from it. I want nothing in this world except to go to it and pray there, especially during the month.
Yeah. No kidding. Why would you want to pray at a mosque during a holy month? That's... come on.
That's too much, man!
For fuck's sake. Alright. Alright, let's go back. Actually, this is technically in Asia. Let's go to Georgia. These are actually, in a way, these are kind of out of order. Whatever. Geographically speaking, these are out of order. The west to east. Yeah, what do you call it? Trajectory we usually take around here. Let's see what some protesters in Georgia have been doing to circumvent governmental oppression. If you don't know, whoa. Sorry, I just clicked. Whoa, holy shit. Josh Shapiro's house just got burnt down. Holy fuck. Well, not entirely down. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Shouldn't look at my YouTube feed while I'm doing this, but I need to go here. I know that this video requires me to get some subtitles out because AP Archive refuses to put up the subtitles for us. We're gonna have to find them in the info section. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, if you don't know, people in Georgia have been protesting for like, what month is it right now? Like 5 months? I don't remember when they started, but I think it was last year. I want to say it was like December. But they have been on the streets for quite some time, not giving up. Due to the fact their government is, you know, quasi-authoritarian and doesn't really respect them. But some people are doing some interesting things here to avoid being targeted by that government. That's right, people are taking to the streets, but they're wearing masks and costumes. Why? Well, each person who stands on the street is a subject to being fined for 5,000 gel, or $1,850 US. The government have installed numerous cameras to recognize people and send them fines. Some people have recognized not one, but in many cases even 10 fines. In a country where $1,850 US is not even the average salary, you can imagine how outrageous those fines are. That is why we found this method to show that we are not complaining. I just thought this was sort of a good Sunday Funday story. People dressing up to avoid government repression.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, they got these cameras all over the place, don't they? I love those glasses. Damn, that's a creepy mask. The fake noses. Love it. Love it. Hey, playing dress up can be fun and also, perhaps, help you avoid being targeted by your authoritarian overlords. Now let's go to Ukraine, which is definitely west of Georgia.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Al Jazeera from yesterday.
Let's bring you some breaking news coming in now, with Ukraine saying Russia has carried out multiple strikes on the city of Sumy in northeastern Ukraine. The city's mayor says at least 20 people have been killed. Emergency workers who arrived at the scene of the attack were injured in a second strike. Zain Basravi joins us now live from the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. So, Zain, what can you tell us about what was the target there?
Well, this is essentially a heavily civilian populated area. I can't speak for the target, but what I can tell you, this is the third weekend in a row we've seen a large ballistic missile attack by the Russians of its kind on a civilian area. We had, of course, the attacks on Kryvyi that saw the single largest number of child deaths in recent memory in this war. Then we had attacks here in the capital, Kyiv, last weekend, and now Palm Sunday, when people are out at churches, people are out in town squares, we see this attack on Sumy, a place that has become a front line, an important front line for Ukraine in this fighting. It was a double tap attack. When rescuers arrived, when people arrived, there was a second attack that took place. The mayor saying, of course, 20 dead. That number in the last few minutes has gone up to 21. At least 20 people injured, and emergency services are there. Rescue efforts are underway. Zelensky, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, commenting on the attack in a statement, describing it as a horrific Russian ballistic missile attack. A missile strike hit Sumy today. Enemy rockets targeted an ordinary street, everyday life itself, homes, educational institutions, cars on the road. All of this on a day when people were walking to church. Palm Sunday, the feast.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's definitely a war crime. One of seemingly many. Seem to not be running out of war crime videos happening in Ukraine. That is troubling. But some Muscovites were having a great time back in Moscow. Here's the AP archive from yesterday. Russians celebrating at a bar as their compatriot Ovechkin breaks the all-time NHL goals record. Great success. I don't care. I don't care what you're saying. Number one. Number one. You're number one. You can do the imperialism and the hockey, don't you see? Ovechkin plays in the NHL, I think for the Sentinels, I want to say. I'm not a hockey Capitals, whatever it's called. Like I said, I'm not a big hockey fan. Not a big hockey fan. Alright, now let's go all the way down to Bangladesh, where a massive pro-Palestine protest filled the streets of the capital. Here's Middle East Eye from yesterday. Oh my god, look at all these people. Taking over the trains. Why are we doing this? What's happening? What in the fuck is going on here? There we go. Bangladesh has been turning out with the protests lately, and I find it sort of incredible just how many people are turning out for this in the midst of all the stuff they're dealing with. I mean, they just got done ousting their leader, after, they, rightfully accused her of corruption and favoritism within the government. And yet they still are finding time to protest in solidarity with Palestinians. Alright, now let's go. Actually, let me do this in a different order. This is wrong. Yeah, let's do it this way. Now let's go to another slightly uplifting story. This is, I think, South China Morning Post. Where one man, seemingly, is not letting his disabilities slow him down in life. Yeah, actually no. Yeah, South China... I cannot talk. South China Morning Post from 5 days ago. Nothing can stop this man from chasing his dreams. Wang Jud climbed Mount Sai. Oh, wait, I think it's actually pronounced Jud. I could be wrong. Climbed Mount Tai, climbing each step using just his hands. That's true. He lost both legs in a factory accident when he was 18 years old. Oh my god. This dude is fearless. The 30-year-old used boxes to lift himself up. This is wild. I was so exhausted when I reached the halfway point. I almost gave up, but many passers-by cheered for me, said Wang. Wang finally reached the summit after 21 long hours. Many were inspired by his perseverance. I was there when Wang reached the gate on the mountaintop. I was very moved. He will succeed in everything because of his grit and strong mind. Wow, truly unbelievable. I mean, that's tough for just a regular person. I mean, it's an incredibly tall staircase to climb, and with just your hands, I can't even imagine. Alright, let's go to another China story. Would you like to be a K-pop star? Well, here's your chance.
Step away from the squat racks of this gym in Shanghai, and there's a place to live out your K-pop dreams. It's an idol experience center called Chungo. Here, anybody can step into the spotlight and pretend to be a star, sign imaginary autographs, dance choreographed routines, or get fitted with microphone headsets. Dozens of customers embrace their inner diva here daily, according to Chungo's owner. Here's 19-year-old Tan Yining.
To begin with, I like K-pop culture and wanted to come here to experience it. What it feels like to be an idol for one day. There's a lot of clothing. You can change outfits. So you can experience idol life. It's a novel experience.
안녕하세요, 춘고입니다. Owner Chen Rong is a fan herself and opened the center last year. The sets mimic backstage areas from popular K-pop shows. Chen says,
well, there you go. You can make your K-pop dreams happen. Well, kinda. In Shanghai. It does seem like K-pop has taken over the world. Alright, now let's talk about those tariffs, which have been going on now for... how long now, I guess? Has it been a whole month? I can't remember when the first tariffs came in place. Well, let's just talk about the tariff war. Let's go to CNN from 4 days ago. See what Mr. Wonderful, aka Kevin O'Leary, has called for recently in regards to China.
China!
Here's CNN on that. idiotic plan of Kevin O'Leary, whatever his name is. Shark Tank. Multi-hundred millionaire piece of crap.
What happens if we go into a full-scale trade war?
Look, it's really ugly. This president won the election based on reducing costs, but he's enacted the largest tax increase we've seen in over 50 years. And you know who's going to pay the price? Americans shopping at Walmart, Americans shopping at Costco. We don't know the purpose of these tariffs. The only thing we do know is he's planning on taking tax revenue from Americans paying more at Walmart and Costco and putting that into tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. It's totally
Just like
gross,
Kevin.
and it's putting us on the brink of a recession. It could cost us tons of manufacturing jobs as we get into this trade war.
This guy is a
It's a really
fucking
disturbing
ghoul.
policy.
Look at
I
him
hope he backs
smile.
off.
But Kevin, he said
Look
there's
at
a lot
Kevin
of deals
smiling.
that they're
Look at
literally
that.
kissing his ass was the phrase he used, very eloquently. Where are the deals?
104% tariffs on China are not enough.
Oh,
I'm
really?
advocating 400%.
Wow.
I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided.
This guy's a real piece of shit. Go fuck yourself, Kevin. 400%? Yeah, maybe you'll still be able to afford food, but god damn. What a piece of garbage. This fucking guy. Go back to making people grovel for money on Shark Tank. Leave us all alone. You know? As long as you're there, I don't have to see you anymore. Stop coming. Actually, I don't even necessarily blame Kevin. I blame CNN for bringing this piece of shit on their show all the time. Why is he here? Seriously, I'd like to know. Why does CNN take this man's opinion with any seriousness? I don't understand it. Alright, let's talk more about those tariffs. And if you're a video gamer, well, those tariffs might be coming for you pretty soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's NBC from 5 days ago. How tariffs could impact the price of the new Nintendo Switch 2 console.
The tariffs, I'm joined by Tom Yamas, and Tom, experts say the prices on everything from cars to toys could go up.
That's right, Lester. If tariff fees are fully pushed on consumers, the price tag for, say, sneakers made in Vietnam could jump 40%. An iPhone could spike $350. So tonight, we thought we'd take a closer look at a single product, Nintendo's hugely anticipated Switch 2 console, set for release June 5th. Nintendo has already sold 150 million Switches. The new version would be the first major gaming release since the tariff announcement. Pre-orders were supposed to start tomorrow, but instead the company hit the pause button. They've decided to assess the potential impact.
They got to figure out what they're going to get charged. Do they charge 50% more? Do they charge double? Do they even ship them?
The current price for the new Nintendo Switch, $449. Ironically, to keep prices down, Nintendo had moved some of its Switch 2 production to Vietnam because of earlier tariffs on China. But Vietnam is now facing its own 46% tariff. How much of this is made in the U.S.? None of it.
None of it. The reality is, for these tariffs, it is a gut punch for every electronic. Nintendo being the first case because they're early in terms of the Switch. This is basically an economic Armageddon coming to tech.
Ives says moving production to the U.S.
Now, for now, those reciprocal tariffs on Vietnam are on pause, of course. This was an older story. But Vietnam still has the 10% tariff, and who knows if it's going to go back on Vietnam. How is Vietnam going to wind up getting those reciprocal tariffs, which are now paused for what, 82 days? I guess we'll find out. But hold on, we'll listen to the rest of this.
This is basically an economic Armageddon coming to tech.
Ives says moving production to the U.S. isn't a realistic option. How much would it cost them to start manufacturing switches here in the U.S.?
Tens of billions of dollars.
Billions? That's because of a supply chain that's been built over decades.
Oh,
it would take 4 to 5 years to even build and get done a factory here in the U.S. And the reality is the assembly, the supply chain's in Asia. If you just build a factory here in the U.S., where are you getting all the parts from? Still in Asia.
Nintendo says it remains on track for a
Silicon
June 5th
Valley
release. In your
doesn't
estimation,
really make anything. You know,
how
we don't
much
have,
of what we buy is going to go?
Shut up. We don't have a Shenzhen in the United States. You know? Oh shit! 10th emotional support character. We only have 6 videos left. But okay, I will do it. I will do it. You deserve it. Really impressive stuff, everyone. Why do I keep rolling 3s? There we go. Yeah, of course, you know, we don't have that supply chain. The chips, whatever it is. Almost all of it's getting made in China. We don't have some, you know, massive supply chain like he's talking about. All these makers in China, they're not here. They're there. And that means that even if we build the factories, we're still needing to get stuff from China. Or we're just going to have to build replicated factories of every single product being made in China here in the United States. I wonder what the carbon footprint would be of doing something like that. And do we need it? No, because we used to have multilateral trading, which made it so that we didn't have to do that. I wonder if those tech billionaires are going to start building those chips themselves by hand. Should be fascinating. All right. All right, let's go to more things that are being tariffed. Christmas. That's right. Donald Trump is waging a war on Christmas. Here's Reuters from 4 days ago.
Chinese producers of plastic Christmas trees and decorations expressed worry on Wednesday. That's as US President Donald Trump's tariffs took effect, including 125% duties on Chinese goods. China's Christmas industry said on Wednesday that orders from the US have slowed, with both sides.
I'm already preparing a thumbnail in my head for Christmas time. I already got it. Donald Trump as the Grinch. Starring Elon Musk as that stupid fucking dog. With the animal. Actually, the dog's fine. But it's perfect, right? I mean, he's had a Doge. Give me the Doge. Oh, God, it really is perfect. The Trump who stole Christmas.
Christmas industry said on Wednesday that orders from the US have slowed, with both sides cautious about the risk of import tariffs rising further. These tariffs are the latest step in an escalating trade war that threatens great pain for China, the world's largest exporter of manufactured goods. US retailers are almost completely reliant on the country for Christmas decorations, sourcing 87% of their goods here. Chinese factories are also heavily dependent on the US market, where they sell half of what they make. Li Bo, a product developer at Jiasong Craft Factory, said before the latest tariff hike, US clients asked his company to ship as early as possible. Now, he says, these clients haven't rushed for products and are in a wait-and-see phase. China's 84% retaliatory tariff on US goods came into effect on Thursday. That's up from the previously announced 34%. American Christmas Tree Association's Jamie Warner said she's concerned as tariffs ramp up.
We're really not sure how the consumer is going to react to this. But with
Yep, Donald Trump has pre-canceled Christmas. Sorry, everyone, if you were looking forward to it. Now let's go to Hong Kong. It is Sunday Fun Day, so let's do some more fun. South China Morning Post from 9 days ago. How seriously do Hong Kongers take their shumai? This is making me hungry already. And I know what's about to come. It's a bunch of video of shumai. Oh god. Oh god. Fish meat shumai exists in Hong Kong only.
This is an iconic staple of Cantonese dim sum. It can be found on almost every busy street in Hong Kong, and it can seem almost overwhelming. But there are concerned groups to help you to take your siumai game to the next level.
Oh god.
Andrew Wong Ji-san is a siumai expert with a proven track record.
I need food.
He co-founded the Hong Kong Siumai Concern Group in 2020. It provides food reviews, highlighting the best siumai establishments around the city. Members even get a card to show at designated shops for a free extra piece of siumai with their orders.
I think most of our fans were drawn to the group during the pandemic. That's when eating out was prohibited and social interactions were rare.
Cheap, tasty, and convenient, siumai is a popular snack for people on the go. But at the height of the COVID pandemic, people could only find frozen siumai. The only option was to pick some up at a supermarket and cook them at home. The first stop of our siumai hunt is this tiny shop in the city's Cheung Sha Wan area. Andrew says he recommends the place because its chili oil is first class.
God, don't talk about chili oil. 2 skewers of shumai, please. Did you make the chili oil yourself? So spicy. Really spicy.
While many shops reheat frozen siumai, Wong took us to a place where each dumpling is handmade with premium ingredients. Chowky Sauces has been operating for decades in Cheung Sha Wan. To make it perfect, condiments are also essential.
My father had been making sauces for 50 years. 8 years ago, I took part and learned how to make sauces from him. It's natural for me to make custom soy sauce and chili oil to complement the shumai myself. Our shumai is made from fresh fish fillets. Feel the greatest sense of accomplishment when customers who taste our shumai find them delicious and return. Bringing friends and family. Now, I've never had fish shumai, but big fan of the pork ones. They are delicious. Oh god. It's okay, chat. Everything's gonna be fine. The video and the music are way louder than my voice. Son of a bitch. Is it? Maybe that'll be better. I don't know. I've been struggling to make proper adjustments lately with the video. I got the got a new audio interface here, and still trying to work out some of the finer points of all of this. Trying to make it hopefully soon I'll be able to solve that. Like for forever, rather than just right now. I can do it now that I know, but there's also I need to figure out how to. Actually, I already know probably what I'm gonna do. All right, whatever. Wow, we are getting close to the end here, people. I don't know if you can tell. Let's go to South Korea. Oh, and I also have an update. Well, I guess a kind of an update, or a correction to make from the last time we talked about this, and it's not even about South Korea, but whatever. We'll get to that after the end of this one. But let's go here, because apparently South Korea is going to be holding snap elections in like a couple months, basically. Yeah, South Korea. AP archive from yesterday. South Korea to hold snap presidential elections on June 3rd. Oh, you didn't even get your emotional support character. Maybe I should hold on to it for next stream. We only have 4 videos left. Here, I'll just give it to you, and whatever. Since I screwed you just now for not giving it to you sooner, I will roll over one. The government has decided to hold the 21st presidential election on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. In addition, the election day has been designated as... God damn it. Killed me. Fuck. Little things like that I haven't quite solved. Hold on. You try that again. It's been designated as a temporary public holiday. Why can't we get public holidays on voting day, huh? Come on.
Come on!
This decision is based upon Article 68 of the Constitution and Article 35 of the Public Official Election Act, which govern elections held due to a vacancy in the presidency. It also takes into account the necessary period to ensure full preparation and to guarantee citizens' rights to vote to the greatest extent possible. Why can't we have nice things like that in the United States? Right now we're being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being
We're trying to
repressed!
implement paid voter IDs. All this other shit. Oh, if you're a lady and your name varies from your birth certificate on your license because you got married. Oh, whoopsies. Better grab your documents. But I just want to make a correction. Because honestly, I mean, there's reasons for why I believed this. But I guess I just didn't spend enough time back in school studying aspects of the Constitution like a good boy. But last time we talked about South Korea, I suggested that the United States impeachment process cannot remove a president. And for whatever reason, it didn't sound right to me, even though that's what I believed up to that point. But I decided to go and do it. And I realized that, no, actually, I was wrong. We can remove a president by impeaching them. I've just never seen it happen in my lifetime, because both times, all 3 times that a president has been impeached, the Senate never confirmed it. And that's the thing that I guess somehow went over my head. I mean, I was really young when the Bill Clinton thing happened. But I'm sorry, Chad, but I basically unintentionally misinformed you.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Yeah, and I made a huge, tiny mistake, and I'm very sorry for it. The fact is, we can remove a president, but you need both the House and the Senate to approve it, and the Senate needs to approve it by a 2/3 majority. And so, I guess the Senate's just been too chicken shit to actually do their jobs for the last 25 years. Okay. Oh, God. All right. But hey, at least we got a chance. Maybe we'll get a snap. Actually, we won't get a snap election, because then it would just be the vice president, right? I'm pretty sure. All right. Let's go along now to Japan. NHK World Japan from 2 days ago. Burgeoning zine scene gives a boost to Japan's publishers.
Before social media, fans created homemade booklets covering topics from science fiction to rock and roll. Now, handmade essays and picture books are making a comeback in Japan, and publishing houses are taking notice. NHK World's Tamura Shinya has the story.
Over 1,000 people, most of them young, visited the trade fair for zines in Tokyo in March. The themes of the booklets include rooftop amusement parks, playground equipment, and horse riding gear. The number of exhibitors doubled to 140 in 4 years.
With zines, the author's character comes through more vividly. There's a feeling of freedom.
People from major bookstores came out. Kamiya Yasuhiro is a purchasing manager for a leading chain.
I was wondering if I could buy some of your works.
That's great.
Kamiya worries bookstores are losing out to online sales. He set up a section dedicated to zines in a new outlet. As many as 150 works are on display at the time. Zines now account for 10% of the store's sales.
I've never seen such a wide selection of zines. Normally,
Whoa, what just happened?
Normally, you've got to seek them out on your own. Here, there is an opportunity for so many new discoveries.
Kamiya hopes that the presence of zines will boost sales of books with similar themes, also available at the store.
I can say for sure that our sales have already hit limits as long as we rely on the conventional sales method. In order to attract customers, we need to offer attractive products such as zines.
Kitao Shuichi is an experienced book editor and an independent publisher. 3 years ago, he set up a separate brand for creators of zines. He recently met with popular zine writer Hirajo Sayaka. Hirajo's essays include one recounting her time working at the bookstore that closed its doors. Her expression...
Yeah, this is really cool. Alright, okay, man, we are at our penultimate video of the evening. Gonna give you a little applause for all of your stalwart efforts, staying awake and or sticking around throughout the whole stream. Great job, everyone. I hope you've been value-tained today. This here Sunday Funday, when we try and take the value-tainment meter to 1,000. I mean, what have we done today? Let's just go over what we've done. I mean, we checked in at the Fight the Oligarchy rallies, talked about The Handmaid's Tale, watched Walter Masterson troll anti-abortion protesters, Donald Trump going to UFC 314. We edited sports all over the place. We did film and cinema, theater and art, music, even Kristi Noem playing dress-up, sculptures, monuments, history, Elon getting trolled on his own stream, efforts to revitalize democracy in the United States. I mean, so many things here. It's crazy. We had comedy, we had sadness, we had beauty, we had environmental stuff. Whales, turtles, birds, puppies, snakes on the streets of Philadelphia. I mean, my God, what else did we do? I mean, the great victory of the Penguins Republic. Women in space, space debris, Minecraft and the chicken jockey situation. Sort of some horticultural cultivation of sorts, if you will, partaking in that. I mean, it's been quite a fun-filled Sunday. If you ask me, might be a little biased, but certainly less depressing than most of our streams. Let's go now, once again, to NHK World Japan from 3 days ago and talk about the Osaka World Expo of 2025, which is being hosted, well, in Osaka.
Let's get you what's on the economic calendar for next week. On Wednesday, we'll have China's January through March GDP. Beijing is aiming for around 5% GDP growth this year, but the tariff war with the U.S. hangs heavy over the economy. And on Sunday, Japan's first World Expo in 20 years opens in Osaka. Our BizPix feature this week looks at the economic impact of the 6-month-long event. The exposition spotlights breakthrough technologies, fresh ideas, and sustainable solutions from around the globe. About 160 countries and regions will take part. Japan's industry ministry gave the estimate last year on the economic benefits of the expo. It said the event will generate nearly 3 trillion yen, or about $20 billion. This assumes the fair will bring in 28.2 million visitors. But ticket sales were only about 8.7 million as of April 2nd. So the question is, can it be achieved? Wakabayashi Atsuhito, a senior economist at Japan Research Institute, is optimistic.
I think the economic impact of 2.9 trillion yen is achievable. It can largely be divided into 3 elements. The effects of construction investment are emerging. Expenditures for the Expo's operations and events will almost likely to be spent as planned. So the focal point is consumption by visitors. When visitors begin to relate their experiences at the venue through social media and other means, I think that will encourage more people to come.
Yeah, I wonder how much travel people are doing amidst this trade war right now. I feel like it's got to be reduced, but I could be wrong. Anyways, yeah, they're attempting bring the whole world to Japan. Alright, final video of the night. We're gonna go south to Oceania, to Australia. SBS News from a day ago. Let's talk about that election that's coming up pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken.
The 2025 federal election is now less than 3 weeks away, and the major campaigns have been launched on opposite sides of the country, with rival commitments worth tens of billions of dollars. Labor is promising a major increase in housing supply and cheaper mortgages for first home buyers, while the coalition is pledging to make mortgage repayments tax deductible. The parties have also revealed new cashback plans to attract swinging voters.
Dueling across the country, rallying cries delivered.
That's why I'm asking Australians to vote Labor on the 3rd of May, so we can keep building a future that is true to our values.
This is a pivotal election that will shape our future, a rise or fall moment for Australia.
Perth red-branded backers out in force, a former leader making an entrance nestled among the frontbench cheer squad.
Peter Dutton is just too out of touch and too untrustworthy, too arrogant and too extreme.
Morning, gentlemen. While on the eastern seaboard, former prime ministers in abundance.
Howard Batlett.
Jesus Christ. What's that?
Tony Trading.
Is that Tony?
Scott Morrison's quiet Australians. And with Peter Dutton the
No,
heartland
it's not.
of our
Not Tony.
Australian
The other
Liberal
one.
Party.
No, what's his name?
trust Peter
I can't think. I just
with every
broke
fibre
myself.
of my being.
We have a liar.
What's the name of
in
that?
lodge.
Oh, I know that guy.
He is weak,
Somebody tell me that dude's name.
indecisive.
I know. I don't know why I just confused him with Tony Blair. It's a different guy. What is this guy's name? God damn it. My brain is broken. That's what happens 9.5 hours into a stream. What is this turret's name?
Abundance.
Howard's battlers. Tony Straighties. Scott Morrison's quiet Australians. And with Peter Dutton, the heartland of our Australian Liberal Party.
I trust Peter Dutton with every fibre of my being.
We have a liar in the lodge. He is weak, indecisive, and out of his depth. Two leaders delivering their cost of living salvos. The new one-off tax cut to deliver 10 million
Oh, no, I was right.
taxpayers
Oh, that's
up
why I
to
was confused.
$1,200.
It's Tony Abbott, but my head, his name is... For a second, I was calling in my head, I was thinking of him as being Tony Blair, but that's Tony Abbott. Huh. Two Tonys to a pod?
The new one-off tax cut to deliver 10 million taxpayers up to $1,200 next financial year. Half of taxpayers to get the full amount.
A significant tax cut to help Australians who are suffering the most egregious time.
Labor making its own offer, a $1,000 instant tax deduction next financial year for work expenses for almost 6 million taxpayers.
No paperwork, no box of receipts, no scrolling through your online banking.
The rivalry on policy not ending there. Huge housing spends also unveiled. Under Labor, a chance to buy into 100,000 new home builds. And a major extension of the Commonwealth's mortgage guarantee, buyers needing just a 5% deposit. While the coalition is promising a historic change, allowing first-time buyers of new builds to access tax-deductible mortgage payments.
I will never accept a situation in our country where a young Australian can only afford to buy a house if they have the assistance of the bank of mum and dad.
Australia's housing crisis has been a generation in the making, compounded by a decade of Liberal neglect.
Both approaches tested against economic realities.
All this is doing is rearranging the pie and making life harder for the Reserve Bank as it fights inflation.
Labor tinkers around the edges while prices soar. The Liberals will send...
Oh no, not the reserve bankers.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yes, of course, reserve bankers. They're the only ones who can solve inflation. It's so stupid. What an idiotic premise. Oh, God. Yeah, reserve bankers are the only ones who can save us. We must give them more power.
Labor tinkers around the edges while prices soar. The Liberals will send prices even higher, while the Greens will tackle the cause of the crisis.
These launches have confirmed housing is the central issue in this election campaign, but they've also revealed a big spending bidding war for your vote.
Baba Albo, you have got to go!
Outside the carefully managed events, West Australian protests against live sheep export policy, while the opposition leader faced environmental defenders. The Prime Minister goading his opponent over energy policy.
The N-word. The cost of his nuclear scheme.
If we win this election, Australia will become a nuclear-powered nation.
Early reviews on performance.
Mr Howard, has he got the winning touch?
He's very good.
Mr Abbott, has he got it?
Absolutely.
As two leaders put their case and defend their record.
Well, SBS chief...
All right. Well, there you go, chat. It's our last video of the night. The race is on. Only 3 weeks left to polling day in Australia. Who will take their seat at the head of Australia's government? We'll have to keep watching. hopefully labor right now, honestly, considering all the other options seem to be much, much worse. Well, chat, looks like we got through another stream. It's incredibly long and also arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. But that is going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Medi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jan, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. Well, I see some ones in the chat. Which means it's time for us to start the super secret late night, after hours, early morning galactic chill stream in 3. Wait, what? Where's my sound? In 3, 2, 1. Go up, go.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why. I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks to the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they receive that concept that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President our Treasury raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period, families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. And I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline on it, from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that a majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the President and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others. There are a whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion